Okay. Hello. Okay, so theoretically you can hear me, but we're just getting set up. So, hi. Okie doke. I need to get on my phone or something to review the audio that's going out. I think we're live. Yeah, do you think you check your phone, Cam? So if you are watching and you can hear me, which is crazy, hi. Looking through my nose hole right now, so that's why I look like this, and my arms are all like that. Oh, look at that. There it is, live right now. 3 watching. Oh, hi, you guys. So cool. Let's see. Turn on the volume so I don't start getting an echo. And nice, I can hear myself. Looking okay? I know it's a square, but that's we're going to get today. Okay. Can you turn down your volume, please? Okay, so KO's on the managing right now. So what we're looking to do is start by creating a new world. And I'd like to invite a few of you who have your headset nearby and are charged up and ready to go to leave your Oculus username in the comments. And I'll be inviting you as a collaborative editor so you can hang out. And yeah, we can have a max of 4 people in build mode. So leave your comment. The first 3 we see will get you added. And in the meantime, I'd like to show you how we get started. So normally when I start a build, I start in an empty world. And so we'll go and open up our menu, head to the Create tab. That's this button here at the bottom, or just hit the Create button. And then in the top right, we've got New World. And so I know it's pretty easy. And so you might think, oh, I hit Edit World. And this literally drove me nuts for 2 months when I first started. I couldn't figure out how to import assets. So I was always trying to figure it out. Anyway, so what you do is you go to the Info button. And when you're inside of a editable world, like a blank world, it's this 3-dot icon right here. And so we're going to go and create a new world. And this is going to be a blank world. And today's date is March 26th, 2022, live. Okay. And create. Cool. Do we have any comments coming in, Cal? Or maybe I can see them from here. Oh, nice. Look at that. I can see you guys. Hi, Gamer. Hi, Michael. Hi, Gamer again. Hi, Indigo. Le Chocolate. Love it. Nice. First, nice. Gamer's coming online. Sweet. Well, yes, we'll invite you, Gamer. And so if anybody else, Le Chocolate, would you like to join? I see it seems like that's your username. So I'd be happy to bring you as well. I know there's a little bit of a delay here, so when you hear that, respond. Okay, I'm going to go to Manage Collaborators, and we'll go ahead and get started. And so Gamer 898. There we go. Invite this editor. And then we're going to go to La Chocolate. Okay. Let's see.
Oh, yes. Yep.
Sweet.
I want to join.
There we go. Now, which one of these is you? I don't know. This doesn't look right. Maybe there's an underscore I'm missing. Shift underscore. Oh, there you are. Okay. Invite as editor. Sweet. All right. We got room for 1 more. So if you're watching and you can hop in right now, leave your Oculus username and we'll add you in a second. So, okay, y'all should be coming in soon. And in the meantime, just to kind of tell you what we're going to be doing today, we're going to learn how to import the asset bundle. And I'm going to see how far we can get through how to use some of these assets. So the assets you guys are interested in using, we're going to show you how to use them. And maybe we'll get through all of them. Hard to say. Some of them are harder to use than others. We will not be looking at the minigame template. If you haven't seen the video on that, it's called Laser Tag House Party. And that's where we show you how to use the minigame template. As far as I'm aware, it is functional. We can double check that right as we get started. But nice. Let's see. Anyone else coming in? No one else this time? Cool. Well, you guys know how to do that, how to add yourself or invite yourself. Some people in here who might be online and interested but have no idea this is going on. But I'd really like to leave it to the stream. So sorry, all of you guys who are online seeing this later. So now from our menu, we're going to go down to the bottom on the Create tab. And my icons have not been loading. So if that's been happening to you, at least when you hover, you can read it. So that's the Create tab there. And then we're going to go hit that. Hey, welcome. Hey! Thanks for joining. So have you imported the Essentials bundle before? Nice. Nice. They're all identical, so that's perfect. Welcome, gamer. And I'm going to go ahead and start by importing the master bundle. It's the one. Oh, you're on number 2. Ooh, I've been trying to get number 2 updated. There was a bug yesterday where it was, oh, it's still going on. So if anybody from Meta is watching this right now, this guy has said it's been editing for the last 2 days. And no one's in there editing it. It says it's being edited, and because of that, I can't get in to edit it, to update it. But anyway, there's some new assets, and so sadly, you don't have that. So I'm going to quickly, if anybody's on number 2 and wants some of the new assets, definitely, go to the bundle and take a picture, and I'll add you. But I'm so excited to show you. We're going to hit the master bundle info button, 3-dot icon, import world. Okay, so this gets really laggy on import. It's like 80% capacity for objects. It's ridiculously expensive, but you're not really meant to keep all of it. You're supposed to delete what you don't need. And so any second, I love this. I don't know why this always appears here, but it's kind of a good indicator that it's importing. So it's not really there. Okay, we're now going to go into build mode. Okay, lag, be careful. If you get motion sick easily, I definitely recommend closing your eyes. There, you see these like black bars, those are not fun. And any second it's going to finish loading.
Oh, you have something here, Michael stream.
How do I view your invite? Michael, I don't have your name. Oh, Michael wants to know how to view your invite.
Well, he said
I don't see his username. What's your Oculus username, Michael? Okay, so I'm deleting this one here. So you guys see this this spawn point? We want to get rid of this. So I'm just grabbing it and then pulling down on my thumbstick to delete. That's because we don't really want these to conflict. And so we've got this one here, which is our main spawn point. And then the one up there is the one that we don't want to keep. Okay, so when you import, sometimes assets just don't load in. And so what I find works pretty much every time is you hit stop and then reset. And then I clear all of these notifications. And we'll actually come back to that in a second. I just want to help Michael real quick. We don't have a username for Michael. Let me see if I can search it. Well, me either. You guys are all in the same boat today. Oh, you got his username? Thoth Coden. Awesome. Okay.
Underscore.
Information. Manage collaborators. So if you guys have never built with collaborators, highly recommend you do this. It is a lot of fun. I was actually last night with a lady in just a voice call, and that was even fun. We didn't even have to be in the same room together. And it was just like we were able to learn, just be like, oh yeah, have you tried that? Have you tried that? It was pretty cool. So definitely recommend getting into a party chat or inviting people to come and join you. Can you? I think I'm spelling it wrong. TOTH_CODAN. I spelled it right, but it's not popping up. Michael, can you double check the spelling on that? We are not seeing you. Or send me a friend invite. I am Lakes05. Space. Well, what do you see in here that's new for you, gamer, that you're interested in? Oh, yeah, the signs are pretty neat. Yeah. What about you, Chocolate? Is it okay if I call you Chocolate, or should I call it Chocolate? Sorry. Chocolate latte. I really like that.
He corrected it. It's K, not
Oh,
C.
got it. Thank you. Okay. _K. Man, I wish I had some hot chocolate right now, actually. With a latte. I have tea. What are you guys all drinking out there? Anybody drinking anything? Comment what you're drinking right now. I'm going to give you one of my classic noises here. You can record this music. Okay. Oh, I mistyped. Okay, TH. There it is. Okay, invited. Thank you so much, Michael, for helping us get that. So you should see that invite now. And if anybody pops off or falls off, the live stream will invite somebody else new. But for now, we're just going to go ahead and get started. And so the first thing you need to know is that if you have any intention of using this minigame template, you need to create the variables. And so I'm going to just quickly shout this out, but seriously, go check out that tutorial video. So you need to create the bars for score, KOs, health, CANC, HUD, and leaderboard variable score. But if you're interested in using any of this section, definitely check out the laser tag house party video, which is going to show you how to use that. And we're just going to go ahead and delete it so that there's no more errors popping up in our scripting panel. So I just grab my selection bubble, and if you haven't done that, press your index trigger. You can thumbstick to the right to grow your cursor, which makes it really easy to select all this. And we're just going to delete this entire corner. There we go. And I saw something weird over here. I think that's just some lag right there. Okay, and delete. And sometimes when you're deleting large swaths of things, this will also happen where it just takes a minute to delete. But there we go. So now that we've gotten rid of this whole section, we're going to save a lot of capacity too. We were at world capacity was 82. Sorry, the lag. World capacity was 82%. Now it's at 76. I know, right? That thing's nice. Now we're at 75. There you go. So we just saved 7% objects just by getting rid of this one corner. So if you're not building a mini game, voila. And so yeah, it's a pretty expensive bundle, but since you're not using most of it, it's usually pretty fine. And we try to keep everything as lightweight as possible. Speaking of lightweight, if you haven't seen the video that went live yesterday, this is a graph from that video. In fact, if you're on the live stream, I can actually show you the graph. I'm using screen share here, so I theoretically should be able to grab this picture, open it up, and then share it over. So this one here shows, let's start with this because it's an easy visual aid, is your objects per 1% geometric complexity. So if you have 50 of these, it'll be 1% geometric. And so that's true for all of these green ones, except for the sphere, which is 47. These are all pretty safe to use. As you go down this line, they become more and more intense on your geometric complexity. And so this soft cube is the worst. And so definitely recommend checking out that video. But what's interesting about the stats is if you take these numbers and then multiply it by the maximum object count of 3,000, what you end up seeing is that this section is using over 100% of the geometric complexity meter. And so if you look at the live stream right now, I believe showing this. Let me go check the, it's hard to tell. Send, oh, it is a little bit. Okay, let me throw it over here where I can watch my screen. Okay, maybe. Not sure what I'm doing wrong. Huh. Oh, because it's in full screen. Right, it's in full screen. Got it. Okay, so if I come back over to this and drag over here, what? This is a bad idea. Okay, next time I'm using OBS. Hit the full screen button. There we go. Now I can bring my mouse over here. There you go. So, okay, the colors are a little off. Are the colors off in you guys' live stream? Might be. That's so funky. Okay. Yeah, it's my capture card's a little funky. But anyway, if you're looking at this graph here, what you're going to see is over 100% capacity on all of these 5 at the very end of this graph. And so these green ones allow you to have other objects and like really make, really great engaging worlds and add a lot of player capacity. Because if you want to have high player count worlds like a hangout world, you can't have really any of those ones on the red side. And so definitely keeping that in mind. And there's a whole 20-minute video that we spent 2 weeks working on that's really, really good. So definitely recommend you go check that out. It's on our Facebook page. It was with Meta. We did it with them. So you have to watch it through their Facebook group. So apologies it's not on YouTube, but I hope you guys will check that out and enjoy it. And now we are back to the stream here. Yeah. And, I honestly thought the soft cube was a safe object. I was like, yeah, it's just slightly soft edges, right? And it just turns out that to make this so perfectly round is actually way more intense than anything else. And I think it's because of the mathematics of calculating like a sphere or some of these rounded edges, whereas this is probably like a custom object they had to design. So yeah, it's weird. I also thought this one was super safe, and I've been using this forever. And it's actually like you can pretty much get 2 regular cubes for one of these. So definitely thinking about how we use these shapes. You know. Yeah. Mhm. Mm. Yeah. So the interesting thing about these cylinders is that they don't act the same way as they look. So, gamer, you're going to demonstrate for us. I'm going to put you inside of this sphere. And what you're going to do, gamer, is just walk around the edges for us. And so I'm going to look from the top. And what you're going to see here is he kind of bumps off the edges. It's because this sphere, this looks like it's round, but it's actually not. And so what you end up wanting to do is something more like this, where we grab these guys. So you make this non-collidable. We'll snap this to, let's see, where's the edge of this? I lost it. Oh, there it is. Okay, so we'll snap it here, slide this in with my, I turned snapping off. So if you aren't familiar with snapping tools, there's a little snap button here, which allows us to snap. It's so nice. And then we turn snapping off so that we get the exact position here. And then what I'm going to do is grab duplicate. So that's this thumbstick to the right here to turn duplicate versus handful. And then we're going to grab from this snap point, duplicate over here. And I'm constantly flicking my duplication tool off and on, or excuse me, my snapping tool off and on. And now I'm going to select both of these. And then we can rotate this and then array. Okay, so wait. I might have thrown people off for a second. Let's try that one more time. In fact, I'm going to have a lot of chocolate latte do it for us. And so that way it's pretty clear how to do it. No, this is good. I'm going to duplicate a copy so we can do it at the same time. No, you got this. You got this. So select both of these green cubes. Yeah, we'll do it together. So you select one, and then we select the other. Amy, you're welcome to go into build mode and try that too. So now that we've selected both, you're going to go to your duplicate tool. So thumbstick to the right for duplicate. And now I don't know what your snap settings are at, but we'll come back to that in a second if they're not on par with where I'm at. And now what we're going to do is grab from the rotate handle on the upward green arrow. So grab from that and just pull just one click. And if you have your snap tool on, it'll like snap as it goes. So you can pull down on your snap tool on your left hand. So here it's smooth and then snapping on. And the reason I recommend using snap is because when you array, so once you let go of that, then on your left hand, you see the array tool. You can then thumbstick to the right to array. So try that out. There you go. And it duplicates with equal distance and rotation from the previous one. So I kind of messed up one of them. That's okay. It's pretty close. And so now what we've got is a collidable mesh that actually is a sphere. And so what you'll do is open up the cylinder below. And apologies if you're seeing the flash on there. Oh, it's down there. And then so if you open up the properties panel for this red cylinder, we can then go into the collision section and turn collisions off. And then we can select all of this green, and then we'll group it. I'll wait for you to catch up, sorry. So let me know when you're there. So now we're going to select all of the green, and then you put your hand inside and thumbstick to the left, which is going to allow us to group this. And once that's grouped, we can open up the properties panel, make it non-visible, so turn visibility off. And then it's collidable, but it's not visible, and we can slide it into the cylinder. And now, gamer, if you want to stand in my red cylinder for us, I'm going to just kind of watch you walk around, and you should see that. Oh, here it goes. Oh, so it looks like we've got one of them. Okay, so again, if you can walk around the edges, you're going to see he no longer bumps off the edges. And so we've created our own collision mesh for this sphere. And depending on how big you want this to be, this can be as accurate as you need it to be. Do keep in mind that it did take a lot of objects. You can see there's a lot of these green pieces here. And so if you don't need it to be as accurate, you could make it, make these slightly wider. And then you only need half as many. And so if you're making a giant latte cup, this might be the method to make sure you have accurate collisions on the inside wall. Especially the larger the cylinder gets, the less accurate it is. But if you're having a bunch of small cups like this, I probably wouldn't even use this. I mean, what we saw earlier with Gamer walking around the edges, because of the sizes being relatively small, wasn't that bad. But the moment it gets to be this big or bigger, it starts to become more and more of a problem. And so now that we've talked about this section, I'm going to actually go ahead and delete all of these objects here. Probably shouldn't because it's a great reference guide, but we're going to delete it anyway. Because the point is that this asset bundle is about the assets. And while there are some great educational resources over here now, you don't necessarily need to keep them in your build, and it'll save you capacity the more of the stuff that we delete that we don't need. Yeah, there you go. Very nice. And then because we used these cubes, they're not as intense on the server load. So kind of what's interesting here is that the collision mesh on here is a lot more intense to calculate because this is made out of triangles, whereas this is actually calculated differently. And so basically, if you have a high player count world, you might get stuttery frames if you have a lot of geometry like this, especially the red and orange geometry. But if you use these specifically the cube, it's the cube specifically that you want to be using for collision meshes. And so anytime you could have, like, say one of these bushes over here. In Laser Tag House Party, I have a lot of these bushes, and I actually need to go in there and make these non-collidable and put a cube where they are. And that will make the world run faster because when we get into really intense scenarios, it's trying to calculate for every edge of this. But if I replace it with a cube, it just uses that cube as the collision mesh rather than all of these rounded edges. Yeah. Cool. So great work over here. Now, on these educational resources, shout out to the Vidyuu YouTube channel. Hey, everybody out there right now watching. Thank you, guys. Michael still hasn't gotten in. It says I'll be leaving soon. Send me an invite the next train. Thanks. Yeah, thank you, Michael. And shout out to Prince Jay with the apple cider tea. Very nice. And my green tea, I don't know what flavor it is, but it's delicious. Here's another sip. Feel free to use any of those audio clips. Seriously, if you put that in your world and I show up and hear that, I would just crack me up. So feel free to do that. So let's see, we got Wheels Up. Hey, Wheels Up. We do have room for one more. So let me go and get Wheels Up in here. And you guys, let's continue shouting out some of these tutorials here. So we got the official tutorials at oculus.com/horizon-world/learn. Awesome section here. We helped them produce over 400 videos for this website. So please go check that out. The community group is another great resource. It's a great place to meet people, share your work. And we have a weekly tutorial series there now. And so that's where that new one just came out. The bug reporting and feature requests are at horizonworlds.uservoice.com. This is where if you have a bug and you report it, the more people who report it, the higher priority it gets. Same with feature requests. The more people who vote for a feature, the more likely it's going to be that it's added. And then shout out to Tuesday office hours. Wednesday, we have Horizon World tours. And Thursday evening is scripting classes with Janimator. So definitely check those out. And we'll go ahead and delete this whole section of educational resources now that we talked about it. So there we go. Now, over here we have the mega text being used to demonstrate. Actually, I need to hit the play button because I changed the wording on this a little bit. So the way mega text works is it updates when the world is running. And so this says text Gizmo formatting now. And you can see that all of this is all the different formatting you can use inside of a text Gizmo. While we're looking at that, Chocolate, do you want to share what you're reading there? And I'm going to add our friend Wheels Up. And so Wheels Up, if you're available right now, you can come and join us. Oh, just say what you're reading, what's interesting up there that you find or you have questions about. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Break. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Awesome. Well, I'm about to show you a really cool script in here. So let's head into build mode, and we're going to use some of these. So this is part of the script basics section. So over here in script basics, you're going to find mega text 4. So that's this one right here. Mega text 4 allows us to concatenate a bunch of strings very easily. And so let's go back over to our text formatting section, where we're going to bring out a text gizmo. And so from the build tab under gizmos, we'll see text. We can then pull that out and open up the properties panel. And if you haven't opened the properties panel before, you put your hand inside and then press forward towards the 3-dot icon. That's how you get your properties panel open. You can also move the properties panel around by clicking on the top with your raycast, and you can push it away from you, pull it towards you, or make it bigger and make it smaller using all the controls while holding that top section, which is pretty neat. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is hit that drop down in the bottom right and search through there for mega text 4. Let's see. There it is, mega text 4. Let me know if you guys are having any trouble finding that. No worries, Wheels Up. Thank you so much for watching. We do have one space in here, so if anybody wants to join and has their VR headset, just comment your username. I know it's kind of hard for me to watch both simultaneously, but I will peek through my nose hole every so often and check that out. So do you guys have mega text 4 attached there? Nice. All right, so what you're going to notice here at the bottom is there are numbers from 1 through 36, which is just insane. So anything you type into these will get added together. Now, it doesn't add breaks automatically, so you have to add your own breaks. But if you look at this formatting tool, there's a lot you can do here. And so what I recommend doing is leaving the first 2 empty, since you're probably not going to use all 36. And then on the third one, we could type something simple like, hello, live stream, and exclamation point. There we go. And so into the mega text number 3 slot. And so here we've got hello live stream, and this is pretty fun, but I kind of want it to be more fun than that. And so over here we can see there's quite a few options. We could change the character spacing, or we can add some color. So let's go try some colors out. And so now that I want to add color, I'm going to wait for you guys to catch up though. Where are you at? Oh, nice. Oh yeah, no worries. So it's right here on 3, line 3. You're going to want to type in anything really. Doesn't matter what you type. Perfect. And so now, because we typed in this first or this third line, we can now go up a line to like line 2 and add a color. And so you're going to do the less than symbol, and then you type color equals, and then you can type in a name of a common color like red, green, blue, orange, yellow, pink, I think. Well, let's try pink. Let's see if it works. And color equals pink. And I might have forgot something, or maybe pink just doesn't exist. Pink doesn't exist, does it? I know it is. So right here, it says color equals red. And so this allows you to add color, and we're putting that into the slot above it. So on number 2, and you can choose a color like red or blue or another common color, not pink. So you have to include this symbol here. So it's the less than symbol. Don't add a space bar, but then do color equals red or any color, and then the close symbol, which is the greater than symbol. And so now that we've seen that you can use common color names like red, green, blue, the next thing that I wanted to point out here is if you are familiar with hex codes, that's this number section over here, you can type in a hex value for a color. And the reason I recommend doing that is because the main colors are kind of really sharp, especially on a VR headset. And so red is, it's pretty red. That's pretty green. Good job. And checking out, did purple work? I'm curious. Oh, it did. Nice. I love it. That's great. And so what you might see here, and I don't think it's easy to see on the live stream, but it's kind of bright, like almost too bright. And depending on what your backdrop is, it might hurt the viewer's eyes. And so let's go make a purple out of hex code. And so this might sound intimidating, but it's really quite simple. And so there's a pound symbol. So that instead of having purple there, we're going to type in a pound symbol. And then purple is a combination of red and blue. And hex codes are RRGGBB, which means red is the first two characters, green is the second characters, and blue is the last two characters. So if we type in a value that's like, let's start with 100%. So the highest value is FF. FF is 100%. So if we put FF in the first two slot, and then in the green two, we put 00, because we don't want any green, and then another FF in the last two for blue, we'll get purple. So let me see if you got that. So it's FF00FF. I can't see what you did, but I think you got it. So how are you doing, gamer? Good, good. Let's see. Did anybody comment their usernames who wanted to join? We got, hey, we can't hear La Chocolate. Really? Interesting. That's strange. Aaron Beasley would like to join. All right, Aaron, I got you. Let me get you in here. Let's go manage collaborators. Can you guys hear gamer? Is it just my voice coming through? That's okay if it is, but I was hoping it'd be more than me. Okay, which one is the real Aaron Beasley though? Is it Aaron Beasley 98? Oh, it is 98. There he is. All right. Invite as editor. Cool. And then it's going to be equals pound FF00 FF greater than. No worries. We're just going to do 2 zeros, and since we're making purple rather than red, and the last two will be FF. And we should get. And now if you hit enter, we should see that update. Hey, look at that. So this is a much more complicated way to get purple, but what I really wanted to teach you is how to count in hex color. And so if you've never counted in hex, it's actually more easy than you might think. So it starts with 0, 0, then it goes 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, 0, 4, 0, 5, 0, 6, 0, 7, 0, 8, 0, 9, 0A, 0B, 0C, 0D, 0E, 0F, and then it goes 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, all the way to 1F, then 2F, and so on. And so now that you know how to count in hex, and we know it goes all the way to FF, we'll get to that, gamer. He's like one step ahead of us. So now that you know how to count in hex, let's make a less intense purple. And so rather than doing FF, let's try something like AF, which would be about 60 to 70% brightness. So change it from FF to AF in both slots. And that will just dim the pixels down a little bit. And now it's less bright, which is a lot easier on our headsets because not every red and blue pixel are being lit up. So it doesn't hurt our eyes in VR nearly as much as the full brightness of the purple. There we go. Now that's nice. Congratulations, you learned some hex color. Oh, hey, Beasley, what's up? Ah! Good morning. Yes, you too. So feel free to join us in build mode. You should be able to come on in here and pull out a text gizmo and follow along if you'd like. And so we've attached the mega text 4 from the bottom right, and we've said hello to our live stream. And what I'd like to do next is add another line on number 5. So as I mentioned before, we were leaving a couple lines at the top in case we needed to come back and type anything or add any codes. Let's also skip lines. So rather than saying hello live stream and then having another line immediately after, let's skip down to line 5 and add a break. And so you just go BR, break symbol, and that's going to break to the next line. And then we'll go down to line 7, and we can say something else like, yo, can you hear gamer? Exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point. And now it's still in purple though. And so I want to show you how we can turn colors off. And so let's wait for y'all to, you don't have to type what I type, you can type anything you want. So just to be clear. All right, so you got the break there, and then we should have another line once you type on 7, just anything. It can be another hi, it can be a funny thing like, yo gamer, or wait, what? I even said it wrong, it's okay. And so, yes, perfect. Can you hear la chocolate? It's a good one. But let's say, do we want it to be purple anymore? And so let's turn purple off. So if we go down to line 4, right below hello live stream, we can type in /color. And so by typing in /color, we now have 2 different color tones, and we've removed the color from being applied to the first, or to anything but the first one. And so if you don't see that, that's right here, the /color is similar. Yep. And so just kind of running through some of the other codes in here for everybody else on the live stream, we have Sprite equals 0, which goes to a maximum of 15. So there's 16 different emojis for you to choose from. We have subscript and superscript, which allows you to move the text down low and make it small, or move it up high and small. We also have character spacing, so you can like really tighten the characters together, which makes some really cool logos. We then have line height, which is also great for that. And sometimes I'll even go to a negative line height. So if you see in the up to late logo, I'll use a negative line height. So it goes up to late, and then the numbers, it's U2L is the up to late logo. Anyway, so it merges the 2 together. And then again, you can slash all of these to stop them. So /C space, /stop, superscript, except for the emojis. You can't undo an emoji. That would be kind of funny though, if it's like all of your typing turns into emojis. So you know, /line height. We also have aligning left, center, and right, although I don't see it saying center and right in here. But yeah, you can align left, center, or right. We have alpha equals #80, which changes the opacity. So it's hard to see here, but you can see through it. So you see my hand on the other side of this. And we can look on this side. You can kind of see how you can see through that. It's pretty neat. Then we've got the color, which is the one we've been working on. And so everybody should have their second line with no color, right? So nice. You just got emojis. And no worries. Let's see. I don't see anywhere. My side doesn't look the same as yours. Huh? Mm-hmm. Okay, no worries. Slash, and then color. And so slash basically ends the formatting. So if you wanted to do bold for only a certain section or underline, it's the same thing. So it's like less than B, greater than, and then when you're done, /B. And that's how you can remove it. Yeah. How are you doing, Aaron? Okay, and then you should be able to hit enter. Oh, just the greater than symbol. Yep, so just hit enter, it should work. Don't see it updating. Oh, there it is, and it works. There's a space there, which I didn't think it would work with a space. So yeah, just kind of a heads up here. Anytime you're looking at this, there's spaces to break the code. So the spaces were to prevent it from like using the code. So to make it visible, I had to add a space at the beginning and the end. Somehow yours actually works with the space in it. I didn't know that was possible. But anyway, so you just remove the spaces just for that. And Aaron, what did you say? Sorry. Oh, okay, no worries. Awesome. So it looks like you used a B for bold. We were actually using a break to do line breaks. And so a break is a B and an R. And when you do that, it allows you to break. And so what I'd like you all to do right now is go to the line where we added a break and add an additional break. So I call these double breaks because that's exactly what they are. And you get a nice space. So you get this kind of nice space between your text. And so you just type it. Nope, should just be less than BR greater than. There you go. Awesome. And so now that we've got our lines spaced, that's basically kind of the basics of using mega text 4, right? So there's 36 lines, which gives you plenty of room to create any large string. So you can create paragraphs like this. You can create just specific words that get formatted. And so a really good example of using mega text is right here in front of you. This text gizmo formatting is made with mega text 4. And the only way we were able to make this is by having so many lines, because if you've ever tried to edit text, you know that skimming back is almost impossible. So being able to break it into a bunch of lines makes it easier to go back, make changes, add formatting, add a new line at the beginning. And so like I wrote this 3 or 4 months ago, and then this week I added this new title to the top. I can't even imagine having to go back. I think it's literally 1,000 characters in this, because if you look at the bottom, you'll note there's a second section because we overwent the 1,000 character limit. So like I would have literally had to click through 1,000 characters to add a new title. So mega text, it's pretty awesome. Highly recommend use it. And then I did want, I wanted to show sprites, but I don't think we're going to spend too much time on it. It's basically the same thing. You just type sprite equals and then the number of sprite that you want. And what's cool about that is you can get some cool faces, just like Gamer did. And I'm just going to put that right on your face. You can go screen cap that later, Gamer. There you go. And just kidding. But I like to actually leave this in my worlds, this mega text, so that when I'm making text, I can always come back to it. But as we're kind of just working through this world, I'm going to go ahead and delete it. I would definitely recommend keeping a copy of that under your world when you're working, so you always have access to that formatting tip. It doesn't really, so it's like, let's see. So say you wanted to say A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You could type in on line 1, A, line 2, B, and it would all be right next to each other. So it doesn't really matter what line, it's kind of where would you like it. So if you wanted the emoji to be at the top, you would say at the top, sprite equals, like, sorry, it's really easy for me to type. I've got, like, this is, I know, like, people are like, wow, how do you type so fast? So, so see how I just put that at the top and it puts it right there. But if I go and add a break, it'll move it to the top. There we go. And so it's just kind of like, where do you want it? So if you don't want it at the top, you could put it on a different line. And that's kind of part of keeping spaces between your lines, so that way you can always slot things in later and be like, oh, I really wanted to add an emoji here, and I just didn't think about that. I don't, but it's not easy. It's not difficult to do. So you'd say, sprite visible. Okay, and okay, so if you're watching this and you're a scripter, so if you're watching on the live stream right now, sorry, I can't really show you guys this in person, but what we're going to do really quickly, I'm not going to slow down, so if you're a scripter, you can follow along. If you're not, I apologize. But basically, we're creating a quick event loop. I'm not even going to change the name, it's just going to be my event. And then we're going to create a variable, which is a number variable called iterator. Now, iterators allow us to consistently count upwards. And so when you're using like a while loop, it's useful for that. But what we're going to do is constantly count our iterator up, but we need our iterator to stop at the number 15. And so we use modulus, that's this symbol here. Modulus allows us to divide and get the remainder. And so we're going to go throw a plus symbol. So we've got plus. So we'd say iterator plus 1. And then we're going to modulus 16. And so when the value equals 16, it actually returns 0, because we know that sprites range from 0 to 15. So when it reaches 16, it returns a 0 value, because 16 divided by 16 is 0. And so this allows us to keep our iterator always between 0 and 15. Now that we've got our iterator set up, we're going to display text on self. So we go to our Actions tab, hold down Display Text, and then we're going to display on self. And this is going to be a concatenation of strings. And I believe that's all I need. So we go to our Values tab in the center. We're using variable as string because we're going to use the iterator as the variable. And then we need to put a string input on the left and right side. I do apologize, this is so fast. I just really wanted to show something quite simple here. So we're going to put actually one more plus than one here, right here, and then delete this one and do that at the end. Oops, undo. And oh, if you haven't undo before, you can actually undo in script. Super valuable. Okay, iterator is string, and then put this here. And now we just type in the code. So we're typing in the string code. So we're going to type in Sprite equals, and so now we're saying Sprite equals the iterator. We do have to convert a number value into a string value because numbers are not strings, although they can look the same. So then Sprite equals number, we close it, and then we're displaying the number at the end. So basically we want to be able to say this Sprite equals this number, and every second we're going to iterate through this. And so I apologize, but I'm going to delete your script now, the chocolate, and we're going to replace it with this new one I just created. If I can find it, this is called Sprites. But we are done with the text, so anybody who wants to delete their text, please feel free to do that. If you want to save it, you can. This work's not really meant to be reused, but anyway, so here we are now going to go through all the sprites, and there you go. I should put that in the Essentials bundle. Yeah, so that's a fun one. You'll note inside the minigame laser tag house party, as well as the minigame template, we are using a random number to create random emojis as you're playing the game, which is pretty funny. And so it's basically the same thing you just saw there. And that's cool. So now we can see the number that equals each of these. I've never seen it before, so this is enlightening, actually. Me too. That is so fun. Okay, yeah. Reminder, I'm going to try and isolate this asset later and put it in the Essentials bundle. And if I can't isolate, I'll recreate it because it wasn't that difficult. It's great. And so if anybody wants to see that one last time in the script, you guys can come up behind me. If you tap the center here, it'll make the script visible. I'm going to explain this one really brief time for anybody who's wanting to actually follow along with this. Okay, so when the world is started, we're sending my event to self after 1 second. Then when my event is received, we set the iterator, which is a number variable, to +1. But because we don't want it to go higher than 15, we use the modulus symbol to make sure that so modulus divides and returns the remainder. And so if you think 1 divided by 16, the remainder, it's a decimal, right? So the remainder is 1, so it doesn't divide whole. And if you divide 16 by 16, you get 0 because there's no remainder. And so that's how this iterator gets updated. Then we display Sprite equals plus that number. Then we close it, we add a colon, and then we display the iterator number as a string, and we display it on self, and we attach this script to the text object. And then we send my event to self after 1 second. If you wanted this to go insanely fast, so if you really wanted some kind of fun emoji stuff, there you go. So, cool. And we'll go ahead and undo that. Now I'm going to go ahead and set this aside over here, and y'all are welcome to come check it out later. And I'll try and get this into the Essentials bundle next week or so. Cool. So as we continue moving our way along, we have this kind of section over here that's kind of fun. And since we're talking about text, I think this is maybe the next good spot to go to. Feel free to use, if you have a door to the Essentials bundle, love that. Feel free to do that. Feel free to just delete it. That's okay too. I won't be upset. Also have one at the plaza for our children friends who show up at the event. So I recommend leaving a plaza door when people just want to leave. Here we've got the Vidyuu tutorials plaque. So you're welcome to put this up if you want to give us a shout out. We appreciate it. Don't have to though. And then over here we have the Vidyuu sign as well. I saw a really cool use of this on, I don't know how to pronounce his name. It's something like FRYEP something. He used this in his world and created a little pedestal like this. It was really cool. And he just kind of put it on his walkway, something like that. And I thought that was really neat. So you can imagine if you wanted to give us a shout out, you can just put something like that. We appreciate the support. You don't have to, but if you do, thank you. And I'm just going to leave this over here too because I like that. Now over here, still in this section, this is another mega text here. So we put this together using mega text. So this is a really good example showing how you can concatenate a lot of information together and then quickly update it later, just like we just did. I'm going to go ahead and delete that one. And this is our welcome text. So the last person enter was Le Chocolate, and you can see that it says welcome. And so what you can do is open up the properties panel of this string, and actually you could edit this one, which is really easy to do, and I do this all the time. I'll change this out. You can change the sprite even. So on the properties panel, you can actually change the sprite by just typing in a different number like 8. And let's see what it says. Oh yeah, thank you. And so that's a nice one. That's a nice sprite. And so that's that. Then what this is displaying is after player name and your welcome. So you just basically combining this all together. So it says welcome, but you can also say leave now, right? So you could change it to be whatever you want. Leave now, Lake 05, or Aaron Beasley. You know, like you can make this say whatever you want. And then, so it doesn't necessarily have to be necessarily a welcome sign. It could be a get out sign. So you leave now, gamer988, or else exclamation point. And then you choose like an evil emoji, like number 10 is evil, right? I don't know what number 10 is. Oh yeah, that's actually pretty good. Or else. Ah! So yeah, you can see it's pretty cool how you can quickly edit this by changing what's after the name and what's before the name. And what I really wanted to show is how easy it is to set this up if you just have the script. So if you just have the welcome script, if everybody wants to go ahead and pull out a text gizmo, and then you're going to go through the drop down at the bottom right on attach script, and we can select the welcome text. There it is. And so once that's attached, and I wanted to check the live stream real quick. So why don't you guys go ahead and do that? Yes, Aaron, usually because of you, I became a creator. Oh, thank you, Sten. And make sure to check out drone racing. Drone racing, that sounds awesome. Lake's just taught hex code in under 30 seconds. I've learned a ton. Thanks, Phil's up. It's so funny. So if you guys weren't here for that part and you're still just like joining us, hex code, here it is. It's 0001023040506070809 or B0 C0 D0 E0 F is the highest value, and then it goes 1 0 1 1 1 2 1 3 and so on, always counting to F is the highest value. Anyway, there you go. So go back and check that part of the video out if you guys are super interested. There, I think that was 10 seconds. So just laughing. Sorry, I shouldn't have caffeine. This tea, I believe, is caffeinated. Okay. Hello, everyone. I would like to join the session. I am so sorry, but we can only have 4 in build mode at a time, or else I'd invite everybody. I swear, I really would. I tried to join, but couldn't go into creator mode. You guys can get into the essentials bundle, or you could import into your own essentials bundle. So thank you, Tape. I love the laughing face. That's so great. You guys are awesome. Woo! So what we were saying is, if you wanted to follow along, you could create your own empty world and then like have this audio on loud and import the essentials bundle yourself. I know that's not ideal, but it is possible. So okay, so we've all got our text. Has everybody been editing it? So it says, top of the morning, Gamer898. Thank you. I love that. That's so great. Welcome, Gamer898. Okay, yours is simple. Do you want to make it custom? And Chocolate's working on hers. And I'm going to go and adjust mine. Mine's pretty classic, right? So I've also got a break in here. Now, I know this isn't as nice as like the, it's not as nice as Mega Text 4 where you got multiple lines to your text formatting, but it's not really meant to be too much, right? So it's supposed to be like, what comes after the player's name? Welcome, player. You don't even need to have that text. It can just be an exclamation point in a sprite. And I think mine is like how simple that is. Welcome, Lake 05. It's that it can be that simple. It doesn't necessarily have to be a whole string. It can be something really quite simple. I'd even go as far as saying, let's break right here after welcome. Excuse me. So if you add a break after welcome, it'll make it into 2 lines here. And so you'll see welcome Lakes05. And in Coin Pusher, I'll show you what we did in Coin Pusher. But first, what was your question, Chocolate? When you select it, see how your object is selected? The script isn't running when the object is selected. And so the reason you're seeing the original is because it's selected. So if you let go of it, and then now head into, if I head into play mode. Oh, so I suspect what's happening is you're editing the text section, not the attached script section. Yeah, I'm so sorry. No. I should have been more clear. I'm sorry. Well, I hope we're unlocking a lot of these kind of barriers and getting this a little bit easier to use. All right, so you've got that. We'll see what yours says in a second. Gamers is coming along. And so what I wanted to show you while they're working on theirs is what we did in Coin Pusher. So in Coin Pusher, I got a really shocking email. And by email, I mean a message from, what's his name? Anyway, so this guy messaged me on Messenger. And I was like, what? Coin Pusher? No way. Like, I never even finished building that world. And so I immediately went in there and started to finish building the world. Because I was like, oh my gosh. I didn't know they liked it that much. And so I added this welcome sign. I had some other essential bundle assets. And, like under an hour, I was able to make it. So I took a sign like this, and then shrunk it down to be about the size that it would be. Some people's names are longer, so you have to keep that in mind. So yeah, like that one. And then you can also go into the auto fit setting right here and turn off auto fit, so that way the size is always the same. And so now when I join, you can see what the size of 10 looks like. So that's a little bit bigger. So we'll go ahead and scale that up a little bit, scale that over a little bit, scale that along, and then we'll select the text and snap it to the center. Now when you snap to the center, you do need to pull out just a hair. And then I went and took this object like this. I'll be right there, Gamer. And then I snapped it up like this. And I was like, that looks really cool. And so then you can take that and scale it in to where you like it. And maybe you can snap it right there. And then we'll turn snapping off, drag down, and then we'll snap up to here. So I turn snapping back on and snap it up to there. And now you got this really cool looking sign, right? Like really quite simple. Under Style tab, we can grab some like white metal, and that usually looks pretty cool. Nice. Like that. Maybe even grab like a slightly more intense metal tone for the top after that. Yeah. And that can be your welcome sign as people come in. Right. Yep. Simple as that, and it's pretty neat. And so you can just put that somewhere where people load in, and I think that's pretty neat. So I'm gonna go check out Gamers. What you got, Gamer? All right, let me load in over by yours. Welcome, Lakes05. Top to the bay to you. Okay, all right. Top to the bay. Sounds like a really cool rap song. I'm down. Top of the morning sounds like I'm drinking tea, which I am. So I'm going to continue drinking some tea. So if you haven't heard this sound, please feel free to use this in your world. Oh, that was a really bad. Let's try that again. I even got a little air in my throat. That was an accident. Here we go. Take two. Please do not use that in your world. Something was awful. Okay, so I want to help you chuckle at this. Let's see, where you at? Welcome, Chocolate. Welcome to my spots. Oh, nice. So you're really, really close here. So what we see is that you have welcome on the second part too. Welcome, Chocolate, to my spot. So what we want to do is go to this line where it says to my spot and delete where it says welcome, and just leave a singular space after the two. Or actually, why don't we break it? So delete welcome, and then you remember the code for break, the less than BR greater than symbol? Let's put that there. Yeah, so what you do is you click on the left side of the text, and it should slowly move to the left. Let me know if that's not working. Okay, let's try. So now try, I'm not going to touch it in case that might have been causing a bug. So right down here after player name, click on this side. Try also using your raycast. And you just want to tap it over and over again, and it's kind of painful to do. Is it moving now? Oh man. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. But you were really, really close. Really, really close. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So don't put welcome on this line because welcome's on the previous line, because this is what comes after the player's name. So you want to do like a space bar to my spot, or the other option was a break. So either a space or a break. Awesome. All right, so great job on your guys' signs here. And let's see. So chat, you guys have this awesome ability to comment. And I'd like you guys to vote for where we're going next. So go ahead and comment where you'd like to go. We've got script basics. We've got natural selections. We have good homes and clubs are us. And we've got that spinning toy out in the background there. So you guys comment what you want, and whatever we get 2 to 3 of, we'll do. So, I mean, you guys got huge sway here. There's only 7 of you. So comment what you want, and we'll do it. And if you guys are here in the classroom, you can go comment too. Or don't. It's fine. You can yell it out. Okay. Oh, no worries. I'm sorry. Okay. It's only your voice. Okay, so it is only my voice, they said. Cool. Script basics. Okay, new spinny thing. Okay, we got some votes in. Where you guys want? Clubs. All right, we got 1 vote for each. So we just need somebody to choose. Somebody's got to be the picking. I know that's a lot of pressure, but one person's going to vote, and that's it. Gamer, what are you thinking? Let's get your vote. What about chocolate? Edible food. Okay. 1 vote for edible food, 1 vote for spinny thing, script basics, clubs. Okay. I'm going to look at your guys' notes here in a second. Oh, is that another vote for clubs? Basic is cool. Okay, basic is cool. So here we are. We're going to start with something basic. So believe this or not, this is all basic. Let's go ahead and clear out this section. So if everyone wants to just delete their sign, I do apologize. We're going to keep deleting this world until there's nothing left. Oh, we want to keep that. No! That one could stay. So over here, we have the spinny thing. And this is actually really quite simple, like surprisingly simple. Yeah, let's all walk up and try it out. And yeah, this is actually a script basic. This has been in the Essentials bundle forever, but I attached it to this object just to show kind of like a dramatic use of the script. Yeah, and I look forward to seeing how people use this. I saw this first, so a huge shout out to, what's his name? I can't remember his name, but his world is Big Flacco House, and he's got something similar to this, and I was like, I love this. So yeah, shout out to that guy. I don't know what Flacco means. I'm not hip enough to know what that means, so hopefully it's not a bad word and I get banned or something. Oh, really? Well, I don't count as that, but cool. So what we want to see here is how to make this. So in very, very simply, I'm going to ask you all to make your own version of a spinny cog, and we're going to combine all of our cogs together and make a bunch of spinny cogs. So pull out any object you want to spin, and you can make a really crude Ferris wheel or anything for that matter. I'm going to do this. I like the way that looks. It's also a little dangerous, and I'm living on the edge. Okay, so sample all that. Then I kind of want to put in a little cup on the end, so we'll go and grab a cube for our cup. Cool. And then to make this really cube-like, we'll do that. We'll snap this here. And then, let's see, any radius, duplicate, snap, snap. And then duplicate and rotate. And then we need to scale it to here, scale it to there. Okay, so there's my cup. And this cup is a little too deep, so I'm going to shrink it down to like that. Select the bottom, and then snap that to the bottom here. That looks really nice. And then because I've got this all selected, I can grab my duplicate tool, and then snap point here to snap point there. And then array tool all the way around the edges. And like that, we've got my piece here. And then I want to zoom this into my grouping. So what I'm going to do is, doesn't matter if I accidentally select the group. I'm going to select all of this. And oh, I made a mistake. That's okay. We'll get to it. I'm going to go ahead and group that for a second. Property panel here. Select this. Zoom in. So there's this zoom in button that allows me to zoom into the group. And now I can let go of it by clicking one time. I'm going to ungroup this so it's not grouped in here. And now I can hit zoom out, or you can double click with your index trigger to zoom out. And now I've got my spinny ride here, which I'm going to go ahead and place right here. And I can't wait to show you how easy this is to animate. And then what I like to do is to make it feel more realistic, I grab one of these little like metal pieces and just snap that into the bottom so that way it looks like it's actually spinning around something real. So thanks. I like yours too, Gamer. That's nice. And ooh, very nice, Aaron. Ooh, I like this too. These are great. These are great. Okay, so I think the next step is to maybe talk about this one while you guys finish your designs. And so this here, you're going to notice there's an invisible cube, which is a little bit problematic, but it was because the edges of the cylinder weren't perfect. You might remember at the beginning we talked about that. And so by putting this cube here, it made sure that nobody was falling out, because what would happen is people would fall out right here on the edge. Sometimes these, so if I moved them into the center, that would have been another option, but I liked using this as the collidable mesh for the obvious reason we talked about earlier. So with that, I like this newer design because it looks cooler, it looks like more fun. I'm actually going to paint mine because I really like colors. I'm going to go the rainbow. I'm going to grab plastic 72. I want to make sure I don't paint the ground, so I'm going to lock the ground real quick. And then painting, there we go. We'll go with orange next. There we go. Got orange, yellow. There we go, green. Blue. I like cyan actually in my rainbow. And blue. Oh, we did? And since we have room for one more color, I'm thinking we go with pink. There's also this color here. Oh, I really want that color. That's not bad, actually. Okay, I like that. And your torture machine? Where is it? Oh, did you hand animate it? Yeah. Hand animations don't show up until you select them and then deselect them. Oh gosh, no. Okay, sorry, stream. We're not going to look at that. Go ahead and turn that off, gamer. We have some friends in our channel who have seizures if they see flashes, so you gotta be careful. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So this is hand animated. It's not as nice as a scripted animation, and we're going to show you how to make this even easier than what Gamer did. So what Gamer did is he hit the record animation, and I really, really like that. I'm going to ask that we just slightly stretch these upwards in the center so that we don't have the overlap there. Thank you. Or you can put like a cylinder there too. So maybe if I hit undo, yeah. So like we could do something like that, or yeah, your choice. So now what I wanted to show you how to do. So if we open up the properties panel, I'm going to try and get Chocolate up here with us too. What Gamer did was go to here and then hit animated, and then hit record, and then just spin it along this thing. So just like that. And so that's just by hitting record and then adjusting the settings. And I'm going to show you something that's even easier than doing that. And so what you do is go down to this bottom section and let's go and chocolate. I can't hear you, but oh, no worries. Oh, okay, no worries. And so at the bottom right here, we can click the attached script dropdown, and we're going to scroll through and find continuous rotation. So this is from the script basics section, and continuous rotation allows you to create objects that continuously rotate. I mean, it doesn't get more straightforward than that. Now, there's a few options here, and oh, it worked. Mine worked first time. It doesn't always do that. That's awesome. So under the options here, you can choose to use global rotation, which would be really interesting. Let's say we click use global rotation, and then I select this object and I tilt it like this. Watch this. This is going to look really interesting. Look at how that rotates. That is something else, right? Yeah. So global rotation means it's rotating around the world's y-axis. And so by doing that, you can get this really, really interesting look, which, I mean, that is special. Can I get that to center and make it look like a There we go. Correct. Yeah, so this is crazy. I'd maybe even go make this a little higher so that way it looks like it's somehow that looks like it could be right? Oh my gosh, I'm enjoying that too much. But we don't want to use the world's rotation. Say we want it to spin like this, right? So we want it to spin around the its own axis. So we turn this off, and now it spins along its own y-axis, and you get that sort of rotation, right? And that's also really cool. But we're going to go ahead and drop it to the floor. Did you get yours working, gamer? Nice. Okay. So now that you've got it grouped, or you're going to want to go select from the center one, and then select the whole thing. So it's kind of important which one you select first, but that's okay. So you want it to, okay, it should be fine. Okay, so now what you're going to do is open up the properties panel for it. Oh, that looks really cool too, Kevin. And then on the properties panel at the bottom right, you're going to select the script continuous rotation. Now, one thing I've noticed is if the rotation amount is 180, it actually will sometimes like bounce back. So I've been setting it to 90 recently, and then you can change the rotation delay to be more like, I don't know, 1 second, and it's going to get really fast. And that's probably too fast. I'd maybe go 3 seconds even, maybe even 6 seconds. I mean, these are supposed to be kind of fun rides, not nauseating, and in VR it's easy to get nauseous, so let's see. Oh, there we go. This is nice. I mean, I have that at 6 seconds, so it's really slow. I'm sitting down in a chair in real life, so this is feeling really interesting. Yeah, I like that. This is a fun ride. Oh yeah, no worries. So let's see. You can adjust it from the rotation delay right here. Now, I'm actually kind of shocked that all of ours are rotating correctly first time. Aaron, does yours work right off the bat? Okay, yeah, no worries. Okay, so now that you've got this spinning, what I wanted to show is that sometimes we have to guess and check. And so if you come in here, this isn't normally how mine works. Mine never works the first time. The fact that it worked for everybody basically the first time except for Aaron is crazy. This is what normally happens. I'm sorry, chocolate latte. You're going to get slipped. And so normally it's like, no, that's the wrong direction. And so what I have to do is come to rotate by and change this to be more like 90 here. So I just kind of guess and check until I get the right value. And then you can try other values too. Like if you want to go the other direction, try using -90. So -90, and you get it to go the opposite direction. And there we go. That's basically it. You get the chaotic one like Gamers got over there. You got the little peaceful one that I've made. And go ahead and change it from being in the Y slot to the X slot. So change it from 0 there, and then go to the Z. So it's X, Y, Z is the values we're looking at. So yeah, backspace that, and then, oh, that doesn't help, I'm sorry. So under rotate by, it says 0 to 70, 0. Is that what you see? So go ahead and make 270, 0, and the last 0, 90. So change it from 0 to 70, 0 to 0, 0, 90. Okay. And then when you hit enter, we should see some really weird effects. There it goes. There you go. So that might not be what you want in this case, but in some other cases, like if you wanted a rotating coin as kind of like a, piece of art in your world. Oh no, Aaron, no! So good. And yeah, so then we basically just guess and check until we get it right. And so to show everybody where this script is at, it's right here under continuous rotation. There's a couple examples in here. One that's grabbable, or actually they're both grabbable, actually. So yeah, that's our rotation, continuous rotation script. I'm going to go ahead and delete this. Yeah, we're going to just slowly delete everything. Sorry, everybody's rotations are stopping. It's time to get rid of our rotation stuff. It's that time of the world. Yeah, you can delete mine. I feel bad. Bye. Thanks, gamer. I did it to you guys, so it's my fault. I deserve that. Okay. So now that we have gone through the continuous rotation, we wanted to go back to script basics. I do want to go double check. That's what everybody said in the chat. Yo, chat, what's up? What's good? Shout out to Vidyuu. Thank you. New spinny thing, we got that covered. Carnival ideas, nice, nice. Is money wheel possible? Interaction. I'm not sure. I have to think about that. Hey, Galactic Victoria, thanks for being in the chat. Great to have you here. All right, so let's see. Script basics, there's a lot in here. I'm kind of wanting to do what Gamer said, though, and go to edibles, which is kind of a script basic. So if you guys come with this over here to edibles, actually, there's a new toy over here that I'm thinking most of you haven't seen yet. This is the Dandelion. And volunteer, give it a blow. You have to get up close and go. And oh, there you go. It still worked. And so the Dandelion will blow in whichever direction you blow. So there it goes. And it's not. I like to pretend that it is because it's more fun that way. So in a second, I'll show you my pretend demo. But it's cool because they're low gravity, so they just kind of slowly fall. And the way we did this is by using a break apart script, but we remade it and then applied the forward direction of the player plus a random force, which is how it creates that kind of. But you can basically just touch it. So why don't you just touch it and see what happens? Yeah. Yeah. but it's really fun. So it's a pretty big trigger, actually. So it's supposed to detect your face. So it's relatively big. Yeah. So those are fun. And I guess we should show you how to make your own custom dandelion, right? So as part of gamers over there taking a chow down, we're going to go ahead and make our own plant that we can blow apart. So it doesn't have to be a plant. Whatever you want to have that can be, quote, blown apart or that blows in a direction. We can come to break apart in a second, but I think this one's really cool. So if we go to design something really simple, I'm going to ask that we not take too much time on the design here. As much fun as that is, I'm just going to build kind of a large dandelion. And there we go. So this is my design. It's not great, but it is something. And then what I want to do is kind of make it into pieces. So this is one piece. And then because that these pieces need to be identical, I'm going to start with one basic piece. So let's have, yep, just a really basic one. And then once you've made this piece that's going to get blown apart, open up the properties panel, and we're going to make it interactive. Don't make it grabbable, but give it physics. And then under physics, you'll have option for custom gravity. And under custom gravity, we want this to just waft. So we're going to say -0.1, so really, really low. And then, yeah, no problem. So once you've grouped it together, open up the properties panel. No worries. So it looks like it hasn't been grouped yet. So you need to hit the group button. Yeah, there you go. And then now when you open the properties panel, and then click interactive. And then make it physics. And then if you scroll down, there's going to be a section called use custom gravity. Go ahead and click that. And then change the value to be 0, -0.1, 0. Nice. Yeah, that's fine. 0.10 is fine. That's the same. Cool. So now what you want to do is from the properties panel, we want to switch it back to animated. So we've set up our physics properties, but we want to switch it to animated. And by switching it to animated, it will now be locked in place until we use a script to change it. And now we're going to make 5 of these pieces. So go ahead and duplicate. Well, you don't have to do 5. So if you don't want 5 pieces, that's fine. But I'm going to have 5 pieces. So there's 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I think I just remembered that we need to make these non-collidable. Let me go double check that that's the case. Yes, they need to be non-collidable. So go ahead and you can select all of your pieces once you've got them all, and then open the properties panel for the selection, and then you can select collidable and turn it off. The reason collidable has to be off is because otherwise they will collide with each other and they just get clumped up and don't actually break apart. Okay, so now that we've got our 5 pieces and we've got the physics set up on them, we set them to animated rather than physics, we're then going to pull out a trigger gizmo. So everybody go ahead and grab a trigger gizmo. And this is what's going to cause this effect to apply. So we're going to place the trigger here, stretch it, make it bigger, and then open up the properties panel. And then once you have the trigger properties panel, we're going to attach the script blow apart. So you're going to scroll through and find the blow apart script. There it is. Okay. So now that blow apart is attached to the trigger and it's triggering on players, we just need to reference our objects. So we have to reference all 5 of the pieces, and there's a slot for that that says empty. And so when you open up the properties panel on the piece, you can then drag it over into the reference. And then what I like to do here is lock each piece that I've already done, so that way it's easier to figure out which ones I have and haven't done. And so I haven't done this one because it's not red. Yes, as well as object 4 and 5. It doesn't matter which one it is if you don't have all 5 pieces. If you're just doing 1 piece or 2 pieces, you just have to fill out for the pieces you do have. So I'm going to have 5. So it does make it a little bit hard. Okay, I did this one. I need this one. And then part 1 and lock. It's okay. Okay, we're going to drop that into part 2 and lock, and drop part 3 right here. Okay, so now I have referenced all 5 of my, oh, missed this one. Yep, so I've referenced all 5 of my pieces, and lock that one as well. Then I'm going to keep the reset delay. Well, I'm going to wait for everybody to catch up. So everybody's got their pieces referenced? Yes. Okay, so then on the bottom of the script, there's a reset delay. I currently have it at 30 seconds. I'm going to change mine to 5 seconds. And there is a sound effects that we could link in. So if you wanted it to make a sound, you can link that in as well. If you don't, it should be fine. And now I'm going to stop, reset, and play. And this is important when you're working with a script that uses position, otherwise the position doesn't get updated. And then we can walk into our piece and, hey, look at that. A little too strong, but that was really cool. So, and then it's already reset, and there we go. And so what we're seeing here is the explosion strength is a little too strong. And so if we open up the trigger properties panel, we can adjust explosion strength. And so right now, explosion strength is set to 5. Let's go ahead and change it down to 1. And now when I walk into it, we should get a much lighter, just kind of break apart, just like that. Kind of curious why yours didn't work the second time too. Oh, there it goes. Nice. Yeah. Ah! Very nice. And so La Chocolate, I do want to help you here. So let's, I'm going to delete mine now. And we can start cleaning this section up. Okay, so let's take a look at your trigger here. And on the trigger, you have it correct. So we just need to reference these objects. And so at the bottom of your, you see where it says group, drag that group pill into the empty slot on object 5, 4, or part 1, 2, and 3. And yeah, you're going to use your raycasts. Nice. Into the empty pill slot right here. Or I'm not sure where it is on your view. Oh, perfect. So you got that one referenced. And then you just do that for all of them. And once you've referenced them all, they will all be connected in. And so we have some other scripts that are very similar, including this break apart script here. It's nearly identical. And so you'll see the chair breaks apart. These ones have physics on because the way we've designed them, they don't get interconnected, like a little bit, as you can see here. But you can also grab those, which is Let's see if we can cause this treehouse to break. And the treehouse breaks. And so this uses a very similar script. And so you could do the same thing, but that script is called break apart. So that's this fall apart, excuse me. So the fall apart script is going to allow you to basically do the same thing, but the explosion strength is random, whereas this one is directional. So this uses directional based explosion strength. And so you could use this for something else that doesn't necessarily need to loft and float away. I guess bowling pins, I think, is kind of where you were going. Like you could actually create bowling pins and do that, and it would work, which is crazy. I didn't even realize you could do that. You could create a ball without, no, it would be a little bit of adjustment to the script. Yeah, let's see. Oh, did you delete Chris? Chocolate? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you get it close though? It looked like you were really close. Okay. So we are done with the fall apart, but I guess let's go into the script, Aaron, real quick so you can see what you'd want to do to get bowling pins to work. So right now, we are using origin position and origin rotation for each of these. This is a really tedious way to set up bowling pins. Like if I was doing bowling pins, I wouldn't do it this way, but as a really simple script, it's pretty easy to follow along with what's happening here, right? So we're saving the origin rotation, and origin position of each pin. And then down here, we say when trigger is entered by the player, we are counting the players. So obviously you wouldn't need to do this. You just leave it at 1. So the counting doesn't necessarily matter. But what we do need to do is say when trigger is entered by object, not by player. And so all of this would be moved into when trigger is entered by object, which is actually really easy to do. So grab event action when trigger is entered by object, place that above when trigger is entered by player. We don't really need this counting mechanism anymore. We kind of do though. So I guess we're going to move it all into when trigger is entered by objects. So we're going to count objects. So I guess if you needed something to break by 2 balls, you could do that. So I've moved everything out of the when trigger is entered by player and up into when trigger is entered by object. And then we need when trigger is exited by object for correct. Yep, I was able to move the entire if block, which made it really easy. And then we can drag that up into when trigger is exited by object. And now we are counting the objects inside of the trigger. And it's trying to get a forward direction of a player torso. Oh, because this is the blow apart script. And I guess you wouldn't use forward direction of the player. You'd use the forward direction of something else. The ball's going to be rotating, so that doesn't really work. I guess you could use the player, actually. So, oh, sorry, what were you saying? No worries. Oh, no worries. Thank you so much for coming. Oh, well, thank you so much for coming. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, bye. Yeah. I don't know. I'm like always afraid we're gonna like stop being live, but it's an hour and a half so far. And I was planning for at least 2 hours, and we still have a lot to go through. So if you guys are just joining the live stream, we have room for 1 more now. And let's see. Anybody, if I would love to invite you in, but you need to be available. So to finish kind of what we're looking at here, what I was going to say is we could still use the forward direction of the player because we know that the grabbed object was owned by that player. And so if we go to the Actions tab at the very bottom, there's one called Owner of Object, which we can then drag into the player pill slot. And then we get the owner of the object that entered the trigger because we know it was thrown by the player. That gives us the forward direction of the player. Now, what's funny is that if the player turns around and the ball hits the pins, they'll come flying towards the player. But nobody else needs to know that but you and me. Only we need to know that. That's a party trick that you can use. But that's going to give it so it breaks in the forward direction, which should look good. Then it adds this random explosion strength. And yeah, that should work. And then it re-enables. It only works for, however long the reset delay is. So if you have the reset delay at 30 seconds, they have enough time maybe to throw a second ball before that 30 seconds is up and it resets. But no, they're all going to break, right? So this is going to cause a strike to happen every single time. So I guess it doesn't matter because this is just perfect strike bowling. This is perfect strike bowling. Although, actually thinking about it, if you did do this for each individual pin, you could put a trigger in front of each pin, right? And the ball would have to hit. Yeah, okay. I mean, it doesn't cause the cascading effect. It doesn't cause a cascading effect, which is kind of problematic, but maybe it would. Kind of hard to say. Anyway, I think play around with it, see what you can do. It'd be a lot of fun. If you give them physics, maybe they would just fall apart naturally if you just put this on a couple of them, like the Ford ones. It'd be very interesting to see. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we've done blown apart. We understand that fall apart is basically the same thing. So if you see I open up the trigger on this thing, you'll see that it's using the wood break sound effect. The explosion strength is still here. The parts 1, 2, and 3. This one only supports 3 parts rather than 5 parts. You also have reset delay. And the player count allows you to say how many players to break. So let's say this is a 2-player, this is now a 2-player break. So now I have to be here and you have to be here, and then it breaks. And so it's like, no, 2 people can't fit on 1 chair. That actually makes sense, right? Like maybe I should have designed it that way from the beginning. But you could also do something ridiculous like this. This treehouse could break with 1 person. Right now it's set to 3, but if I change it to 1, it should break. But I think because you were standing there, there it goes. And so it just breaks immediately. It's like, no. And so yeah, some pretty cool stuff there. Yeah. There we go. So we're going to go ahead and delete this there. What I will notice about the tree, if you're using this tree house, is that there's a teleport button, because to get up these ladders, only a player with, in fact, I'm actually going to save this ladder for a demo real quick. Only players in slide motion can walk up ladders. So a teleport button is necessary. And even if you are in slide motion, it can be kind of difficult to get up a ladder. So definitely kind of keeping in mind accessibility as you're building these things. And so in this ladder, you can see what it looks like. So these were made invisible on the other ladder, which is why it looks so perfect. Now what you could do is actually rotate these rungs at this same angle and slide them just slightly. And that actually does work somewhat well and can save you a few objects. I do that in like really extreme cases. But there you go. So that's the ladder. This is our break apart sound effect. And I guess we have the throw a burger. So this is pretty similar to what we just did with the fall apart, except for it's an object rather than a trigger that we're attaching it to. And so it's an object with physics attached. And you'll see that behind it, there are the pieces. So all the pieces for these are hidden behind here. And so what happens is when you throw this, these physics-based objects that are non-collidable get spawned in, and it's almost identical to what we were just seeing with the break apart, except it's on an object. So if you design your own object and attach this script, the throw a burger, you can attach the sound effect, parts 1, 2, 3, and 4. You can also change explosion strength. So let's set this to be like 10 and see what happens. So on the hamburger, I have set the explosion strength to 5 times more. So it's the hamburger there. Let me hit reset. Stop. Reset. And play. So someone want to grab that burger and give it a, oh, that was bad. I'm not sure what happened there, but it was bad. Okay, here we go. Ah, it's just very intense explosion. Yeah, so lots of fun to be had there. Definitely enjoy using the break apart stuff. It is a lot of fun. They are kind of expensive on a capacity cost though, so kind of think about that too, because each one of these is about 1% capacity. These are actually visible continuously. They just are non-collidable, so they're constantly falling. So in some of my worlds, I'll accidentally put them in a bad spot, and you'll just see these pieces appear randomly, and then they'll fall immediately. And so it's like, what are the random falling things? And that's what they are. Okay. So that's our throwables. Oh, and then this apple tree, I deleted the script already, but it uses the break apart script as well. And so it says when someone enters this, these 3 apples fall off the tree, and it has very low explosion strength, so that way it looks like they're falling rather than exploding. So that's how the apple trees work. All right, we're getting into the edible section. This is what Gamer really wanted. I see you made an apple here, Gamer, and a tree. Oh, you can make that look like broccoli. You could eat broccoli. I love broccoli. That's some weird looking for. You're looking at the sound effect. Wait, is that not supposed to be broccoli? Because I'm making it broccoli. Oh, right. I was going to go look and see who wanted to join us. That looks good. I would eat that. Oh, that looks so delicious. Okay, let me go look at the chat while you make your edible. Okay. Chat says Faultline Drifter. That's the first name I saw, so I think I'm going to add you, Faultline. Here we go. Manage collaborators. And we're adding F-A-U-L-T, fault line. Got you. There you are. And you're online. Perfect. Invite as editor. Sweet. We'll see you soon. Okay. So invite sent to fault line. Then collaborators, double check that I got that out. Yeah, this is an interesting class because we're kind of, oh, anyway, it's not working. But I think you got the invite. We'll see you in a sec. And let's see, what else you guys saying? Happy I caught this. Whoa, I like the way they float away. Wow, this is nuts. Oh, you guys are awesome. Let's see. If objects are collidable, wouldn't pins hit each other? Yeah, exactly. Wheels up, you nailed it. That's exactly right. That's what I'm thinking. So I think you just need to do it to each of the front pins, and then it would cause that. And it would be kind of neat, though, if you set it up to a point where, like, if you hit the first pin, it causes all 5. But if the side pins only did 1 pin, that'd be kind of neat. I'd love to see how that works. Cool. Okay, so let's see. Oh, I'd love to join, but I'm not sure my internet could handle it. Definitely looking forward to getting fiber. Oh, for Galactic Victoria. Oh, man. Oh, this is a recent bug. I'll have it fixed in the next update of the Essentials. This guy is supposed to be in the games area. And yeah, anyway, I think I moved it in 2 out of the 3 bundles. So anyway, I'll get it fixed on them. You made an edible tree? Okay. So first of all, you need to know how easy it is to make an edible. So you take a grabbable object. Any grabbable object, you can attach the edible script. So I just removed the script to show how easy this is. We can then click on this button, scroll down to find the edible script. And there's edibles. So we select edibles. And once edibles is selected, you can link in a sound effect using the reference pill here. And we can change the delay. This is currently set to instant. So I come in here, put this up to my mouth, and I ate the apple. Easy peasy. And so this is an, oh, did I get shrunk? I haven't seen that one. So these Doritos we made instant, so that way you could just continuously eat the Doritos. But this apple, I'd recommend putting like a 3-second delay. Fallen Drifter, welcome. Thanks so much for joining us. Woo! So yeah, we're working on creating edibles. And the next one is drinkables. So you can see how, oh, I really want to eat the broccoli. Thank you. Delicious. I actually really want broccoli now with some butter and salt. Oh, so good. Yes, please. Yeah, so basically you can make any grabbable object edible. I mean, it's really that simple. You just put it up to your face. And so what we're going to show you now is drinkables. Also, check out this new cup I added. Shout out to the guy who designed the original version. I just made it kind of a similar model with a little bit of text opacity. Very expensive cup, but if you only have like 3 of those in your club, shouldn't be too expensive. They're just really, really nice. Really like the way that looks. Yep. Be careful with the sipping noises. It's hear that? Don't. That's coming from the cup. Oh, you can't hear it? Oh, it's so that's bad. So it's funny because some people are using these assets and they don't know their sound effects, and they're like, "Who's making that noise?" And so I put a really kind of funny one on this one because I wanted to hear it in other people's worlds, and it just goes, delicious. It's just something really, really light. Yeah. Yeah. So let's see. Drinkables are basically the same as edibles with one difference. So let's say we make a cup like this one. We duplicate the cup. We can change the color, right? So if we want it to be, let's go grab a style, green drink. We're going to select the color, undo, undo, select green, and then color that. Now I've got this green drink in here. And then I open up the properties panel, remove the drinkable script so we can demonstrate how easy this is to set up. So on a grabbable interactive object, we hit the drop down. We're going to go find drinkables. There it is. Voila. We can now connect in a sound effect. I recommend grouping the sound effect inside like that one is. You can change the delay, so how long does it take before it respawns. But what's interesting is the sips per bottle. And so the idea is that you set up a bunch of drinks at your bar. People grab the drinks from the bar. They can grab them, walk around, drink on them for however many sips you set it up. Then it gets respawned back to the bar, and someone else can come by and pick it up. And so you can type in however many sips. You can type in 3, you can type in 10. And after that person has drank that many sips, the object gets returned back to the original position. Yeah, so pretty neat. Any questions about edibles or drinkables? It doesn't, though, no. No. Yeah, it's just more of a counting method. Cool. Any questions about the edibles? I'm going to go ahead and keep us moving forward, so I'm deleting these. I apologize if you're working on an edible there, gamer. And same with you, Frontline. All right, so we are done with these. And I guess we're going to just take a quick moment. Yeah, by edible tree. We're going to take a quick moment to talk about some of the regular basic assets. So there's a lot of art pieces in here that you can just use and modify to your own liking. And like there's this fan here, and we deleted the rotation script, so it's not rotating anymore. So if that ever happens to you, all you do is open up the properties panel and drop down and attach the rotation script, just like we did with our toys earlier. And so that's how this fan works. The fan is gorgeous. I'll even use this as just a light fixture in my world, where I'm just using just the light bulb part. Like, really nice piece. Couch is nice too. You can recolor that. It's a nice soft couch. It uses soft cubes and a lot of soft edges, so it is relatively expensive on cost. But if you want one really nice couch, there you go. Got a little floor mat there. And then over here, we have a fire. Now, this is animated by hand, so these are hand animated. So I'm just going to kind of quickly demonstrate how we build a fire. You guys want to follow along, and we'll all build a custom fire together? Gamer's like, I want to make a car. We'll come back to the car. Okay, so go ahead and you can duplicate one of these logs if you'd like. And we're just going to build a little campfire. And then once you've built a campfire, we need to make some fire bits on top of it. So go ahead and grab, maybe a pyramid or something like that. You definitely want to paint it with unlit. So when you go to your style tab, you're going to select like an unlit orange. So make sure to hit the unlit from the drop down, select the color you want. And then that is now the color of our fire. You can also get a custom orange by going to the drop down for manual color slider. This is kind of nice if you want to get kind of a more reddish, fiery orange. Really like that one. And then we can create some other colors later. And then what I recommend doing is duplicating a few of these like that, making them at different heights. And we're going to group these together to save on capacity. So if I group, and we'll actually make this one even smaller. And we're going to select the 3 of these and group them. Now, is everybody here comfortable with animating? Gamer's obviously comfortable. Has everybody else done some animation before using the record animation? Okay. So once we've got these grouped, we open up the properties panel. We're then going to go down here to click animated. We can then hit record. And now that I'm recording, it won't start until I actually start recording. I make sure my snap tool is off. Then I grab from the stretch cube and slide down and then up. And then I can kind of just give it some waves like that. Then I'm going to hit stop. And now I want this animation to be smooth. So what I'm going to do after it's finished recording there is change the loop to be back and forth. So this prevents it from cutting. Basically, it's always continuously moving back and forth. Then we click play on start to true. The speed was a little slow, so I'm going to double it up to 2x. And now we've got this really, really nice looking fire piece here. And so this is a really good start to making your fire. And by doing 3 pieces animated at the same time, it saves us a lot of capacity because these 3 are only 1 animated object versus 3 animated objects. So this is going to save us a third. This is 1/3 equivalent of if I animated them each individually. Then what we can do is actually really simple. So we're going to hit stop world for a second. Sorry, anybody, if that stops you, but you definitely want to stop the world when you're working on animations. Then we're going to rotate, snap, or duplicate rotate this. And I'm going to slide this until I get it into a position I really like. And that's pretty close. I can zoom into the grouping if I want to, but I'm kind of happy with that. And then I'm going to change the color on these after I'm done. But now that I've got this in position, I can scale it down a little bit so it's slightly different. Then open up the properties panel and change the speed to be 1.9. By having slightly different speeds, they will never be in sync. And let's go and grab some different colors real quick. So we're going to grab like another unlit orange. It's a little different in here. And then we're going to grab kind of more of a flamey red, which will drop here, over here. And then go hit play. So script panel will be set and play. Now we have two. Because they are out of sync, it's harder to tell, and it's going to take a second before they really get out of sync, but it's harder to tell that they are all groupings, right? And so over here, I actually have like 4 different sets of groups. And so it really feels like there's a lot happening. And so here's just a quick example with 2. And then you have gamer with just 1, but you can imagine if that was duplicated and you had a second piece, it might actually look really nice. Yeah, now we got some music going and we're all set, right? So very nice. But yeah, so that's basically it. Oh, I should have added some yellow. That's what I'm missing. But anyway, you guys get the idea. It's really neat. The other cool thing that's on this fire is this text. I'm not going to overly explain the text, but basically it's got some special script running on it that causes it to waft upward and constantly look slightly different. It was just something light to add to the fire to make it a little more unique. It really wasn't what I was going for. I really wanted to make, I don't know if you guys have been to Wendy's, but they've got this new fireplace in there that's kind of like an electronic gas fireplace sort of thing. And I've been really wanting to make something like that in Horizon using text, but I haven't been able to pull it off. So that was why I was starting with that idea, and then I just decided to add it to this until I can come back to it later. So yeah, any questions about the fireplace? I'm gonna go check the stream for comments, see what everybody's saying. Curious how expensive that script is if you wanted to make many dandelions. Great question, Tape. Dandelions are extremely expensive because each one is like 1.25%. So if you wanted to have, I don't know, say 10 of them, that would be 10, 12% of your animation capacity. And if you have your players set up to like 50%, then that's using up 20% of your simulation animation for just 10 dandelions. So I definitely recommend 1 animated dandelion and the rest of them just being art in the background. And even then, because they're so intense, you might consider just doing a simple ball for all the simple ones and just having one that's kind of like this main focal point in the center that you walk up to and you can interact with, but the rest are just simple balls on sticks just to make a giant field and help create the feel. Let's see if there's any other questions. Okay, I like the way they float away. Nice. You guys feel free to comment. I am reading them. I know it's hard to read them in VR, but you guys are more than welcome to leave your thoughts, questions, comments, all of that. Please do. What about Burn Bun's campfire in the Essentials bundle? That's a good idea. Burn Buns, if you're listening, people are asking for your fire. You interested in a partnership? I'll reach out to him next time I see him too. He's got a really great fire. If you haven't seen it, he has a talk on the Vidyuu Nights channel, and it's really good. So Burn Buns on Vidyuu Nights. Cool. So we're going to go ahead and stop the world while I delete these. Animations, like I mentioned earlier, are buggy. I apologize if you guys are still working on that, but we're going to keep moving forward. So, yep, Gamer's like, yes, I'm all about that delete life. So excited. Oh my gosh. There we go. Cool. I'm deleting so that way I know what's still left to do. So, real quick note, these new signs are fabulous. I love them. They're amazing. You can actually just grab them, scale them, make them your own sign, and put your own text in there, put them out. They're fantastic. A good example is this one over here, doors that slide and rotate. And if you haven't seen a text object that functions like this before, basically it's a grouping, And inside the grouping, you have to set it to animated. And then on the attributes tab, change billboard to lock Y. If it's freeform, it does this, which is also pretty cool. But most of the time you want lock Y, so that way it stays like it's grounded. And yeah, that's what that is. So that's pretty cool use of the sign as well. Go ahead and delete that one. We will come back to this whole section later, but we're going to keep moving through some of our natural selections. And so we've got some trees. I love this tree here. You can take just branches of it and place it around your world. All three of the trees that look like this are slightly different. I made sure to kind of make them all a little unique. It's hard to tell those, so but feel free to just you can ungroup it like this, select this guy here, and then you can have a piece like that, right? And so if you're really low on capacity, this is a great way to stretch a singular object out and get a little bit more out of it. So, something like that. And then you can put these on cliffs off in the distance and they look good. And you could even do something like that. There's just a lot you can do with there. So I encourage you to kind of think creatively with these assets. They don't necessarily have to be just what you see. You can really customize them and make them your own. And yeah, so that's one of the trees there. We've got another tree here, which is also pretty cool. I think we still need to fix that today. Yeah, there's a log in this one. I keep forgetting to go and delete. I'll have to come in and remind myself to delete that. So there's an invisible log in here. Basically, anytime you have one of these trees or a bunch of these, go in and delete this log. Or sometimes if they're off in the distance, I'll delete like all of the branches because they're off in the distance and people aren't really getting close to them. So there's kind of like thinking about how you can save space that way is also nice. These are kind of some sample rocks that are kind of nice. I use these in a lot of builds, as you can see here with the waterfall. And so the waterfall is pretty neat. So let's go ahead and play the world so you can see the waterfall. I've actually been thinking about updating the waterfall to get rid of the spinny piece. So if you accidentally delete the rotation script, check out the beginning of this video where we look at how to attach rotation. But basically there's a spinning wheel here that rotates. And I've been thinking about making the water just bigger and looking something like that. I did this in a world I'm working on right now, and I just love the way it looks. You have to have something behind it, though. There has to be a cave or a rock wall to really sell the bit, but it just looks so much nicer than the spinning rotation wheel. And then you'll also note inside of here, there's a little splashing effect, and this is fabulous. And so say, for instance, I'm going to ungroup this waterfall, and we grab this whole thing. Sure, the whole thing. Why not? Okay, so I got the whole thing. We're going to unselect this up here, and then we're going to grab this, make it bigger. And the point of this is to show how this splash effect is getting teleported around. And so now that I've let go of it, try running into it. Maybe. It is working, right? It's just so big you can't see it. There it is. Okay, yeah. So yeah, you only get it when you jump in the first time. But basically, you can place this script anywhere in your world you want to have water, and it'll teleport the water effect there. And yeah, it's kind of neat. So you could simply duplicate this. There's only one visual effect, right? So if everybody jumps in, it's just going to teleport around. And you can imagine if you have a puddle here, like in the video Oculus just demonstrated, and then you could duplicate this puddle all over the place. And then each of these. Bye, gamer. Thanks for coming. So we have room for one more. If you guys want to leave your username in the comments, I'll scroll through, see if there's someone else in there who wanted to join us. We already got you. Cool. So Galactic Victoria, if you did want to try, I'll send you an invite right now. And then if anybody else wants to leave their Oculus username, we will add you as collaborators as well, so you can join in. We have maximum of 4 people in build mode, so we can only have so many. But yeah, cool. Let's see if you pop up with that. There you are. Invite as editor. Cool. So feel free to join even with your internet. But yeah, so what's really cool about this is you just duplicate it and it works. And so let's try jumping in at the puddle at the same time. So everybody jump in this puddle. 3, 2, 1, and go. Oh, that's right. Delay. But But for the most part, it looks really good. Even though it's just one visual effect being teleported around, it still looks really nice. And so I usually get away with just one visual effect all the time, so I wouldn't feel bad if that's what you do. I'm going to go ahead and delete this. And if you're trying to set this up, it's really easy to set up. So you can do a lot with this. It doesn't have to be a splashing effect. It's a great example. But if you look at the script, we've attached the splash script, and you've got room for a visual effect and a sound effect. So anything that you want to trigger with a visual effect and sound effect can be attached here. It's a really simple script. We have a tutorial that just went live yesterday. Yep, wherever in the trigger the player is. It's specifically using their feet, though. So this is set up for feet. And so speaking of that, if we go into, I'm going to delete some of this stuff in here. Yeah, so if you open up the script over here, the splash script, inside of it, you'll see it's a really, really straightforward script. If we go to variables, you'll note there's 2 object variables, which you can create by clicking new variable, selecting object, and giving it a name. And so you get 2 object variables. And then over here, we just say when trigger is entered by player, move the visual effect and sound effect to the foot position of player. And then position of is found on the operators tab. So if you go to operators, scroll down to, let's see, player. It's pretty far down. There it is. Position of player goes in right here. You drag player pill in, and then you get to decide where does it go. So it doesn't have to be the foot, right? It can be their torso or their head. So wherever you want it to be. And then it plays those. Exactly. You got it. Really easy. So now you know that. That's basically how the script works. It's a pretty simple one. We just had a tutorial launch yesterday on it. It's on the Facebook page and the Facebook group, so definitely check that out. It's midway through the 20-minute tutorial, but it's so simple we thought it was important to include. And here, we're going to go ahead and get rid of this rest of this waterfall. And the next thing to look at is this little flame here. So this is a cool little flame, and I just use this everywhere. What's neat is you can probably do something other than a flame. Let's try something else. I'm curious, what happens if you do grenade? Why not? That's probably not going to show up because it's so small. So if I change the scale to be how about 5, just really big. Oh, snap. Okay. Okay. So that's weird. I wouldn't recommend doing this, but what you could do is, let's say we take the scale down to 2, right? And we change the type to be a sphere, and we change the gravity to be 1. You get these kind of falling spheres. And then over here on the script, it's called Simple Launcher. So it's the Simple Launcher script. I can change it to be 1 second rather than 10 seconds. And basically, you just get these constantly falling balls. And so we could change the gravity to be more like 5, change the scale to be more like 1. And now you get this kind of like falling ball effect. You can change it to be maybe even a 0.5, so it's a little bit smaller. And then instead of using the flame torch, right, we could create something like a dripping water effect. So change the color. There's a color attribute section over here. Projectile color, we'll change it to be cyan, so that's 0.6. And now it looks kind of like falling water. 0.7, 0.7. Right? So you could make like a little drippy faucet somewhere, change the scale of that to be the size that you want it to be. So we could add a 0.2 even. Yeah. So another really simple script. It's just called Simple Launcher. You really just affect the projectile launcher settings, and it's just constantly launching a projectile with that delay. So whatever the settings are on the projectile launcher. And so to quickly show you setting this up from absolute 0, go to your build menu, go to Gizmos, pull out a projectile launcher. Y'all are welcome to do this. And then I'm actually going to fire this one up. So that one's firing down. So we're going to do a different one that fires up. Attach the script Simple Projectile Launcher. Let's see if we can find that. Simple. I know there's so many scripts in here. Simple Projectile Launcher. There it is. And the delay is a default of 60. So we'll go ahead and set this to be a delay of, I don't know, 0.5. Okay, and now we've got these lasers that are firing up twice per second, which are pretty cool just by itself. I haven't even affected the projectile launcher properties at this point. So that's pretty neat. Then we can go into the projectile launcher and we can change gravity to be more like 10. So now this should get fired up and then start falling down. And so now you get this kind of up and down effect, which is kind of neat. And then what you could do is change it from being a sphere with a trail to being the rocket launcher. And so now these rockets go up and they come down. And that's pretty cool, isn't it? Let's like zoom out on that. Like that is, that's something else. And basically, there's a lot you can do just playing around with these attributes to see what you like, what you want to create. Trail length we can set to be 0, I guess. What does that do? Maybe if I set the trail length to be 10 on the rocket, so it's constantly going up. It's kind of almost pulsating now. Wow, that's kind of neat. Let's set the trail length to 20, see if that changes it. And it's not really changing it. So what we could do is increase the gravity strength to 20. And now we're starting to get kind of like a water falling effect, right? But it's relatively short and like low. Wow. Anyway, so there's a lot you can do here. And, you know, it doesn't have to necessarily be a rocket, though. It could be the sphere. And then you could change the sphere scale to be like 5. Oh, that's way too big. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Change it. Go smaller. So anyway, you could do something like that. We could change it into the cyan hue like that. And now it kind of almost looks like water. And, you know, there's a lot you can do with this. It's just simple launcher. So basically allows you to do whatever you want to do with the launcher. And yeah, you guys are doing some great stuff. Did we lose? Wait. Oh, yeah. Gamer's gone. We haven't had anybody join. Let me see if someone commented their username. It says, thank you. I can give it a try. Well, we don't see you. Oh, you brag star is asking if it's too late to join. I'm going to go see if I can get you an invite. And otherwise, Victoria, we're waiting for you. But I know your internet's going to be a pain. So let me see if I can find you. What's your Oculus username, you brag? I'm going to try searching for that. If I don't find you, I'm going to need some help. You brag. Let's see. So I don't think I see your name coming up. So we're going to need your Oculus username. Gamer says, hi, hi. Hi, Gamer. We know you're gone. Oh, where's my mouse? Is my mouse back? There it is. Okay. Sorry if you just saw my mouse there. That was funny. Frosty Code says, wait, do you mind if I join? Already have access. Sorry, this isn't the regular Essentials bundle. This is a special world, so we can just modify it without worries. Although you're not really supposed to go into that about this. Wow, these are really cool. You guys are having some fun here. So waiting for, oh, he says star 1 PT. Got it. Yeah, comment your username, you guys. When we have an opening, I will be able to invite you. Yeah, but we can only have 4 people in build mode at a time, which is a bit problematic. Star QT. Oh, star 1 QT. Star 1. Invite as editor. There you go. We'll see you soon. Thank you. Okay, so we saw some really cool projectile launchers, and they seem to still be going off despite. Oh, I haven't deleted the script. Boom, there we go. We're good. Actually, I did want to kind of quickly show the script, so undo, delete. So if you look at the script really quickly, just looking at it, we say when world is started, send my event to self. So creating a loop just like we did earlier. And then when my event is received, we send my event with a delay. So delay is a variable. We launch projectile from self, so that it's expected that this is attached to a projectile launcher. And then on our variables tab, you'll see there's one variable. It's a number of variables called delay. We've got the default set to 60 seconds. And then we launch projectile from self. And launch from is found on the actions tab right here. You can see launch projectile. And that's pretty much it. So very simple script. Hence it's called simple launcher. We got another sign over here. We're going to go ahead and delete. You got some crystals here that you can use. I think the interesting thing to note about these crystals is the skewing. So specifically this skew is kind of crazy, right? And so let's kind of quickly all follow along with me here. Go pull out any shape that could be skewed. And we're going to skew, I'm going to skew a noodle. I'm going to turn off snapping so I can get that right. There we go. So I've got myself a noodle. And then what you want to do for skewing is bring out a cube. And the cube sets the orientation that you want it to skew. So when I drag through here and drag through here, watch when I scale that, you can see how that gets skewed. And it just looks different. And so that's kind of the idea of skewing, is being able to make things look different. And the thing is, if I let go, it will unskew. See how that unskews? And so you have to group it together is the trick. Nice. Yep, so keep trying your skew out there. I'm going to select this and that and skew it nice like that. You can then unselect the cube, and then if you thumbstick to the left, you can group an object with itself, right? Is it going to let me do that? Oh, it's not. So I have to group it with the cube first. Then we can zoom into the grouping using this zoom in button here at the top of the properties panel, delete the cube, and then we can zoom out. And now we have these skewed, and you can see how crazy that looks. I mean, that looks unnatural. It's so crazy. Like, just absolutely crazy. So try skewing out. It can make some really unique shapes, and you can flatten things like this. Yeah. Yeah. So that's how we made some of these crystals, and there's just a lot that you can do with it. Welcome! Thanks so much for joining us, sir. Woo. Yeah, so glad you're here. And so we're going to continue on this way through the plant section, and we've got a new plant area where you can select your pot and combine it with your plant. So if you guys want to choose your favorite pot and your favorite plant, we'll see how these combine together. So here's my pot, and then I'm going to go grab the grass plant here, and then I can kind of combine them together like that. And pretty simply, you've created your own custom potted plant. And so we had previously everybody was using this pot, but now you can choose between these two. We'll probably add another pot in the future. So you want to go into build mode star. So if you pull down on your thumbstick to enter build mode. And then you can grab a duplicate by turning on your right thumbstick, the duplicate tool on, and then grab one of these pots there. No worries. All right, so we've got these here. And now you can see there's quite a few plants to choose from. And you don't necessarily even have to use one of these plants, right? We've got some trees and stuff over here. So you could grab a tree and make this into a bonsai by shrinking it down and kind of placing it in here. It'd be kind of cool. You could even duplicate a copy like that, shrink that even. Oh, it's okay. If you just want to hang out, that's cool too. I'm see if I can help you a little bit. I should preface this requires building 101 as a prerequisite. So there's some like kind of basics here that we're not going to be going too in depth on. But you can see here we've got this little patch of trees, so you can kind of create your own little garden even using this. So pretty neat. And the other thing you could do is if you zoom into the pot, there's a ball that you can stretch. So if we stretch it out, we can make this a little bit more unique, right? Just like that. So that looks a little bit better. And yeah, lots you can do. So Star, have you done any creation before? Okay. Yeah. I apologize. Yeah. Yeah. So basically, this is the Essentials bundle. Have you had access to it yet? Nice. Awesome. Well, let me add you right now. If anybody hasn't been added, I'm pretty confident I've added both of you to the bundle. But if anyone hasn't been added, leave your username right now, like in the next 60 seconds, so I know to add you. I'm going to go to... I have had some bugs yesterday. It wasn't letting me add people, but I'm pretty confident we'll be good today. So information, manage collaborators. So like your worlds aren't really meant to have hundreds of collaborators. And so it's trying to ping the server for like hundreds of times for every single collaborator. And it just basically times out. So hence there's 4 copies. Yeah. They are all the same, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're all the same. So I hang out in bundle 1. I try to go there when I'm adding people. And it's still loading. So for those watching, this is kind of what I do every day. I wait for this loading bar, and then I add you guys, and we'll see if it finishes loading. It might not. So in the meantime, can I ask that you guys delete this plant section here? And if not, I might even just, looks like I've got a couple names coming in. I'm going to write your names down on my phone, and I can come back later and see if I can get it to work. Might have to make the 5th copy at this point. We're kind of getting to that point now. Yeah, thousands of you guys have got this bundle already, which is just insane. I just can't even believe it. I know it's been months, but it still just blows me away. Star 150 ST. Yeah, just the plants we were getting rid of. So we'll keep all of that stuff over there. And we'll leave the clouds for a little bit longer too. Thank you. Star 1QT. Perfect. And then our another person was the Isn0330. I'm pretty sure I added you yesterday or the day before. Your name seems really familiar. The Isn 0330. So you might want to try importing the bundle. So if you haven't done that before, I'll quickly demonstrate how it's done here on the screen. Since this isn't loading, you will open your menu, head to the Create tab, select the bundle info icon, and then you get the 3-dot icon here, and it says Import World. You can click on that, and it'll import this world into yours. It imports at 200 meters below the grid, so I recommend doing this into an empty world. We're in an empty world, actually, and we're just deleting everything. I'm hoping that we keep this clean enough that I can bring those assets I'm putting in the corner over there into the main bundle, but if it gets if it's not clean, I won't be importing those, so we'll see. Cool. All right, so let me see if there's anybody else dropping their name here. Waiting on the update. You guys, welcome. Okay, I tried a couple times, couldn't travel. No worries. Thanks for trying. Show. Okay, Claudes. CLAWDS. Let me get you on this list too. CLAWDS. So while we're writing down some names, you guys in here with me, what would you like to look at next? We have the KO clouds, which are kind of cute. We got these time of day stuff. We got some pets. We're kind of getting to the end, which is kind of crazy. We got to go to the clubs section. Clubs are pretty. Pets? Yeah, let's talk pets. So do you guys want to go into build mode and design a pet right now? And then I'll show you how we can animate it. Awesome. Thank you so much, Houston crew. Appreciate that. Claudia, my username is Claude. Got you. Let's see if I'm missing anybody else. It's like looking through my nose hole. You know, it's not the easiest thing to do. Oh, hey, Rainmaker. Thank you. Oh, yeah, no problem. My pleasure. This is fun. I love hanging out with you guys. All right, so we've got the pets. Fault line's working on one. I'm going to work on a turtle. So yeah, let's pull out a turtle shell. And I actually know spheres are cheaper, so I'm going to use a sphere instead. So there's a sphere. Flatten that down, and then I'm going to duplicate a copy, shrink it down, snap it to the middle of the belly here, and flatten it so it looks like a turtle shell. There we go. And then I kind of want it to be a little bit bigger, so let's try that. And slide. Nice. Okay, so that's my turtle. We'll then stretch that this way and shrink this up and into here a little bit more. Nice. And then for colors, we were using unlit earlier, but we want to go to solid for this. I'm going to choose kind of a green tone like that. And then for the underside of the belly, we're going to go with like kind of a yellowish dark yellow tone. Oh, and you can see it needs to be thicker, so let's go ahead and stretch that up just a little bit. Nice. And then nice. Love it. Okay, so there's my turtle shell. And then I'm going to need a little turtle head. So I'm going to go bring in a little head here, give it the same green tone. And oops. Slide this, make that a little smaller. Snap. And I am pretty happy with that. We just need some legs. Not going to overthink the legs. Just stretching this out like that. Boom, 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 and boom. Then we'll do a little tail right like that. Do turtles have tails? I'm pretty sure they do. Probably look like that though. Okay. There we go. So we got a little turtle here. How are you guys' pets coming along? Nice. Yours looks like a door. Oh, okay, got it. Okay, so I've got this little, try going to play mode and back into build mode. Sometimes that'll help too. Okay. Yeah, I do. If you go to your personal space and come back, you should also be good. So we've got our pet here, and we're going to bring out a trigger. Now, Faultline's doing what I'd recommend, which is using one of these. So I'd kind of just recommend duplicating a copy of this pet, and then you select this. If I can duplicate a copy, then you open up the property panel here, select this pet, zoom the pet in, and then snap it right here on the floor line. And then we can delete the old pet. And so we'll go and grab this guy, and he's making some horrendous noises. So I'm going to select everything, and then deselect the trigger, deselect the sound effect, deselect my turtle, and then we can delete that. Should be able to. Maybe I'll zoom out. See if that's easier to delete it. There we go. So now I can delete that. So now you can see the turtle is all that remains. So that's the easy way to set this up. I'm also going to show you the hard way. So if you don't want to do it the easy way, I'll show you the hard way. And then that should work because it's referencing the. Yeah, I think that'll work. Okay, so we go in here, touch our turtle, and it snaps to the ground. It's a snapping turtle. And then it'll follow us around just like that. And yeah, say hi to my little turtle friend. And yep, now that Aaron has stepped on the turtle, Aaron owns the turtle now. And so it'll follow Aaron until I come over and take control. Hey, little turtle. Yeah, you're a good little turtle. And so that's the easy way to set this up. Oh man, Paula, yours is looking really nice. I like that. I'm gonna go ahead. Delete you now. So the hard way is to set it up manually. So if I go and grab a trigger gizmo, and this is going to represent the position at which the turtle can be interacted with. So when a player touches this trigger, that makes them the owner of the turtle. So you can put this on just their head if you wanted to. Now we're going to make it around the whole body. Attach the script, and where is the? This is called grounded pet. So there are two pets. There's flying pet and grounded pet. Now from the grounded pet, you're going to see you need a raycast. You also need to reference the pet. The pet is the grouping itself. So leave this box open, and then we select these two and group them together. By doing this, the trigger moves with the pet so that new people can take ownership. We'll then zoom in, reopen the properties panel. Looks like it actually got closed. Oh, excuse me, the properties panel of the trigger. There we go. Zoom out. And then over here, we can see we need to reference the raycast as well as this grouping. This grouping is the whole pet grouping, so we'll reference that here. We can change the follow speed. We can change the stop following distance. So if you wanted it to follow you forever, you could set this to 1,000 and it'll never stop following. Unless you get 1,000 meters away somehow, which is kind of crazy. And then raycast, we need to reference this raycast here. So we'll go ahead and grab the raycast. Now you could pull out a raycast gizmo and reference that. This raycast is set up to go 500 distance. Basically, it's going to be spawned in front of the animal to find out where the floor is in front of the creature. And the reason this is important, yeah, that's how it snaps to the ground. That's why it's a grounded pet. And so if I grab I love this example the other day. We did this and I was just blown away how awesome this was. So check this out. We grab this here because we wanted to see how high can this walk and how does it walk up. I'm sorry if I put that inside of you. Start. So build mode, lots of weird things can happen. So basically we want to see how does this turtle interact with, so now, oh, it's sideways. That can happen. So let's figure out how to fix that. So to fix this, we need to rotate it 90 degrees this way. So you look at it and you kind of say, oh, well, the orientation is off 90 degrees. So we go hit script, stop. like I said, this is the hard way. Definitely zooming in, what we did at the beginning, as you saw, was a lot easier. But we can fix this by rotating it, I said 90 degrees this way, I believe. And then when we zoom out, we can rotate it back to the floor. And then I'm thinking the height is a little bit off. So I can play again. And so since the height is off, we'll just drag the trigger to make it bigger. Oh, nope. Oh, no, yeah, he's floating. He's a So to fix this, what we do, select our pet, zoom in, and make the trigger bigger. So the trigger just goes higher, and that should adjust his height down. There might be another way to do that, but for now, that should work. Okay. So now we'll go ahead and walk over here. And he's still a little high off the ground. There must be another way to do this. Let me figure it out. So stop the world. Flying turtle, man. Okay, zoom in. Let's see how we do this. If we open the properties panel for our trigger, set back to its original height, zoom up, zoom out. I don't need this properties panel, so I'm looking at the properties here. Follow speed, current distance, origin position, can follow my owner. What is different about this pet than this one? I'm really not sure. Why is the distance different? It must be the scale of the size. Yeah, it's following off the ground. And so I could just say, let's go and make it so that you just use this one and zoom into that grouping, but I kind of wanted to solve this. I think the issue is the scaling of it needs to be identical to this guy. And that doesn't make sense though. Oh, okay, maybe it's the width of the trigger. Can that possibly be it? That'd be crazy, but what if it is the width? So if I set this to be the same width and the same height, just make it as close to it. Just gotta make this as close to identical as possible. Oh, or maybe it's using the height of the pet. Maybe it's the height of the pet that's being used. Nah, well, I don't know. I don't actually know. We're just guessing and checking, you guys. I mean, I showed you how to do it the easy way. This is the hard way. I told you, it's the hard way. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad the dragon's going easy way. Okay. You have. Why? Why do you fly? I don't understand. Oh man. I don't think so. See, well, it's shooting a raycast down at the floor, and it's saying that's the position I want to go to, but then it's being adjusted by the height of the object itself. I thought. I don't know. Yeah, that's the raycast is over here. The raycast doesn't have to be in the grouping. Nope. Yeah, what's really cool is it doesn't have to be attached. Okay. My last try with this turtle, and then we're going back to the original method of zooming in, and that will just be officially the method. It's higher now. It's higher now. Okay, yes, we're going back to the original method. So this is not the original method. The original method was the zooming the turtle group into the grouping. And I will work on making this easier in the future. But so basically, select your turtle, zoom into the group. You move the turtle to the foot of this dog and slide it over. Then select everything inside. Zoom in, and then select everything inside of the grouping. And then we can deselect the trigger, deselect the turtle, and then should be able to delete. Hold down to delete. There we go. And now zoom out. And now the turtle should work correctly because, yeah. What did I do wrong? I went too fast. I'm sure that's it. Stop, reset, clear, and play. I went too fast. Oh, man. Oh, right. Wait, no, that's, oh, looks good. Everything in here looks fine. What am I doing wrong? Oh, this doesn't say animated for some reason. I must have accidentally got clicked off. Okay. So then we click here, and now it'll follow, and it stays on the ground correctly. I don't know why. I mean, it was pretty much identical, so I'm sure it was just something really small. I think, yeah. Oh, it isn't? Go into build mode and click on it one time, and it should work. I think it was the orientation of the trigger. Now that I'm thinking about it, remember how we had to rotate it 90 degrees? I think that caused the height to be miscalculated. And so there was some math being used to calculate the height, and it couldn't do it correctly. So definitely just recommend the easy method. And Aaron, do you want to demonstrate walking up this cliff here? Take the turtle up the cliff. Come on, turtle. Nope, it's going to fall. There it goes. Keep him up. I'm taking ownership of my turtle. It's my turtle. No, he fell! And then he stays down there. See, what's interesting is he stays down. He can't make it up. He'll try and stare at you. And you're like, no, I went up. And yeah. Anyway, it's pretty cool. So that's pets. Do we have any questions about pets? Yay, pets. Aw, thank you. Thank you all for that. Let's see. Best bundle. Thank you. Hi, says Spix. Sorry if I butchered that. Hi. I'm observing so I can practice and be ready next time. Nice. Yes, we're so glad you're here. Okay, so we've learned how to do the turtle. We've also got the dragon. How does the dragon work? Need some help? Okay, let me come and help you with the dragon. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of our little mountain here. And let's take a look at our dragon. Okay. So looking at this, I see that the script is attached to the grouping, but not the raycast. And so that seems to be the issue here. So if we remove the script from here, and then we zoom in, open the properties on the trigger. This trigger is also running this script, but it doesn't reference the pet correctly. So if we open up this properties panel, and we can then reference, so come here, fault line, and see here on the trigger itself, this is the one that's actually running the script, and it doesn't have a reference. It says empty for the pet. So you just need to drag the pill over from the group to the empty slot where it says pet. I can't hear you, by the way. I'm not sure if you're talking. Oh, okay. I guess he's good. Let's see. Ta-da! And now it should work. So I'll give it a go. I'm too afraid to touch it. Hey, look at that. It's a flying pet too. It's that zooming in thing. Let me see if I can figure out exactly why it's flying. The ground pets should not be flying. That's too funny. Oh my gosh. So the flying door. How high can you get on the flying door? Because that is amazing. Please, yes. Oh my god. I can show you the world on a door. So in terms of actual flying, so Faultline, I'm not sure if you saw, but the way we did this to make this work correctly is we used the original, zoomed the grouping object in. So I'm assuming at some point this got ungrouped, and that's the problem. So by ungrouping it, the orientation got messed up, and I don't think it's an easy fix, so I'm not going to worry about it. But really cool. Really enjoy your pet design. That was really nice. And say goodbye to the turtle, and bye to the flying door. So the grounded script is gone. We're now going to work on the actual flying script. And so since you've already created yours, oh, no, it's gone. So the flying pet is identical. Okay, so the flying pet is identical, right? So I'm going to duplicate a copy out here. The big difference is it doesn't use a raycast. And so what we can do is select the door. go ahead and ungroup. I'm just ungrouping it. Okay, so here's your door. Selecting the door. I'm zooming into the grouping. I am dropping. I'm going to zoom into this door, delete the trigger, zoom out. And now that this is inside, I just need to make the trigger bigger. This is going to be so ridiculous. Okay. There we go. There's our flying door. We want it to be centered, so let's first center it, then ungroup it. Then we can delete. Oops, a couple groupings in there. Ungroup and delete. A couple more groupings in there. Ungroup. Okay, got it. Okay, so we got to the end of that, and then we need to delete the little flying piece. But I think because this should make sense, we want to really like bring in some. Oh no! 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 Can somebody hit stop world for me? Can somebody go to build mode and hit stop world? Okay. Okay. I don't know where, but I'm putting this underneath it. So it's going to look like there's a flying like creature that's lifting this whole door up. Okay. So. Okay, so we got our little flying pet that goes underneath the door. Flying Dormon. Okay. All right, hit play world. Clear and play world. Okay. There we go. Look at that. And oh, it's not collidable. Oh, I want to fix that. We got to fix that. That's a problem. Make them collidable. Okay. This is, oh no, where am I? There we go. Okay. There we go. Come on. No. Yeah, so so you can have some fun in here. This is so neat. Look at him spinning upwards. There's a lot. I mean, almost anything's possible, right? So definitely don't ask me if something's possible because it is. But but some things can be more difficult. So if you wanted to make this one owner only, you just wouldn't have an update owner, right? So right now it updates with the trigger. So what if I zoom into this grouping, I select the trigger, Uh-oh. Okay, so I select the trigger, I zoom out, and now I select the trigger and I zoom out. Now I can place the trigger right here, and then only the person who touches this thing is now in charge. And so now I'm in charge, and it'll follow me. Yeah. And now you can't take ownership of it because the trigger's over here. So it's like, I got ownership, not you. Oh yeah, I could give you a red. So yeah, lots of cool things can be done with that. And I'm going to go ahead and delete our flying door because now we've seen flying pet, we've seen grounded pet, and I'm going to go check the comments on YouTube, see what people are saying. Oh, hi. Gamer's still here with us. Awesomeness and epic are the comments we got, so that's great. Glad you guys enjoyed that. There's some really other cool stuff we're going to get to, but I think we should continue with some of our AI, including this little bee over here. So if you're going to use the bee and you just want to use just the bee, you can simply duplicate a copy, and that's it. Just duplicate a few copies of the bee, and you're done. And they're really cool. I mean, really, really cool. So they'll just wander around. And the more of these you have, the more cool they are. So you can really go crazy with this. And we'll go and array a bunch of these. Yeah, so I'm not sure how into bees you are. If you're not into bees, this might look like nightmare fuel. But if you're like me and enjoy bees, this is awesome. So how afraid of bees are you, Star? Do you like bees? So Aaron accidentally hit the hive, and when you hit the hive, the bees attack you. And hi. And so I can take quote ownership of the bees, and honestly, this is a bit of nightmare fuel. So I'm going to run this way. And then they return to what they were doing. So they're pretty cool. I enjoy the bees. But the thing I encourage you to think about with the bees is using them for another thing. If you're interested in learning how we did the bees, there's a video on the channel called Bee AI or AI 101. And that is a great one to learn how we did this. But you can do a lot with this, right? So these bees, their AI is pretty simple. They will fly from one point to another. They fly around this area. So imagine you wanted to do this with like fish. So I was just talking to a guy yesterday who has a really cool aquarium. Sorry, there's some lag right now. There we go. So I met a guy yesterday who's got a really cool aquarium. So imagine you put a layer of grass down rather than flowers, and your bee, you swap it out just like we did with our pets over here with a different like fish character. And rather than this being a hive, it could be a food dispenser or some sort of bubble thing or whatever. It could be anything really. And now the bees or the fish would float around the grass, and then it would go up here every so often. Then it would wander randomly, and then it would come back to the grass. And like, there's a lot you could do with this really quite simple script without having to necessarily change anything. So definitely recommend you try that out. Okay, yeah, that's a good question. So sorry, it's laggy on my end. So the beehive itself is the beehive is where it was going, and the flower patch is where it was going. So those are reference objects. And so you could just change the reference objects if you wanted to, or you can, or you can just move this around and zoom in and out and change the edited group itself. Yes, I can. You're back with us. Yay. All right. There go those flowers. Some good designs in here too. You can always grab some of these flowers and just use them. So some good stuff in there. And it looks like we're looking at the daytime now. So if you guys haven't seen this yet, this thing is fantastic. This allows you to control the time of day. You can press on this button to change the color. So you'll see it changes. And then we can go by hour to see some more dramatic changes. Yeah, so there's the daytime. One of my favorite hours is the 6 o'clock hour, so 4, 5, and 6. This is my favorite hour because you get this beautiful purple sunset. Yeah, look at that. And it changes really slowly, so you don't really notice it happening when you're in world. I'll show you a really quick trick. If you go into the daytime controller, there's a setting. If you don't care about the time of day or having a clock, at the bottom, it changes. There's a send loop to self after 60 seconds. So you could change this to be 6 seconds, and then it changes really fast. Like within 2 hours, it'll go through all the cycles. And to give you kind of a really dramatic view of this, here's 0.1 seconds. So here you can see it's going really fast. And I don't recommend doing this because it's a lot of overhead on your server or on the server, and it could cause some break. But if we see 4:30, so I'm going to get to... It's going to change in 40 minutes. So it's blue for most of the day. And then at 6 o'clock, we start seeing the sunset. So here's the sunset. There you go. Pretty nice. Yeah. And then it's going to fade into the classic sunset here. You do have to put a border around the world. And I'll show you how we did it in just a second. So here we're going to fade into the nighttime scene. Then the stars come out, the clouds go away for the evening, and then there's a sound setting that changes as well. And then it's going to get darker and go to midnight black. There we go. And then we'll skip over to, 3 a.m., 4 a.m.? Not sure, it's pretty early. Right. I mean, you could, yeah, you could. You'd have to have 2 of these, but you could do that. So you could have like an inside and an outside. Yeah. So yeah, there we have our sunrise, and then it's going to fade into regular day. I love that color right there too. And so what we're seeing happen, yeah. No, okay, yeah. So this is me verbally authorizing everybody to use the Essentials bundle in their worlds. So feel free to. And the one thing I would say for the contest, you're going to want to take these assets and make them your own. So kind of like what we've been doing. The more unique it is, the more likely you have at winning. If it looks like you just copied the Essentials bundle, they're probably not going to give you any points. So considering that. So I've stopped the world now, and I'm going to go switch this back to 60 seconds. And what I'd like you to do is come with me to zoom out. We're going to go into build mode, get really big out here. And you're going to see that this is all enclosed inside of a box. Now what we're doing is we are blending this box with this setting. So you can see this is the outside setting. So by blending it together, we get these really unique colors. And so if we see this box here, you can move this box around. You can't really scale it. It's pretty much at the maximum scale. But this is crazy. This is a giant block of text. So this text block, it's kind of hard to see. Oh yeah, yeah, there you go. And I'll tell you more about it in a second. But what I really want to show is I'm going to hit undo now. Okay, redo. You're like, why? And so then there's also one for stars. So there's 3 boxes out here. You've got one for sky, one for stars, and one for clouds. And I've locked them all down so people don't accidentally break them. They're all locked right now. But what we're going to look at is inside of the custom colors and settings cube over here. So it's not in this purple cube. That's just for play mode. But inside of the skybox pane right here, if you open it up, I've added some annotations. I'm going to make this pretty big. So if you click on the center, you'll be able to see it. So what you're going to see is that we start at midnight, and we are using colors that are in RGB that range from 0 to 1. Opacity ranges are from 0 to 255 and blends with the environment Gizmo skybox. So at midnight, we have it set to 000, which is black. And we have it at 255, so it's completely black. We don't have any blending with the outside. And then as we skim through here, you're going to see there's 0500, where we set it to be, start like lightly blue coming out in the morning. And it's slightly starting to become less opaque. And then 600, we have a different 700, and so on. And then, so I've annotated through here some of the times of day to help it make it easier to make these. But you can update any of these colors as frequently as you want. So it's every hour has a color. So you can have different colors throughout the day. And all of that is pretty easy to update. So you just type in the color you want, duplicate it if you want it somewhere else, and then you have those colors. So, and then the opacity is the big one. So the more you want it to blend, just change those opacity numbers from 0 to 255. And you'll get some really cool looks. Whew. Looking, I'm not sure what you're talking about, but. Oh no, so this is hex code. So if we want to talk a little bit about that, we should go somewhere else. So I'm going to delete this asset now that we've kind of looked at it. I'm going to quickly see if anybody has any questions about this. Doesn't look like it. Bye, gamer. So you guys have any questions about this piece here? Pretty straightforward. I know it is relatively complex, but I try to make it as easy to use as possible. Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and delete these environment gizmos on the outside of the world now. So stars are gone. These are KO clouds. These are designed by my wife, KO. She does an awesome job. Inside of here, you've also got, when the world is started, you'll see there is a rainbow. This rainbow is made from using the text like we did earlier. So concatenating a bunch of parentheses together with different colors. It's pretty neat. Yeah, no, it's just a single text object. So it's really cheap. So yeah, and you can get it out of there if you zoom into the cloud grouping. So I'm zooming in, selecting it, selecting the clouds around it, and then zooming out, and then grouping it together. And now I'm deleting the clouds by clouds. And so now you've got your own little rainbow you can put anywhere. Yeah, so this is a cheap one. And we'll say bye. So down here, we've got some more KO clouds. These are pretty cool. They're the square cubey ones. They're a little bit more low capacity. They're fun, but they're gone now. And I think we've gone through everything out here. That was for the pet that we just did there. Okay, so we're going to go over to the color section, or the text section over here. And is our friend Star around? Are you still here, Star? Fall by chance? Not sure if you're alive. Well, Star, if you're here, we're over by the text. And if you're not here, we do have room for one more person in build mode, but we'll wait on that. So if you guys are interested, leave your name in the comments. And yeah, so first I want to talk about some of these things here. So this is pretty freaking amazing. Faultline, have you guys seen this? Go ahead and press it. See what happens. What? And so this allows you to fade from 0 to black, and pitch, it's completely blacked out. And so what I want to show you here is how you can take this and use it for a lot of other things. So check, let's see if I can get that. Is it something? Oh, there it is. Okay, so select, and in what's the beach? World Tours. At World Tours, I just set this up here, and it's a blue version of this. So instead of starting in pitch black, I start it at more like 20, and I give it a cyan tone, so more like 80. And so you get this really nice light glass tone, right? And then on the trigger, you can change the properties of this. And so instead of starting at faded, I turn it off, so it starts on faded. Set iterator to start at 20, something like that. And then hex color, the color I set was 8080, so I just typed that in. So 008080, which is cyan. And minimum fade is set to 80, we'll set that to 20. And then the max fade I can set to be 170, so it's not fully pitch black. And now, with those settings applied, you can see it fades to a relatively dark tone, but it's kind of like a privacy setting, right? And then you can fade it back. And so it doesn't necessarily have to be pitch black. It doesn't have to be black at all. You can change pretty much everything. And it's pretty easy to use. So that's pretty cool. And go ahead and delete that. But you can imagine there's a lot of uses for that. So definitely recommend trying that out. Then over here, we have a paintable window. And oh, thank you, Star. It was so great to have you. No worries, you're so great. So yeah, we do have room if anybody wants to join. Just comment your Oculus username and we will add you. Okay, so here we are with this one. This is a paintable. You'll see it does, when it's painted white 111. So if you go to the properties panel of this, the attributes tab, the color is currently set to 111, which causes it to do this hue cycling, which is pretty cool. But then if we go to our style tab and choose a color that's not white, you can then paint it. So I painted this blue, and now it sets the color to be whatever you paint it with. And so previously, you couldn't do this, but now I've painted it green, I've painted it purple. And so if it's painted, it doesn't do the hue cycling. And basically, previously we had this one over here, but you couldn't paint it. So I just painted it, but it doesn't change color because it had to be colored with hex color. And so what I do is I calculate the hex color based off of that math I explained earlier, which I didn't really explain. So I'm going to take a quick second to explain how the math is calculated. And so if you look at the scripts, this is what you were looking at just a minute ago when you saw the number at the beginning where it says 1, 2, 3, 4. So it says when world is started, we add 0 through F to a list. Now 0 through F is the numbers 16, right? So there's 16 values, and hex is in 16-bit, base 16, I guess. It goes up to 255. And so you have two values that range all the way up to 255. And to do that, you take 0 through F, and 0 through F. And so if we can count in 0 through F, we can then, sorry, there we go. Let's make that a little bigger. So if we can count in 0 through F, then we can convert this value into a hex value. And so the way this works is you take, say, like 1, which would be 100% red, and you multiply 1 by 255. Well, you're going to get 255. If you take 255 and we scroll up to the script here where it's doing this, it says, where is it? Right here. So it says, get the floor of 255 divided by 16, and 255 divided by 16 is 15. And so you return the value 15. We then get F from the list. So we then plug that into the list and we return the value F. We can then go to the next one. We take 255 and divide by 16 and get the remainder. And the remainder is also 15. So then we get item F again. And so 100% is 255, which gives us FF. And if you do something lower, it'll return a different value. And so that's how we are able to convert a RGB color into a hex color. Now, it is really quite complicated. So if you're interested in, definitely read this script. But what you're able to do then is make colored windows very easily. And from the properties panel of this window, you can actually adjust the opacity. So you don't have to stick with this opacity. You do need to type it in as a hex value. So you can type in 10 for a really light hex opacity, or you can type in like 5. Apparently it doesn't like 5. Oh, right, because it has to be 10 or greater. Oh, right, it would be 0.5, excuse me, because you have to count in hex. So 0.5, right? So there we go. Now it's really, really light glass, but you could set it to something higher like FF, and now it's 100% that color. And then if we go FC, we should get something a little bit lighter, so very lightly see-through, or go with AC, and you get something more like that, which is kind of cool. But you do have to know how to count in hex. And so to reiterate what we went through at the beginning, to count in, hey, welcome back, gamer. To count in hex, again, it was 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, 0, 4, 0, 5, 0, 6, 0, 7, 0, 8, 0, 9, 0, A, 0, B, 0, C, 0, D, 0, E, 0, F, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, etc., all the way up. And so that's how you count. And if you know that, you should be able to create any hex opacity you're interested in. And that is how this works. Any questions? Cool. Sweet. So now that we've looked at some of our cool new windows here, here's the original window. There's a 40-second video if you don't know how to make it. I'm not going to go through it again because we've done some pretty advanced stuff here. Here's the tinted window. These are nice low capacity windows. You can just use these without really too much intensity on your world. If you are using these, they look amazing, but they're very expensive. These are about a little under 1% capacity each. So as nice as they are, I do recommend considering using only 1 or 2 of them and maybe sticking with some of the lower cap ones. It's because of all these text objects. Each of these text objects adds up. So you've got 5 text objects, which I think is like 0.65%. So yeah, those lines are really expensive. There's also just a lot of objects in here too. So if you're short on objects, that could be a problem. So it's a nice window, but if your world isn't centering around the window, might not be the thing you want to do. Same thing with this door here. This is a nice door, but you could probably remove the cross hatching or some of the other borders on it. And so this door just got an update. You can now put this door in at any angle. You might have remembered there was a bug where it wasn't working at every angle. That's now been fixed. You could even do a crazy thing and do that. And when you slide into the, oh, right, you got to stop the world. When you use this stuff, you have to stop the world. I always forget that. Stop, clear, reset, and play. Okay, now we go in, and it should work. There it goes. And this one slides straight up. So, yeah, pretty much any options here. Like, obviously, this is ugly. Please customize it, make it look better. But just to point out that it's functional. Yeah. Yeah, almost like a garage door. Nice. Mm-hmm. Reset doesn't fully reset everything. Reset is like using reset world, and if someone's holding on to something, it doesn't actually get reset. Even if someone is holding on to something, sometimes it still doesn't get reset. So you gotta be careful. It doesn't always work. Gotta make sure people take off anything they're wearing. If they're holding on to something like that, usually you want to ask them to stop holding on to it. So that you guys saw at the beginning, we had that piece over here from the game. It's because that wasn't taken care of correctly. So yeah. You got to be careful when you're doing it, but stop resetting is important to get this all to where it'll work. And in the past, so it's also a little bit habit. In the past, we used to hit reset like 10 times, and that was the only way to get the world to reset. So a little bit of bad habits from the past too. Yeah. Yeah. So just hit stop, hit reset. You might not even need to hit reset because stop includes reset in it. So it might just be a bad habit. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to keep doing it. So we can go ahead and delete these sliding doors. The rotating doors also just work. You can just duplicate them anywhere, and those will work as well. They're super nice and fancy. I guess if you wanted to set up your own custom door, we probably should have shown that. You just want to zoom in. So kind of what we were doing with the pets earlier, where you just make an object, zoom in, replace it. I'll undo this real quick so you can see that there's this piece right here, this invisible collidable or non-collidable piece here. This represents the counter that it spins around. And so the door spins around this piece here. So you have to zoom in a couple times to get to the center. So I'll ungroup this, you can see. So inside of here is the grouping that you want to go into. So you can zoom into this and edit this door to be custom. So we can remove that piece there. You can use a door like that, which would save you a couple pieces. So yeah, lots of options there. And we'll go ahead and remove all of that now. Okay, let's see. Some fun stuff in the club section. We haven't even got to script basics, but we'll get there. So these are fun. Yeah. So this is just for fun. They don't require any script. I guess what I will show you is how to update the color. So in case you haven't updated the color on these before, open the properties panel. You can then zoom in, open the properties of the trail effects. We'll then zoom out and then close out of this. And then on the properties panel, the trail effects, we'll make this one purple. And so to do purple, we got to go and increase this to 1. Not 10 to 1 and to 1 is here. So we have the start color and the end color. We have the length and the width. So you can adjust these if you'd like. And then now that we've made it purple, we just go into our style tab. We're going to eyedropper tool, the color of this one. And then we'll go to the purple tab, grab a nice purple, paint, eyedropper. This one's slightly different, so I'm going to get that one slightly darker, I think. Or no, slightly brighter. There we go. So this one, but slightly brighter. Got it. Okay. And now if you go ahead and grab that, we should get a nice purple. Oh, I can't see it. There it is. Oh, that's cyan. I put it in the wrong spot. My bad. Zoom in. Not bad. So I did green rather than red. My bad. There we go. So red, then green. And now give that a go. Yes, there it is. And so you can do any color, lots of cool stuff there. So those are the little light stick, glow stick crayons. And we're going to go ahead and remove those. Now here we've got some text. So some really cool text options in here. If you haven't seen this video by Hyperjewel, definitely check that out. She goes in depth on how to use this stuff. But basically, say I wanted this bottom piece to change color. Well, I can go to the attached script section, search for the colored lights script. Okay, so I've attached colored lights, and I believe it's on fade by default. Yep, it's on fade by default. And let's see, fade speed. Yep, and for some reason the cube's invisible now. I think it got hit. Sometimes these menus get hit on accident. Okay, there we go. So now it's visible. We can change the fade speed to be more like 100. And now you can see it's fading really fast. Yeah, so lots you can do with that. I mean, it was just really that simple. You just attach it, change the color speed. If you change it to flash, then we need to change the loop delay to be more like 0.5. Might be a little too fast, but it's pretty cool. Change it back to 1. And we'll just flash through all the colors. At the top, you can change the hue start and end. So if you set it to 0.7 and 0.6, you should get kind of some blue tones here. So it should just flash in the blue tone. That's how we got the Clubs RS to continuously flash in the blue to purple tones. And then if you want to do following color, so rather than doing, like say you wanted this text to follow the color of this, you would then, oh, it's already set to follow color. But basically you go grab the, let's clear the script out first. So clear script, drop down, find follow color script. And then you just reference the object that you want the color to follow. So here we go, grab this. And then we drag the cube pill from right here into the empty slot. And now it's going to follow behind this color. And it's just a little bit delayed. So it's like, it's kind of neat, kind of weird, kind of neat. But basically that's what we did here, right? So this outside border is following the text color. And then I use that hue cycler on the text on that one to make it. So remember the hue where it's set to 111 on the painted text causes it to cycle through. So that's what we did there for the glass. Cool. Any questions on these colors? I'm going to go quickly check the stream, see how it's going. Gamer says, can I join back in? Yes. You're already here. Okay. So I know a lot of people want to see how to use this record player, and I'm going to hold off, but we're going to do that. We're going to come back to the record player. So stick around for that. It's relatively difficult, but we'll get to it. Then we got Clubs RS sign. I'm going to go ahead and delete that. Now over in here, we have a curtain. The curtain opens when you come on stage, so you can move the curtain around. So if you don't want the stage curtain to open unless you are like backstage and as you come front, now it will only open from the back. I think I need to reset the world though, so stop, clear, reset. Okay, so now try walking in from the back. Now it opens only when you're in the back, and then it closes once you're on the front of the stage. So it's pretty easy to use. You can modify this. It's very similar to the door in that there's these pieces here that counter it, so it always stretches and scales along the center. And so you can make your own curtains and use it. But yeah, very cool. And there are 2 curtains, both on this one trigger. And then we've got the slideshow. That's also relatively complicated. Whole video on that. I think it's called slide presentations or something like that. Definitely check that one out. It'll show you how to create your own slideshows. So you can do presentations. And if you want to have party lights, we've got the party lights here. And so a lot of people you've seen are using these lasers or they're using the confetti. And so I really want to show you how easy this is to make customized, because I think a lot of people don't realize how easy this is. So I recommend starting with these 2 basic ones here. And so let's say we grab a laser. Go ahead and grab one yourself. And then on the properties for this, we can go and change the settings of the projectile launcher. Yes, so we're going to change the settings on the projectile launcher. So I'm going to change the scale to be 0.1. So it's 10 times a thicker laser, which is pretty cool. So we got thicker lasers. And we're going to then go to maybe you got some options in here for gravity. So there's no gravity set on it, but you could set minimum and maximum gravity. You can change the colors that are possible. So the maximum hue is currently set to 1, but I could set it to be just in the blue zone. So change it to 0.6 and 0.7. And so now it'll only flash blue, which is kind of cool. So I could do maybe even a blue and purple, 0.8. And now we got some really cool laser colors that are always blue or purple. I can change the projectile speed so it fires faster. So change it to be 10 to 20. Now I got these really fast firing lasers. And then the loop speed, I can change the loop speed to be a little faster or slower. So let's change it to be a little bit more frequent there. And then yeah, I mean, there's just lots of settings in here for you to change and mess around with. So you can even change the saturation and values. If you don't want it to be super bright or super saturated, you can get these kind of like lighter tones, which look really cool. So lots of options, really. I mean, I even add a little bit more saturation back into that. Now you get these really cool purples and blues. Those are nice. So I can encourage you to try customizing these. And then once you get one, you can usually just duplicate it. So you just duplicate and then array a few out. Now you get that, which is really cool. So that's how we do our lasers. Any questions about the lasers? You can also use this if you wanted to, but I recommend making your own custom lasers. Oh, nice. Those are some big old bally lasers. And so, yeah. So at the bottom of the script, you might be too in the ground. So at the very bottom, it says max loop speed and minimum loop speed. And so that's how you can change it. It's a random number between those values. Correct. Yeah. So 0.5 would make it faster. Oh, so make sure to set your minimum loop speed too, because yeah, I'm not sure what the script will do when it says 2 to 0.5. So you want to go with 0.1 as a minimum. I wouldn't go to 0.1, but you could. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, please. Thank you. And then we're going to go to our confetti over here. And so on our confetti, this one is kind of cool because you can add gravity. And I recommend using the ball settings. So change it from pistol to sphere. And then if you turn off the trail, so you say no trail, the scale, we're going to go up to 0.5, so another 10 times bigger. Now we get these nice big old balls that are coming out. And the same settings as you saw in the other ones. You can change the color, the speed, and all that. And now you've got these really cool confetti balls. And you can imagine just a bunch of those. And now you get something really cool like that coming out, which is fun. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, really, really easy to make fun clubs with these scripts. You just want to modify them. I know a lot of people are afraid to touch this stuff, but don't be afraid to play around with it, see what happens. Worst comes to worst, you have to go to an empty world and do it again. So yeah. And then when you hit this button, they're all linked into this trigger if you duplicate these two. So when you press the button, it causes them all to go off simultaneously. So if your entire club is linked up to this one trigger, you can have it go, and then they all fire simultaneously, which is awesome. Okay. And it's gone. Okay, and I deleted the script, so we kept this all clean here. Cool beans. And let's see, the next thing we have is the Vidyuu mic. The microphone is really cool. This microphone, if you've never used it before, is very simple. You press the index trigger to turn it on, press your upper button to get global, press your lower button to get extended, press it again to turn it off. And that changes your voice settings. You can mic drop it, which is the best part about it. And yeah, so feel free to try that out. Instructions are right here on how to use it. So that's pretty much that. I've seen like people paint this. Definitely feel free to paint it. If you break it, I recommend getting a new one. I tried to fix Simi's last night in his club world because he had accidentally ungrouped it, and it was like a pain to try and reconnect it. So I recommend just getting a new one. So yeah, mic drop. Right? Like exactly. So then over here, we have some moderation paper. I'm going to go through the moderation paper really quickly. So this allows you to create a piece of paper where you can moderate your people who are there. So only I can use it right now. If I grab it, I can press my index trigger to cycle through all the people. If I press the B button, the upper button is to ban, and the bottom button is to respawn them. So you can put someone in a ban box. The current spawn points are over there somewhere, but you can link in spawn points from it. And only I can grab this piece of paper, so if you try to grab it, it'll respawn back to its original position. And so to put your own name on the list, you come into build mode, open up the script with me, so you guys can all do this. And you're going to duplicate where it says add links to VIPs. You duplicate it. and then you can create as many VIPs as you want, and you just add the name. Capitalization does matter. Not really to the boombox so much. I mean, you could, if you break apart this script and add it to the boombox is already running its own script, isn't it? I mean, yeah, the boombox is running the return script. There is definitely a method where I could imagine someone actually attaching this to the boombox rather than the regular return script, and it would technically work, but it would have a lot of bugs just because it's not meant to do that. You want to just duplicate the script and make a version. Like, speaking of it though, it's pretty easy to do. So here, I'm going to create this, and assuming we keep this world clean, I'll get this in the central bundle soon. So this is going to be called VIP return object. So VIP instant return object. Okay, so it's a VIP instant return object, and all the names get added to the list. And then what we want to do is say an object is grabbed by player if using VIPs, which we are going to use VIPs. So I'm going to delete some of these things we don't need. It's definitely using VIPs. Don't care about can press. Don't care about spawn points. Don't care about text. Don't care about instructions. Okay, that's all the variables we need. So now we can move this up to here. So what we're saying is when an object is grabbed, if they are not in the VIP list, we force release the item. When the world is entered by the player, if the player add to all players list, why do we do that? Why are we doing that? Oh, because we don't need an all players list. That was for the script. Okay, so we can delete that. When the world is exited, we're removing it. We don't need that. When index trigger is pressed, set can press to false. We don't care about that. Okay, so we say, yeah, there's no pressing of this. Like, we don't need anything to be pressed. That was to prevent people from like clicking the button if they were not a VIP. So we don't really need index trigger to be pressed, so we can delete that. And when display is received, we don't need to do that. When button 2 is pressed, we don't need to do that. When button 1 is pressed, don't need to do that. Okay, so this is the whole script. We're done. Oh, but it doesn't have return. Yeah, it doesn't have return on it though. So instant release. So basically, you would want to use the other object return. So in script basics, which we're going to get to, there's another object return script. And so what we could, perfect. So when world is started, we add links to the list, and when the object is grabbed, we have, if not VIP, force release self. What we should do is create a new variable called object. So we'll call this object to force release. So let's make this as kind of like a control object. So we're going to call this the V object. So rather than using, so this could be attached to anything, right? So that'll be nice. So when world is started, we're going to listen to events on the object. This allows us to get all of the events happening. The event we want is actually to grab 2, and just in case there's something gross there, maybe we should use connect to event. So we're going to connect the object grab start event. So we're going to connect the object's grab start event to local event grab start. And this means we're going to receive the grab start on the object we're listening to. So an object is grabbed by player, if not, most force release. And so this is kind of similar to how object return works. So this is running the return script on it right now. And so if I create a control object like this pyramid, and I attach the VIP instant release script, VIP instant release, there it is. And then I reference this object here. Did I forget to? I did forget to do that. Okay. And then I got to reference the object on force release. Okay. So now this is going to manage this object. So it's like adding in a script to this object, right? So basically this manager allows us to add a script to it, but you want to make sure to turn off animation because it's not an animated object. And then turn off all this stuff. And close this. Now when you grab it, it should force release. You somehow managed to hold on to it though. Let me hit reset. Stop. Reset. So now I've got it. Now you seem to be able to carry it, so it doesn't seem to be returning the object. So it's force releasing, but it's not returning. And so this is this should have the return script on it. So because it has the return script, we can send return to it. For some reason, force release isn't causing the return event to go off. So we'll send event return. Oh, you know why? Because it's not a delay. The return to the object. This object specifically, yeah, that makes sense. Stop reset. This object doesn't have this has words. This one isn't designed, so when I let go of it, it'll stay there for however long, so that way you can place music in your world. But now if you grab it, it's going to force release and instantly return. Yeah, there we go. Cool. And now you can add your name to the VIP list, and we're done. So there we go. New script, adding to the VIPs, the essentials bundle. So put that over in a little section over here. If you weren't here earlier, we did this. It was pretty cool. Little smiley face. Okay, so that is how we do that. So we talked about moderation paper. We go check the comments, see where things are at. Why are you deleting stuff? I think you should go back to the beginning. We don't want you to have it. Oh, thank you, Victoria, for commenting. He's going through how to use different scripts and then deleting the ones that I already explained. Oh, Lindsay says, brain broken, explosion face. Oh, love it. So, okay, we've got this portable boombox. So the portable boombox, we're going to delete the VIP script off of it now. Now we've got, yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't think so. I think, well, that's a grab setting. So on the more tab of an object, you can determine who can grab it. So right now it says who can grab is anyone. Who can take from holder is only the holder. So that's where that setting is. Yeah. So now the boombox, how to get more music on it. So that's a really great question. So the boombox has two scripts on it. One script is the boombox trigger. So I think that's this trigger here. And then the other one is the music gizmo. So if you want a new song to be added, you go to your sounds, music, grab a song. I don't know which one I don't have in there. I have a lot of the good ones in there already. Sure, we'll grab Tico Tico. If I'm butchering that, I apologize. So then from the properties panel, I recommend turning play on start off. Well, you have to turn global off. Change the distance to be something more reasonable, like 15 or so. And stop the music for now. And then you want to drop down and attach the music gizmo script. And so the music gizmo registers itself. So you click music gizmo. We need to reference the controller and give it a name. So this is called Tico Tico. So I'll go and add that in. There we go. And then if I zoom in here, we need to find a control object. And the control object, I believe, is this trigger. And we can see it's the control because it has the script on it. There it is. We'll zoom out. We can close out of this now. And then we just need to reference the controller. So grab this trigger pill, reference it here. And now it's going to send itself as a parameter to the controller so that the controller has it on its list of music. You'll then want to grab this sound and add it to the giant collection of music boxes over here. So you just select it there, look at the properties panel, select, hit the zoom in button, let go of it. Now it's selected and saved inside of there. We can zoom out and close out. And now you've added a new song to the boombox. Voila. And some other notes about the boombox, in case you haven't seen it, is it doesn't allow you to play music when you're holding it, but once you let go, you can play music. And then, so that we don't accidentally mess it up. And we'll hit stop. There we go. So that's how the boombox works. Any questions on the boombox? Sweet. Okay, so next up, we've got VIP with key. Okay, so when we're talking VIPs, there's actually room here. Let me look at my comments here. Anybody? Lindsay, I know you have an invite, so if you wanted to try again, see if it's working better, you're welcome to try and join on us. Cool beans. Okay, so now here on the VIP with key, the way this works is if you press this button and you're on the VIP list, you get spawned to the other side. You can also grab this item here, and when you press your index trigger, it says VIPs can now enter, and now anybody can enter through this door. And we let go, and nobody can enter again, so I can get through. Now, if you want to try going through fault line, you'll see that you can't get in. Go ahead and press the button, and then if I press index trigger, now you can get in. Yeah, you're gonna need to touch the button with your hand. There you go. So now try again. There we go, and now you get in. And so this is an easy way to make a VIP room. You want to use a simple respawn script to get people out of the VIP room, which I'll show you in a minute, but that is how that works. And on the VIP pass itself, you can, nope, not on this one, is it on the trigger? On the trigger itself, you can add several VIPs. So you got 1, 2, 3, and 4. So just type your name in on here, or you can go to the script, and on the script, you can do this as well. So right here, you can see here's VIPs 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you can dupe this to add more. So you just thumbstick to the right to add more VIPs, and you can have as many as you want, pretty easy. And it's pretty straightforward, very similar to the one we just made. So yeah, there we go. Go ahead and, got any questions there? Yeah. Mm-hmm. That is strange. I'm wondering if on this, sometimes you have to click the X button to clear it out to reset it to its original. Anyway, if you typed it in here on the script, it definitely would work. So if you type it inside the script itself, might not always work. So the one where you add it to the list, though, that's definitely the most efficient way to do it. I guarantee it's your name. And it also has to be capitalized correctly, so that's the other thing. Okay, so there we go. Now, let's talk about that teleport real quick. We'll come back to the elevator, we'll come back to the record player, and we'll come back to flying machine and car. We'll come back to the keypad. Private room, I guess I want to quickly say private room is pretty cool. It counts the number of people inside the room, so you have to use the buttons inside the room to exit, or it'll also count if you leave the world. So if you exit the world, it'll also count you. And when it does that, you are then removed from the list, and this becomes unlocked if there's nobody in here. So it'll automatically unlock, and it also has some buttons inside where you can lock and unlock it. So I'll pull down the wall. Yeah, so pretty neat. It's relatively complicated script that I don't really like a whole lot because it's so complicated, but it is pretty cool. So feel free to use it, and maybe one day I'll make it easier. But for now, it's just a ton of moving parts. I don't really want to go too in depth on it. All right, so we'll come back to the elevator, come back to the keypad, come back to the record and the flying machines, and now we're back over in script basics, where I wanted to talk very briefly about the respawn and teleport script. So this should be the first script you ever create. It's very simple. If we open it up, you'll see that it is simply when trigger is entered by player, we respawn that player to a spawn point. A spawn point is a object variable that we create over here that we can then reference from the properties panel of the trigger. And so you attach the script here, reference the spawn point. There's not one reference on this because it actually got broken earlier. You can simply, it's okay. You can reference it by going over here, opening up the properties panel, and dragging this pill right here into here, and now it works again. And so that would be one way to get people out of that spawn point if they get locked in that box or in the VIP we were just talking about. So that's one way you can do that. So go ahead and delete that. There's an option in it. Yeah, there's an option on the spawn point for world spawn. So go ahead and pull one out. And if you look at the properties panel, you'll see it says spawn on start. So if it says spawn on start, it's going to choose one at random that has the spawn on start on it. And if you have it set to off, then it'll only use whichever one is set. So you only want one of these to ever have the spawn on start set on it. Cool. No problem. Now we talked about mega text earlier, so I'm going to go ahead and move on. If you're interested in mega text, go check out that part of the video. It's awesome. We've got display text. So this one's really, really cool. So if you liked mega text, you're going to love this one. We have the ability to concatenate a bunch of strings, but in a message format. And so up in here, you can see you have string 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you duplicate this one, you can add even more to the list. You can have like 100 strings in a list, and it'll cycle through all of them. And then here you can see that you can change them from in the script or on the trigger itself, which is where the script is attached. So you can type them in here. And then you just need to reference the text object here. And I recommend just using this one if you're going to use it, so that we don't have to do that. Basically, you can add as many of these. So you just thumbstick to the right to duplicate and add a bunch of strings. Type in your string that you want. And when the trigger is entered by the player, we update the string list, and it just kind of cycles through over and over and over again. It's pretty cool. So any questions about the display list or display text list? No? Sweet. All right, I'm going to check on our chat, see how they're doing. Okay, sweet. Victoria might be trying to get in. If you make it, that'd be awesome. If not, no worries. We know how hard it can be to get into Horizon sometimes. Okay, so now we've got our object return script. So this is another awesome basic. So if we make a grabbable object like a cube here, and we make this interactive grabbable, we can then attach the script object return. And there's two of them, which we'll get into the second one in a second. I know you're curious about that. So here's object return. And now on the object return script, we have it set to instant. If we turn this off, and we use this delay to determine how fast it delays. Return. So I've set to 3 seconds. So if I come in here and grab this object, it'll return after 1, 2, and 3. There we go. And we can set it to instant. We want it to instantly return. So we'll go ahead and set it to instant. And I come in here and grab it. You'll see it snaps back immediately. And here's a couple examples of that as well in here. So these are just quite simple examples to show you how to use your return script. And that's how to use the return script. Pretty straightforward. Yeah. Now, the other object return is when you write a script, but you forget to create a return script. So oftentimes when I'm working, I will duplicate the object return and use that as the baseline for my script. In fact, I'll zoom in and I'll actually go to the values tab, grab a comment, and I'll put a comment at the top, and I'll say return script below. And this allows me to like separate my script into sections. So return script below, which makes it a lot easier to know what's going on. So now I know that my return script's here, and I can put my new script on top. That is a great way to do grabbable objects that have a custom script. But if you forget, like I often do, you can grab a control object. So say this is our controller, this is the object we want to return. Actually, we'll say this is the object we want to return. So we'll remove the script from here. So there's no return on the script anymore. And we're going to say this is the controller. And so on this control object, we attach the other object return script. And with other object return, we just need to reference this grabbable object here. So we'll go ahead and grab that, drop it into the other grabbable. And then the object that we want to return is the other object. So say there was a different grabbable, but you wanted a different object to return. So a really good example of this is the flying car over there. In the flying car example, you have a remote control, but you want the other car to return when the other grabbable is let go. So the controller has its return script, and then you also want to return the car. And so that's how that works. So in this case, we're just going to reference the sphere because it's both the grabbable and the object to return. We've currently got it set to instant. Let's change that down to 3 seconds again. And then because this is a control object, we make it not animated, turn off visibility and collidability. And then when we come in here and grab the ball, 1, 2, and 3, there we go. So ta-da! That's how either object returns. It's just a very simple script that's pretty much identical to the return script, but it's when you forget to attach the return script to your main script, so you don't have to rewrite it. So, if there's any questions, please feel free to comment them or speak out loud. Cool beans. Okay, now we've got the projectile launcher. This is a really good script. The video is definitely very beginner level. If you haven't started scripting, it's a good one to start you off with. And so under the script, we'll take a quick peek. And you're going to see we've got the object return script here at the bottom. So that's what that is. And then up here, also object return. But we are listening to events from the projectile launcher. So that's the listen to we used just a minute ago, connecting us to all of the events on the projectile launcher. We can then say when index trigger is pressed while grabbed by player, we play sound on sound effect, play visual effect on visual effect, and then launch projectile from the projectile launcher. You can see all three of those are grouped in here at the top of the staff. And then we have when projectile hits player. So this is an event that came in from the projectile launcher because we listened to it. We can then say if can respawn players, respawn player to world spawn. And so you can set this to false. So under the Booleans, there's an option to turn it off so it doesn't respawn players. Although I think a lot of people have been using this to kick people from their world, so that's kind of funny. But yeah, that's how to use the projectile launcher. All right, keyframe motion. So this one's really cool. I don't want to go too much in depth. It's in the original Essentials bundle tutorial video. But basically, you just want to zoom in, kind of like we've been doing a lot of today. And then it moves from point A to point B to point C and so on. You can pause it at any time and then resume it, which is pretty cool. So you can make, I will, like in World Tours, I grouped the buttons into the boat itself. So while you're riding the boat, you can pause it and then play it. So you can stop and pick people up. So there is a control object here. This is what controls it. Mm-hmm. You don't have to. It could be just a, it's not too much, but it is using triggers. Triggers in some ways are more efficient, but they're also, they cost simulation and animation. So it depends on what you need. So if, yeah, depends on what you need more of. So anyway, yeah, these also track rotation. So however you rotate them is what it's going to use as its rotation. So I think that should just kind of bounce back and forth, but there's too many things. It's like, reset the world, please. Reset the world, please. Anyway, so it doesn't know what to do. It's too funny. But anyway, so yeah, that's that one. It's pretty easy to use. You just duplicate those triggers and type in a new number. And it doesn't have to be a trigger, like you said. It could be just an object. Mm-hmm. Here we've got the stars. And so if we hit stop, reset, play, you'll see it reloads the stars. So stop, reset, and play. We'll get a new set of stars. There we go. So here's a whole new, brand new set of stars no one's ever seen before. Oh, and because I grabbed it, the script gets reset. So the way that you want to use this is once it loads in the set of stars, you open up the properties panel, and at the end, type in a value like a space or just anything, and then that will save it. You can then remove the script. And once you remove the script, it will lock in whatever you had saved it as. So I'm going to do that one more time because I know it's kind of complicated, but come into build mode if you'd like to copy this. Oh, and I accidentally deleted the script, but that's okay because we can attach the script. So the script is star field generator. So we go on a text object, attach the star field generator script, and then it generates the series of stars automatically. We then go to the top and just add a space bar anywhere in there. And by adding a space, it updates it so it saves the original text. So the new text has been updated. We can then remove the script, and that saves our block of new stars. And so that's how you can create a whole bunch of random stars. Exactly. Yep. So that's how you do that. And then over here, we've got kind of a play on the stars. We have snow. So we take the stars and turn it into snow. So if I select this and make it really big, I'm going to go turn down the environment gizmo. Careful not to select these. But you can also put these at an angle. So if you want the snow to fall in sideways, you can do that. And now you should see start working after a few seconds. I think might have to hit reset play. Still. I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry. What do you mean?
Oh, sorry. So we had a world where but since it was at an angle, it would always look like this.
Oh, it would slightly disappear.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hey, Galactic Victoria, you made it. You're invisible, but we're grateful you're here. We can hear your voice too, so that's good. Sweet. Yeah, so the stars are they're kind of cool though. I mean, especially coming in at an angle like this, I really like the way that looks. It does, yeah, it disappears when it gets to a specific angle though. And there's nothing you can really do about that. Not if, yeah. You could potentially have like two different angles, but they kind of rotate randomly too to kind of make it feel more natural. And so this represents the starting position. This represents the ending position. And then if I stop the world for a second, these get messed up pretty easily. Move that. Yes, that's the starting point. And there we go. So yeah, the starting point is the box and the ending point is the other box. And so now I've created more of those. So we should see a whole bunch of really small snow. This is not going to look good on YouTube compression. It does cause a little bit of lag though, so definitely worth using in small doses. That looks really cool, actually. Yeah, I wish we could have tons of this. It's just so expensive. Wow. Yeah. So there's definitely some. It's the rendering. It's not about the capacity meter. This is about the rendering time. Like you'll start getting frame dropping. It'll be super laggy if you get a lot of people in with this going on. And this is just, with just this. But what I did do in one of my worlds is I painted them so it looked like rainbow confetti coming down, and I just love that. So what I would like to see, just for some funsies, not going to paint this, but if I dupe, slide this over, and then slide this over, I just kind of want to see how bad is the lag. Like, how serious is this? I'm curious. How bad is it? So if it gets bad, we'll call it quits. But just curiously. Oh, that's because the world stopped. That would do it. Okay, that looks really cool. So we're gonna wait a minute while it gets down to here. I think it takes about 30 seconds. What were you gonna say? Yeah, so this is what I mean. You gotta be careful with this stuff. But man, is it cool. One day, maybe we'll get something that's like this, but doesn't cost as much.
Are you able to increase how much snow is in each one? Maybe that would save the capacity.
So the maximum characters in a text object is 1,000. So it's a 30 by 30 cube. That's how they're generated. Yeah. That is like, I kind of want to stick my tongue out and lick it. I'm going to turn it on midnight black, right? I'm going to see what it looks like on midnight black. Yeah. Santa's coming. Yeah. Maybe that's something else. So yeah, I think have fun with this, but be careful because it does eat up like your frame rate. So As fun as that is, we're going to go back to daylight, daytime. Ooh. And it's time to stop the world. I'll delete that. There we go. And I'll show you a trick at the end here, how I make sure that our worlds are clean. So I keep the essentials bundle so clean. Okay, so script basics, deleting the sign. Got some complicated scripts over here. Some of the easier scripts to look at, though, are the clothing. So clothing can be attached to anything. Anything that you want to be clothing can be clothing. And when you attach the script, it simply allows you to, there we go. It allows you to change the size. So if you press your bottom button, it grows. When you press your upper button, it shrinks. And so you can fit any size body with your clothing. You don't have to worry about like making a bunch of different sizes. You can just have one size fits all and just put down the instructions. Yeah. Yeah, so when we started Horizon, when Horizon came out, we all had the same size avatar, and then they gave us the ability to change our body size, which is great, but none of our outfits fit anymore, and so we created this, and all of a sudden they all fit. So, yeah. I know, I wish I could write a script for that, but I'm sorry, it just doesn't translate. Yeah, so you can do whatever you want, and I think it's neat. So pretty easy, you simply just attach the script. Oh, this is where I said earlier, grabbables, attachables, can't get it off of you. You're gonna have to pull it off yourself. I think it's still attached. Okay, I was able to delete it, we're good. Yeah, so you just simply attach it. Now over here we have the OP trigger. I don't know how powerful you guys realize this is, but you could build an entire world with this one script and it would blow people away. It can be used to respawn people. It can be used to play animations, sounds, visual effects. You can change audio for, have extended audio for a party or really private audio for a private room. It plays up to 3 visual effects, 3 sound effects, and 3 animations on each trigger. So you can have one trigger enter and it causes something to happen. It's a pretty powerful script. I don't use it a lot because I rewrite scripts all the time. But I encourage you to watch the video because if you follow along with that video, it's going to allow you to really level up your scripting. And feel free to use it. And yeah. Cool. Quick note, though, do not fill any object into the empty object slot. So it's important that you leave the empty object empty inside the script. And the reason that is because the empty object allows us to identify if you filled items out. So if you put something else in there, the whole script will just break. So don't do that. Okay, so that's our OP trigger script. Now over here, we got a counter. This is in the script basics because it's meant to start your counting. So there's a lot of options on it. You're not really meant to just use it. I mean, you could, right? So when I come to the essentials bundle, it gives me an up counter. So I know exactly how long I've been there, which is kind of cool, but you're meant to just take the script, use it as a basis to making your game timer because it already has all the counting mechanics built in. So you don't have to solve all that yourself. And then on the properties panel, so how you can understand the properties of the script is once you attach counter, so we'll unattach it and reattach it. So attach the counter script. You'll see that you have an option to display minutes and seconds. And so if I turn this off, it goes into individual numbers. And right now it's counting up, but if I turn it off, it'll count down. And then I need to give it a start time. So I could say start at 1,000. And now it's counting down from 1,000. Then I could turn it to minutes and seconds. And then I'd change it to like 600. So it'd be 10 minutes. And now it's got a 10-minute counter. So pretty easy to use. Lots of options there. Cool. Ooh, we've literally gone through almost the entire Essentials bundle. It's nearly 4 hours. And Aaron, you've been here from the beginning. Faultline, you've been here for most of this. This is crazy. Thank you all who've been in the live stream, checking in and out. That's totally great. Thank you, Gamer, for coming along. Let's see any other questions. Nope. So if you guys have questions, feel free to leave them in the thing there. But we're down to these last two. So these are, again, similar to the counter, where it's supposed to be a starting point. You're not really supposed to use it as this. I've seen people do it, and it's cool. There's cool stuff you can do with this. but it's meant to be used as part of a script to return a value. So if you needed to know where a person's hand was in between 2 points, this gives you a value that's between 0 and 100, sometimes higher. But what you could do is say, the guy we built this for was building a jukebox, and he wanted to use this for record selection. So instead of displaying this, it would say if number is between 0 and 10, so less than 10, display name a track 1, and then play track 1 when object hand is released. So it's meant to get you started on building a script with some complex kind of math here, so you don't have to figure that out yourself. Stretchy string is kind of similar. It's also meant to be a here's how to do the math, a stretchy string. Now you can go use this as part of your script, give it 2 positions, and it will stretch between those 2 positions. But it's got some other basics built into it, so you can just play with it too. So it's also just fun to play with. But yeah, these are meant to really kickstart your creation, not necessarily to to be used. But if you use them, go for it. They're pretty fun. So that is those 2. And we're kind of moving on to the last couple sections here. So I guess since we're going down the kind of usable things, this one here is pretty cool for codes. And so you type in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it teleports you. That's kind of like the basis of this, but there's so much you could do with a code. Once the code's typed in, it could give you a bunch of money. Once you type in, it could display your balance. Once you type in the code, it could play an animation. It could cause a monster to come out. It could, anything's possible here. So this is very powerful basic, but we wanted to give it some basic functionality. So we gave it the teleport ability, and people are using it just like that, and that's fine. And from inside the script, if you want to have multiple teleport points, you can go in here and scroll down to if number equals 0, 0, 0. No, where is it? If number equals, here it is. So it says if current number string equals the number code. If you duplicate that line with an else if, so if you drag else if into right here, you can add another one in here and say if current number string equals in a new number code. So we'd call this code 2, and we'll set this one to be 67890, and then we'll drag that into the code slot right there. Then we can duplicate this stuff into this else if. So I would duplicate this here, and then we just need to reference a new spawn point. Oops, put that back there. Okay, so then we just need to reference a different spawn point. So we go new variable object, and this would be spawn 2. And now you can have 2 separate codes for 2 different spawn points, or you can do as many of these as you want. So in the World Tours world, we have 3 different codes that you can find, and they allow you to go to 3 different spawn points. And that's a really basic use, but we didn't want to overcomplicate it. So that's how that works. And yeah. Okay, now the elevator. I'm going to briefly show how to use it because I think a lot of people want to use this and are having some confusion. It is really quite simple to use. And there's actually something I really wanted to try with it. So I'm going to try that out too. So the elevator itself is meant to be easy to add to your world. And so there's a video on the elevator. It's only 8 minutes long. That's the only part that you need to watch. But what I'm going to do is duplicate this second floor. So I select the entire second floor here, plus the floor. And once I have selected all of this, I can duplicate it and create another floor. And it doesn't matter where I put it. It's going to travel at the same speed. It's going to get to that floor. And then I'm going to duplicate another one because I thought I'd try doing something interesting like sideways, because I think it will function at a sideways angle, but I've never seen anybody do that. So now over here on the trigger has a value where you have to tell it which dual floor is it. So I say I am floor number 2. So you have 0, 1, 2, and then this would be 3, and floor number 3. And then over here, this should now work. So we hit stop world, reset, and play. And I'm pretty sure it's that easy to use. I'm pretty confident. Let's go try it out. So now if you guys want to come on in, here comes Galactic. Now I'm going to put my hand in. Once my hand is in here, you'll feel the vibrations. You can then slide till you get to the floor you want to go to. So let's go to floor number 2, just to try that out. Yeah, so now we're on floor 2. That was easy. Let's go to floor 3. Okay, and we're going to floor 3. You want to put a wall in there, obviously, but now we've arrived way up high in the sky here at floor 3. And now we're going to try going sideways. So, and if you need to exit at the same floor, oh, we're going. Oh, it just goes up. It didn't go over. Okay, so it can only go up. But, and if you wanted to exit at the same floor you're at, you do need to choose the floor you're at. So you'd say, oh, I'm at floor 3. I need to reselect 3. Okay, there's 3. And now it'll open the door again. So that's how to do that. And the thing that's really cool about this, and I'm going to show a really cool technique for those of you who want regular elevators, not fancy elevators. So this elevator is fun. I love this elevator. And if you don't, that's okay. We don't have to have the same elevators. We don't have to love the same elevators. But I love this. I love how easy that was. I mean, I literally just duplicated, didn't touch a script. I just went in and changed the number, and it works. So if you want to make a really, really super simple button elevator, the reason we didn't make a button elevator for this is so that you can have like a room with 30 people in it, and those 30 people will be able to all be pressing buttons simultaneously, and it'll follow in order. So it'll do what a normal elevator would do. This is like really running. I was like telling my wife, I was like, seriously, I can actually use this script on a real life elevator, other than the fact that it would close on somebody and crush them. Other than that, it's okay. Like, this is like as legit of an elevator script as possible, you know. But I literally could have fired Raycast to check for that, but I was like, it's Horizon. I don't need to worry about that. But so the point is, like, I mean, I could have made a real life elevator and somebody could be paying big bucks for the rights to use my script. But, you know, instead I'm making it here in Horizon for free, and you're all welcome. Please enjoy. So what I wanted to show, though, was how to make a really simple elevator that doesn't require. So everybody pull out a slab. And we're going to pretend this is a fancy looking elevator like this one, but we're just going to grab a slab. You can color it, do whatever you want with it. In fact, I'm going to give mine a fancy color so you all don't look just like me. Talk like me, walk like me. Oh, no, I'm the real Slim Shady. Just kidding. Okay, so just kidding. Having fun. So here we've got our platform, and you want this platform to go to another floor. So let's just say, since this is a really simple cube, we're going to make an invisible cube, which is going to represent our next floor. So we're going to go and say non-collidable, non-visible. This represents the next floor. Now you're going to go into your Gizmos tab, and you're going to create a trigger. You're going to pull out a script and a button-like object. So any object that represents button, I'm going to use a sphere. Sphere. Okay. Oh, you poor soul. Here you go. I even brought you a ball. Okay, so now that we've got our button, this is going to represent the button to go to the next floor. Now we have our script, and this script is going to say, I don't know, we'll call it Lakes Easy Up. Lakes Easy Up. Simple, super simple. Doesn't get simpler than that. And then we're going to start with the most basic of scripts, and then I'm going to show you how we can make it even more complex. So once you guys have the script's name on there, let me know. Okay, checking the script. Claudia says, is it possible to duplicate objects from one world to another? Yes, actually. In fact, if you guys want to stick around to the end, we're pretty close to being done. So in the next half an hour, I will show you how we're going to import the new assets into the master copy of the Essentials bundle. And so as you saw, we were slowly deleting everything we didn't need in this world. And we've been keeping a little section over there off in the distance. And that allows us to just basically save the assets we want. And so I only want to import new assets to the Essentials bundle. And so we've created 2 new assets over there. And in fact, I think we'll include this one. We'll include this as one of the assets. This is a great idea. And I'm going to show you how we make sure we keep the world clean. I'll show you how we do that as well to make sure that we're only importing clean assets into our world. So with all of that preface, everybody got their script set up? Cool. Yes? Okay. So now what I want you to do is bring over when trigger is entered by player. When trigger is entered by player. And you can delete when world is started by pulling down on your right thumbstick. And now we've got when trigger is entered by player. So the question I ask you is, what do we do when the trigger is entered by player? We want to move upwards, right? So head on over to the motion tab, and not instantly. We want to take some time. So we're going to go move to over time. So grab move to over time and place that under when trigger is entered by player. Okay. So I'm going to go pop around and see how everybody's doing. When trigger is entered by player, move self to over time. Nice. Congratulations. You're ahead of the curve. And you, sir, are right on track. Perfect. Okay, so the next thing I want you to do is go to your variables tab. We're going to create some new variables. So the first variable is the elevator itself. So we're going to create an object called elevator. Elevator. Okay, confirm. And now we need a speed. So let's create a number variable called speed. Okay. And we also need the position we're going to. So we created an object variable called elevator, a number variable called speed. I'm going to set my speed to be 2. And then we're going to create a new object variable, which is going to be called next, or we'll just call it floor. Floor, go to floor. Okay. So there's go to floor. And that's an object variable. Okay. Now with that set, what we're going to do is grab speed, drop that into the time, grab elevator, drop that into self. So now it says move elevator to 100 over speed. Let me know when you're there. I'm going to go ahead and pop around and see where people are at. Move elevators, nice. Lake's easy. Move elevator to 100 over speed. Great stuff. And Galactic is at there too. Great job, you guys. This is awesome. I am so glad you guys are keeping it up. Normally, I'm way too far ahead. Okay. Sometimes I've been having a new bug where the variables disappear, and I just have to like reload the variables tab to see them. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is go to our operators tab, go down to object, and grab position of object. And so we're going to drag that into the second slot. So now it says move elevator to position of object over speed. What is the object's position that we're going to? It's the go to floor object. Okay. Oh, you guys, we just crashed. Hopefully you can still hear me. I know on the stream, I'm sure you can. But we're going to read through some questions. Furious says, awesome session. Thank you, Furious. Appreciate you coming out. I'm not really worried that this is crashed. This is like kind of par for the course for Horizon. So what we do when this happens is we just close the app and we'll reload. I'm hoping we don't lose you. If we do, you're streaming my desktop, so we should be okay. So we're loading back into Horizon Worlds. Man, 4-hour session, and we've gone through absolutely everything in the bundle. I mean, we did like do some skipping here and there, but like for the most part, we've gone through everything, which is just insane. Oh my goodness. You guys want to do a meet and greet afterwards? I see there's quite a few guys still hanging around. If you want to go into the Essentials bundle afterwards, after this, I would love to hang out and answer some questions in VR. So we'll meet in the Vidyuu Essentials bundle. I'm going to have to get some water, but oh, I actually still have my tea. Who here has been along since the point where I was drinking tea at the beginning and being atrociously annoying? If you have been here since then, please comment. I'd love to know what you're now drinking, if you're still drinking the same drink. And here, please enjoy this. What do they call that? ASMR. Hey guys. So we're good. We're good. I don't know why I crashed, but I crashed. We're good. So, okay. Back on the script here. We're going to drag over the position of go-to floor. And I assume you all have done that. Oh, Aaron's ahead of the pack. Good job, Aaron. And yeah, I mean, literally it's that simple. I'm really excited to try this out, but I want to make sure we're taking our time, especially for those who are new, because this is kind of, it's an easy script, so I want to make sure we're taking our time at it. Position of go-to floor over speed. Awesome, Galactic. And how are you doing over here? I'm still looking for position of. Operators tab under object. Perfect. And that's going to go into the green vector slot. And then you just need to drag the go-to floor variable in there. And no joke, that's the entire script. It is quite simply that simple, and you just need to create a number. So like, watch this. This is, it's gonna blow your mind. We're gonna pull out a text object, change the number to be 1, or this will be the second floor, right? So this leads to the second floor, so do that. I'm gonna grab a purple on it. Boom. There's our go to the second floor button. And then we're gonna start adding the script to our trigger. So if you open up the trigger, drop down, find yours. So mine is called Lakes Easy Up. I'm sure you guys have your own versions and names. And now that I've got that here, I need to reference the floor. So this could be any animated object. And we're going to go ahead and reference that in here as the elevator. And now for our go-to floor is this invisible object. So we're going to go reference that in here. Now it's important to note that if you do use a different elevator, you want this to be the same thickness and the exact same size as the elevator, so that way it's landing in that exact position. And now that I've done mine, we have our floor. Let's write it up. Hit the button. Oh, did I do something wrong? What did I do? This says animated, we don't need that to be animated. And this should say animated, it is. Trigger. Let me hit reset play. I'm sure it's a simple stop, reset, and play sort of deal. What if I really messed something simple up? That wouldn't surprise me. I do that all the time. I did. I must have done something wrong. Makes you. I don't know. Maybe I need to. When triggers into a player, move elevator to position of go-to floor over speed. And my variables are still there. Everything looks right. I'm running the Lakes is Easy Up script. Go-to floor is a cube. Elevator is that cube. Speed is 2. It says animated. What did I do wrong? Oh, I'm so silly. I put it on the sphere, not on the trigger, because the sphere was so big, I selected it, not the trigger. Oh, that's too funny. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I did that. Okay. I swear you guys, easy mistakes all the time. It's literally every single day I make easy mistakes. So if you're making them, we are in the same boat. Definitely feel it. Okay, so once again, we're going to open up this, reference, go to or the elevator part. Not here in the reference.
Sorry, I'm still not sure about that.
I don't know why you came out of nowhere, Siri. We're good. Okay. And
Okay, it's no big deal that you don't know.
say, please leave me alone. Hey, there we go. It works. There we go. So that was super easy, but catch this. So we thought that was easy. Check this out. We're going to take our, select the floor, select the button, duplicate and slide upwards. Okay. There we go. That's going to be our third floor. So I'm going to go into this. I forgot to duplicate the text. So I'm going to grab the text, type in number 3. And we need to create one for number 1. So this is 3. And then we do need to make one for floor 1. So I'm going to select this, select this. Oh, excuse me. Select from this object first so that gets that orientation. And then duplicate this down. Make sure we're going to snap it right into place. There we go. I don't like that. It's not breaking my eyes a little bit. So not sure what to do about that other than attributes. Sorry, 2 seconds on my brain here. 8, 9. Okay, so I slightly adjust the scale so that I wouldn't flicker and overlap. It doesn't bother you, don't have to do that. But basically, because I duplicated it down with this is now the first floor. And so what we want to do is create it so that there are buttons inside the elevator, right? Like you want these buttons to be in the elevator. So there is first floor. Like script is done. It's literally just like setting up the buttons now. So here's floor 1. Here's floor 2. And then here's floor 3. So we got 1, 2, and 3 right there. And now if we group that into this elevator, I'm realizing now because I didn't have this as a group earlier, it's going to be a little bit of a pain to get these grouped in, but we'll do it. We'll get through it. Okay, so we need to group all of this into it, except for the script. So group together, open up the properties panel, and then zoom in here to the grouping. We can now make this panel not animated. So I'll set that to no animation. We do want it to be flyable though, so that's good. Now, oh, did I accidentally selected the invisible cube. Whoopsie daisy. Okay. I need to lock that cube. So zoom out. Is there a cube in here I can select? I don't think so. Okay, so both cubes are in. So if I zoom in, I need to open up. Zoom in like a really. Maybe from the corner I can get this. Because the scale is just like there it is. Okay, so now what I want to do is select it. And then I'm going to zoom it out of the grouping. And now that it's out of the grouping, I can much easier engage with this. So let's go lock the group, select this object, open the properties panel for the cube that I accidentally made collidable. Okay, that's good. Now when I zoom into this grouping, I won't accidentally select it. I can open up the purple panel, make that not animated, then go to the buttons, and these triggers need to reference the correct elevator because they're currently referencing the purple part of the elevator, not the whole elevator itself. And so I'm going to slide this up, and this one. And then if I reference this grouping as the elevator, that should now work. And it'll take the buttons with it, so you can go up and down with these buttons. So elevator buttons reference. The only thing I'm missing now is that the center point. Remember this block down here we had? It's not at the center of the elevator. So if I move it to the center of the elevator right there, now the elevator will land here when it comes down. So I'm going to go ahead and reset the world. You guys want to come over here and stand on my elevator and give it a quick OSHA test? Just kidding. So we're going to go ahead and up to the 3rd floor. Oh, wow, look at that. That's pretty cool, right? Now we can go down to the 2nd floor. Now it's really fast. And if this is as far as you get, this is awesome. But I want to take it a little bit further and make our speed based on the distance that it travels. So we're going to do it in like meters per second. There's 3 separate triggers, right? So each one of these triggers is running their own variation of the script. And so each trigger has its own references. And it looks like I set the references wrong on number 1 because it's not taking us back down. And so because it's a giant grouping, I have to zoom into the grouping. So if I zoom in here, open up this trigger, I need to make sure to reference the right one. Zoom out, select this one, put the properties panel. And we're going to reference this into the go-to floor. There we go. Now I've got the right one reference. So now I'll go to the 1st floor. And as a, that's good. I'm gonna be like, as a professional, I'm gonna go and make this look fancy. So zooming in, we're gonna snap that up like this. Now my buttons are looking nice. And yeah, I know, so nice. It's almost like I get paid to do this, almost. I don't. I'm doing this for fun. It's the weekend, right? I'm pretty sure it's the weekend. Nobody's expecting anything of me right now. 3, 2, and 1. Wow.
Nice elevators.
Expecting some nice elevators. Okay, I feel like I lost my trigger somehow. I'm not sure where it went. Some sort of bug. I got it. It's inside the grouping is why. Okay. There we go. So that's mostly okay. And now we've got a really good example that should work. So we'll go ahead and go to the third floor. Third floor. What did I do wrong? Oh, the world stopped. Okay, don't press anything yet. I have to move the center position of this up. Center position. I forgot to recenter this. Okay, there we go. And now the floor has been centered. Now we're good. Now let's hit that third floor button. Here we go. Yay! Second floor. And now you can be a kid all day in the candy shop. But if you hit the third floor, it's going to immediately take off and go up the other way. So it's like, it's not nearly as nice as the fancy elevator, obviously, but it gets the job done. It has buttons, which has been the biggest request. People are like, I want buttons. I don't like your elevator. I'm like, okay, I like the future. So, so now let's really quickly update our script. Galactic, if you have a question, you're still invisible, so I have no idea what your hands, body movements. I don't even know if you're happy. Maybe you're crying over there. Your avatar's just bawling. I'm just like, you're like, stop ignoring me. And it's like you're literally invisible. So please, is there anything we can do to help you? Are you doing okay? Awesome! Okay, so we've got our elevator, and I wanted to add one more line to the elevator script. And this is really quite simple to do. So we have a variable called speed. So what I want you to do is go to your values tab and grab set2. Set speed, so bring speed from the seconds. Oh, you can grab it on variables, or you can grab it from seconds, and then we're going to thumbstick to the right to duplicate it into the left side of the set2. And what we want speed to be is the distance between the position of go-to floor. So this would be meters per second, but we should also have, never mind, we're going to make, yeah, this is fine for now. Just bear with me. This is going to be a long-winded way to get to where we're going. Okay, so now go to operators, and we're going to grab the multiply symbol. And, or do we divide? If we want to do meters per second, you have X number of meters per second set to 1 meter per second. Yeah, that'll work. So we're going to multiply. So if you want to go 2 meters per second, no, you need to divide, excuse me, divide. So grab the divide symbol, and then we're going to put speed on the right side. And on the A side, we're going to go down to vectors, and you're going to see distance 2. Now, distance 2 is going to allow us to calculate a distance. And what we want to do is figure out how far is the elevator from the go-to floor. So we grab position of, put that in the B slot, and we'll duplicate another copy into the A slot, but we're going to grab elevator and duplicate it into go-to elevator. And if that was way too fast, I'm going to slow down and re-explain that one more time. So we've got distance 2, which is from our operators tab. We have position of, which is below from object, and we were duplicating it from here, or excuse me, from above. There, your object right here. And now we're getting the position of the elevator. We're getting the position of the floor we're going to. We're finding out how many meters between those two is it. And we're going to divide it by our meters per second. And so if it's at 2 meters per second, it's going to go 2 meters per second because we're dividing by that. So then we're going to drag this value into the speed slot, and we can delete the set2. So we basically just use the set2 to create this script for seconds. And now we are done. And now we're here under speed. We'll leave it at 2. That seems fine. And then if we go down to our elevator, I'm going to hit reset world. You'll see that we travel at a linear speed no matter what. So here we go for 3. And now it's a nice slow speed. And if I stop us at 2, it's going to go down and stop right at 2. Or I go down to 1, it's going down. Or I can go up to 3. And now we don't. Yeah. Oh yeah, there you go. We're still going. And yes, you can create as many buttons as you want. As you saw, it was pretty easy to create the buttons. So I'm going to create probably this exact version will be in the Essentials bundle soon, and you'll be able to do whatever you want with that. And cool.
So I guess for each
Oh yeah, you'd want to have a copy of this for calling back. It's a great point. Let me do that real quick. Good call. Wow. Yeah, you want one of these on each of the floors. That's a really good point. So I'll duplicate a copy of these each out. So I'll go and duplicate and then select and then hit zoom out. Now I can bring these over. We'll create little floor pillars. And then because I really like the purple, we're going to duplicate a copy of this, select, zoom out, close. And then I'll turn this into a little pillar that you can click on. Did I make two of those on it? Oh, no, we're good. Okay, so then this is a call card. So like it. Okay. And we're going to, oh, why is that? Oh, it really is laggy. We'll do that right here. So there's the call elevator button, which we'll turn up. You happy there? Can't see what's happening. Okay, that's fine. And so basically that's going to call the elevator, right? So now if I select all of this except for the trigger, and then duplicate a copy for each floor, you can imagine there's one on each floor. And then I just bring the trigger up from number 2 and number 3 to the appropriate floors. And then to prove that it works, we should create little actual platforms on each floor. There you go. And we'll go give it a go. So hit the button. It's already here. Doesn't matter. Hit 3. World stop. And play. Okay, hit the button. Shouldn't matter. Oh! What? It went to the floor. Okay, that's too funny. Yeah, I'm thinking it did. There we go. So we're going up to 3rd floor. I'm going to jump out at 2. Oh, what the heck? Oh, this is 3. You're right. And I called it down to 2. And then we'll go back up to 3. And then call it. No, 3. No, 3. 3. 3. 3. 3. But this is the reason I made an advanced elevator, because I didn't want people like you. Just kidding. Yeah, so anyway, you can see it's pretty easy. Select, and then we'll move that to the center point now. This should be a center point in here somewhere. Is that really a center? I think that's a bug. That seems like a visual bug, I think. It's not snapping on the center. I need to zoom into the grouping to get it right. I'm going to undo because I think it was right before, and it'll probably fix when I get to. No, that's not right. I don't know. Okay, that's probably pretty close right there. Yeah, why don't you hit the first one? Let's see where it goes. I think it's a visual bug. Yeah. I'll fix it in the official bundle. Okay, so did anybody have any questions with their scripts that I can help them with, or maybe trying to implement meters per second? Need help with that? So, oh, you want to finish that, Galactic? I can help you get through that. Okay, so go ahead and grab a divide symbol from the Operators tab. And just place that where speed is. So we don't need speed there. We want that divide symbol right there in the value. And I'm quickly checking the comments over here. Why are you deleting stuff? Oh, sorry, I keep reading that one because it's like so obvious. It just pops out. It's like, ah, how dare you? The world's gone. No. Okay, so put speed on the B slot because we're going to divide by meters per second. And that's how we convert a distance of meters into meters per second. Because that gives us the time that it takes. And then what we need to do is on the left side, get distance 2. So under operators, you're going to grab distance 2. Is it possible to duplicate objects? Okay, we're going to get to that really soon. Hey, are you participating in the spring event? Great question. Okay. Thank you, Crow, for giving some information on that. It's awesome. So the distance 2 is under vector math, by the way. You got it. And then you want to put position of go-to floor on the right, position of elevator on the left. And you can duplicate it from over here under move to. That's usually how I get that. And so am I competing? Probably. I haven't come up with an idea that I actually like yet. I've got a couple of thoughts I'm throwing around. Nothing that I really feel super passionate about, though. And I only want to compete if I feel passionate. So I haven't started. So, yeah. Perfect galactic. That's it. I'll do that in just a second. So then you're going to grab that from the divide symbol. Grab from the divide. It'll highlight the entire line and replace speed below. And then you can delete the previous set 2 up there. And you're done. Congratulations. Yeah, no problem. So we are deleting this world, though. So now that you've done it, it's time to delete. You can test it if you'd like, but say goodbye. All right, so this elevator, I'm going to make this look better later when I get the update rolling out. But for now, at least it's functional. And yeah. All right, so over here, we have the record player. So let's quickly talk record player. If you guys haven't used this before, it's pretty sweet. We've got to hit play on the world. And now we can grab one of these records. I believe this one has some music on it. Nick Lakes is 6 mix. And it's not sick, it's 6 because there's 6 songs on it. So you can swap through the 6 songs. And if you want to use Horizon songs, that's definitely the best way to go. You can pause and play. What I love about this is this does slowly move inward, which is really cool. You can also pull the record off to stop the music. So I put it on, it'll start, should start. And I'll pull it off and put it back on. Yeah, there we go. And then this one is for recorded music. So it's got my voice on it. Yeah. And so what you'd want to do, so I know what everybody wants, right? Everybody wants to record music. So I'd grab my over-the-ear headphones. I would then roll up into here, zooming in. And once you've zoomed into the groupings, that's this button up here on the top. That's the most key part of this. You can then edit the tracks on here. And so here's a sound recorder. You can then, it'll let me turn snapping off maybe. Oh, no, it's still not letting me. I gotta zoom out first. Sometimes this stuff is a little bit buggy. So we pull out this and then we'll make it bigger. Now from here, we can hit record, and then I would record the music coming in from my headphones underneath the bottom. Now, if you really want to go the super long route, Oculus has posted a tutorial on how to do it via AB cables on Windows, but I don't recommend it. It's a lot of work, and they're probably going to give us a better way to do it in the future. So go to the user voice forums. That's horizonworlds.uservoice.com and vote for that so we can get that feature added. Okay, so under here, you can see we're referencing the main record. So this soundtrack registers itself with the record. We then need to give it a track name. So this is how to part 1. So you could call it whatever you want. If it's the name of the track or whatever it is, you put in the track length. So however long the track is, it will stop and start the next track based on that track length. You can type in the track index. So this is number 0. For the next one, you type in 1, or if you make a duplicate copy of this, it would be number 3, because it goes 0, 1, 2, and then the next one would be 3, and then 4, and so on. And then you can hit record from up here to record your audio. And it's basically pretty simple in that regard, but it's also pretty complex. So if you want to do the music side, we're going to zoom in over here on the music, and you're going to notice that each one of these music tracks, just like our boombox from earlier, has the track register script on it, which is similar to what the boombox had. It also sends its information to the record. And unlike the boombox, though, this displays, or it needs to know the length of the track as well. So it needs track length, track index, and you can put in all the Horizon music you want, or sound effects. You could do like, water sounds. You could have a record that's literally playing for 10 minutes, one type of background music, and then another type of background music, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and turn that off. But yeah, so that's the record player. It's pretty cool. It is relatively complex. If you do accidentally break something, you definitely want to duplicate the record to make another copy. So you duplicate a record and then continue duplicating for each of your records. Do not recommend trying to set this up. It's quite difficult. So. If you ungroup it, it's because you need to make sure the name on the grouping. So if you look at the tag on this trigger is looking for objects tagged record. And so if you open up the attributes page, so that's the second tab of the properties panel, you'll see that it says record. And that's probably what you forgot to do, is tag the record. Yeah. It's just, if there's so many steps to get this set up, if you don't just duplicate it, I just recommend re-importing it, deleting the old script and the old assets, and grabbing a new copy. So, yeah. So it's that zoom in function. I'm not sure if you've seen it yet, but when you hit that zoom in at the top of the attributes, okay, cool. Similarly here, you'll remember we were making those pets earlier, and we were zooming in on the pets. So let's say, for instance, we want to make this a hot air balloon. I'm not going to take too much time on this, but we're going to just say we want to make a hot air balloon. I saw Better World Museum made one that was really cool. And so basically you do something like this. And we got to find the edge of that right there. You then make this kind of a wood tone probably. Snap it over this way. And then select, dupe, rotate, dupe. And then we go and grab a style tab, wood tone, make it a solid. There we go. And then because it's kind of overlapping funky, we can change it to align texture to object, turn that off. So that way the textures blend together. And we'll do that on the bottom as well. You get that kind of crazy look. That's kind of nice. And then what we want to do is grab this, group it together, and make it non-collidable. And then I want to make a top part of the balloon as well, so it really looks like a balloon. So we're going to grab this here, turn that into a hot air balloon. And then we'll snap it to the center of this, and then slide this upwards. And then you probably want to have some cylinders to represent tying it together. So you do something like that, which will snap in like that, right? And then we snap this rotate around to, say, here, and then array tool. And that got really close. It's not perfect, so I'll just go and snap it perfect myself. Must have been just a little bit off in the first one. Okay. And there we go. So there is our hot air balloon. You could grab a fun color. So I'm going to go grab a metal tone for these. And actually, let's go with more of a solid rope-ish, right? Rope-like texture. And then we'll grab blue, boom, and then we'll grab a plastic tone and change it to blue. Nice. Okay, so this is my thing here. I'm going to grab these, also group that, make it non-collidable. Now that we've got two non-collidable pieces, we can bring that into this grouping. So we open up the properties panel of this, select this and this. We can then zoom it into this grouping. And we're going to use the collision box that's inside of here. So we can delete this one, delete this one. And then we grab these two objects and snap them in here to the center. And then what we need to do is maybe make it a little bit bigger so it supports more people. So we'll stretch this as the, I don't know what this looks like actually. But I think it's some sort of cup that holds people in. So anyway, you get that, zoom out, and script, stop, reset, and play. And theoretically, we can now fly this little hot air balloon around. So let's go try. Hey, now I'm flying a hot air balloon. Look at that. Not hard, but look, you're working on a UFO. Very cool. And you'll notice it does have a sound effect in the bottom. Now with this like lighting bug there, I'm wondering if we turn light and shadows off, if that'll fix that. So if we go zoom in, properties panel, turn off light and shadows, if that causes it to be more clear underneath it. And then we'll do the same thing on this one here. So go light and shadows already off actually. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. This one, there we go, light and shadows off. Don't know if that'll work, but looks like it might have gotten a little better. It's really dark in there. It's not ideal. And then you can adjust the speed on here by pressing your upper button to increase speed and your lower button to decrease speed. And yeah, there we go. Hope I didn't lose you. And then we can go really fast too. So like, dippy-doo-dah. There we go. So yeah, that's the flying machine. You can basically do the exact same thing for the car. The thing about the car that you need to know is that the car requires this raycast to collide with the floor. So if I lift this up, you got to make sure that this raycast is colliding with the ground, because if it doesn't collide with the ground, when it has empty space below it like that, it will then fall. And so that's where you'll see if we have this guy here, and then drive it this way, it'll fall off the road like that. So just kind of making sure. No, it would just break and this car probably wouldn't drive. Yeah. So the raycasts are there to make it more realistic. They're not there to make it harder to use. So all you need to do is make sure that there's a raycast at the bottom. If you go into the raycast properties panel, you can set it to be 2000 and put a giant invisible cube below your world, and then yes, you would be able to fly. But that's not the intention. I mean, yeah. Yeah, we're working on a tutorial for that. It's very difficult, but we're working on it. Yeah. Yeah, this is something I threw together really quickly so that way you could just have something, right? Like I threw this together in like less than half an hour just so there'd be something available rather than nothing. Okay, cool. The ramps and stuff. Yeah, I want to make, so don't steal this idea. You can steal this idea. I want to make a like Mario Kart sort of bubble popping where you have the little like balloons at the end and you're racing around. So I'm kind of trying to build a cart that you can race and do jumps and it'll fall and then it'll like, you know, all the things that you want a cart to do. So like driving sideways on walls and stuff. That's the goal. It's pretty difficult though. They're using physics, I believe. I am so sorry, Galactic. I didn't know you were working on a little motorbike, but the road's gone. So yeah, I think we've gone through everything, you guys. This is great. So I'm going to do one last thing. So if you want to join the stream, I'm going to share. Well, you can stay here for a minute, but we're going to wrap this up, and then we're going to go to the Vidyuu Essentials bundle in person, where we're going to be able to hang out. So just deleting all the little things. You might want to stay in build mode for a second. Sorry. Or maybe stay on the elevator. Okay, so theoretically, this whole place is clear. Oh, looks like we just found something. So I've made a giant cursor, and I'm just selecting something out here. Got selected. Oh, just a couple small pieces of text. Oh, don't go too far away. So don't want to select our stuff over there, but what I want to do is look and see if there's anything out here by any chance. And I'm not seeing anything, so it looks like we're good. So what we want to do then is take a look at our capacity meter. So I go world, player settings, set it to 4, and go to the capacity meter, and you'll see it says 322. So these objects we built today take up 322 for capacity. So what I want to do is delete them. And then you'll see it says 1, 0, 0, 0. And that means there's nothing left. The reason it's at 1% for objects is because of this cube right here. This cube causes it to count. So then I can hit undo. And now this is clean. We know these assets are clean. I'm then going to make sure the scripts are still attached. I'm not sure if they are actually. Sometimes when you do that, they lose the script. Did lose the script, so I'm gonna have to reconnect it when I get back. It's not super difficult to do though, and I wanted to redesign this anyway, so that's fine. So anyway, that's all good to go. I'm gonna hit publish so that if any of the people we've worked with today, it says content requirement required, comfortable, tags, art, beta world, no, visible and public, no, player settings, and publish. Okay, there we go. By publishing it, it prevents anybody from coming in here and editing it. So now you guys have access to these assets immediately. So anyone who's on the stream with us, who joined us, you have access to import these into your world, but I'm going to import them into the Essentials bundle. And so probably by Wednesday, you'll see those have been added. And so what I wanted to show you is how we can import. This is for Claudia, who asks, is it possible to duplicate objects from one world to another? And so the answer is yes, and that's actually what we're going to do right now. And so now that we've got this world set up, we're going to head to the Essentials bundle. If you guys want to load into the Vidyuu Essentials bundle ! It's the public version. I will be there as soon as I'm done importing this, and you can follow along on the live stream to see where I'm at. So I will see you guys there in just a moment. Cool beans. And seriously, Aaron, thanks so much. You guys, I can't believe I don't know how many people have been here from the beginning, but y'all are awesome. This is so cool. Oh, thank you. Doing my best. Thank you. So we're going to head to the world that I want to import this asset into. Well, you guys aren't, but I am. So this is the bundle where we want to take these assets that we've now isolated and bring them into the master copy. So now we're in loading. And when we arrive there, we can import these. Now, the thing is, this is going to import in the same position that it is in that world. Now, fortunately, we know that this world is an identical copy, so where we place them is off out of the way. But if you don't know where something is, you kind of want to make sure to pull it really far down or really far up in the sky so it's way out of the way. So that way there's no overlap, because if there's overlap, there isn't really a great way to undo. There is a website that I could show you, but it's Horizon, what is it? Facebook.com/Facebook Horizon/creations. If you go there, you can back up your worlds, and that's what I do with the bundles to make sure that they're always clean. And the other thing to note, and I don't know if you caught this earlier, is I was saying I published the world because when you import a published copy of a world, if anybody's created anything in there, it does not cause any junk to get imported. So if someone's in there right now adding a bunch of stuff, when I import here into the master copy of the bundle, it will not cause that stuff to get imported. And so I'm going to go over here, and then here's the world we were just working on. So I recommend importing into an empty world, give it a name like what are the assets that are in there. So this was just a generic name to get us started. Then I hit 3 dots and hit import world. And in a few seconds, those are going to import over there behind the minigame template. And so we're going to come on over here where you can see here are the new assets. And there they are. I'm planning to edit these and get those updated. I do have to reconnect some of the scripts because I messed that up. But now I'm going to go meet up with you guys in the Vidyuu Essentials bundle. So if you haven't been there, here's how to get there. We're going to head into Horizon, and we're going to go to the Worlds tab, search for VIDYUU, and that should be all you need. There you go. You can see there's 2 people already there. So we're going to visit Worlds, and I will see you guys there. I guess I'll stay on the stream for this entire hangout. So if you guys have questions, or if you're not available to get into VR right now, or if you want to watch this later, you'll be able to see the whole Q&A segment here as well. So that's pretty cool. From now until April 26th, question mark. That's the contest there. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Definitely encourage you to participate, especially if you got a really good idea. So one of these days, I'll share this with you. I'm thinking about doing like a really, really ridiculously long live stream. You know how like Mr. Beast will do these like crazy challenges where they'll stick people in VR for 24 hours? I was like, we love staying in VR. So what if we, ran a 24-hour VR thing or just like live streaming for 24 hours, just kind of hanging out doing stuff. I thought that'd be a lot of fun. Welcome, Faultline Drifter. Welcome, Aaron. And we'll see if anybody else joins. I mean, there's 15 people in the stream, and it's just kind of cool. And usually this place gets packed, so I wouldn't be surprised if a bunch of people show up. There's a weird bug right now, and I don't know what it is. This doesn't happen in build mode. It only happens in play mode. I am still working to figure it out, but I think the asset pack doesn't have any bundle. I don't think there's a bug with the minigame template itself. I think it's just like some weird bug with this specific world. So I've been meaning to do some more testing with it. It's pretty easy to mess up. Yeah. Yeah, I've been thinking I might need to do that too. I'm not sure. So I guess I will start us off over here in the educational section. So education and resources are huge, right? So we got the text Gizmo formatting. So if you want to learn text Gizmo formatting at the very beginning of this video, that's kind of where we started. I just recommend skimming through this 5-hour live stream. But like VR gets away from you. I can't believe it's been 5 hours. Like I've had 4 sips of tea. I should have another one. I also need to go to the bathroom, so I should probably do that at some point too. Oh, that's so good. And but like it's crazy, I was like in VR yesterday morning working on some of the new assets you see in here. Hey, welcome, Dalton. And I like literally missed a meeting by 5 minutes, and fortunately I got a ping, so I got into it in time. But I didn't have any. I thought I was like still at hours before that meeting. Just time really just something different here. So anyway, here's the text Gizmo formatting, all about that at the beginning of the video. In Horizon events, Tuesday office hours, Wednesday Horizon World Tours, Thursday evening scripting classes. You can find a couple of these on the Attend tab. So that's your home menu here under Attend. And here you can see some really cool stuff. This is like really making me laugh. Oh my gosh, they're literally killing, what the heck? Horizon World Tours, love that. And then we've got bug reporting and feature requests. HorizonWorlds.uservoice.com. Please, 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 please use this website. Pin it, do something, keep it open. This website is literally the way they decide what bugs to work on, what features to work on. It's this website. So please, whatever you're doing right now, stop, go type it into your phone, favorite it, whatever. HorizonWorlds.uservoice.com. If we all vote for something, they will do it. So right now, one of the top feature requests is photo and video. I'm expecting that coming soon. So welcome, Galaxy Hunter. Welcome, Dalton. Good to have you guys. So yeah, definitely, please check that out. It's really, really cool. He has a health bar. I'm trying to see if it works. That's too funny. The community group is great too. Facebook.com/group/Horizon Worlds. Great place to promote your world. It's a great place to meet other people who are creating, share information, share videos, ask questions, post scripts that you're working on that you have bugs on. I only have so much free time to answer all of your questions about scripts. I'm happy to do it, but at some point I have to ignore them because I have just too much work on my plate, but I do my best. So yeah, definitely try the group chat out. You can also tag at Vidyuu. Vidyuu's in the group there, so you can tag Vidyuu, and if we are available, we can answer it. Otherwise, someone else might be able to. There are a lot of really great scripters who want to help that are beyond just here. So please feel free to use that group. I know it took me 2 months to actually join that group after getting into Horizon because I'm like, I hate Facebook. I don't use it. Why would I ever go to that website? And then I joined that group, and I was like, okay, this changed my life and my opinion of Facebook. Galaxy, go. Do we have to upload a video of the bug that we're experiencing? No, but try to get as much detail in. Yeah, try to get as much detail in there as possible. And if you find something that's similar to what your bug is, like very similar, kind of sounds like it, put a comment on it with what you're experiencing. So if I see someone that's got something very similar, but maybe they didn't apply enough detail and didn't explain my situation, I'll add a comment and say, I'm experiencing this too, but here is what's happening for me. And so that's because the more people who vote on a specific bug, the more likely it is to get fixed. But if you create a new one, then it has to start from the ground up. official tutorials, oculus.com/horizon-world/learn. We actually got the pleasure to help create those tutorials, so definitely recommend them. And of course, our tutorials here on YouTube. So please, continue watching our YouTube. Really appreciate all of you who've come out today. And here we have from yesterday's video. So, okay, raise your hands. Who watched yesterday's video and knows what this is from? Oh, no. Yes, no? Oh man, this is going to change everything, you guys. This literally changes everything. So for our friends in the chat, we've still got 11 people online with us. So I'm going to show them some stuff. You guys look at this. Think about the questions you want to ask. I'm going to bring up a, let's see, how do I get my hand over here to full screen off? Like, you guys see my mouse moving around? Yeah, it's a good question. Geometric is one of the more recently limiting factors. Okay, the picture is not there, so I need to go to, bring my mouse over here, and then 4 fingers, slide, slide, and then open these 3 simultaneously. Open. Okay, and then drag. Okay, and then bring my mouse over. Okay, you guys, so here are the graphs that we made for this video. So I'm not sure how well you can see that on the live stream, but what we have here is geometric complexity. And you can see this is a different version. So let's actually start with the same one you're seeing in VR. And then I'll talk about it in VR, and then we'll go to the bonus 2 that are on here as well. So here's the one that we're looking at in VR right now. Did I click it? No, it's this one. This one. Right? Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. My mouse was on the wrong screen. Oh, that's so embarrassing. I was like, why? Okay, there it is. Okay, so what we're looking at here is that you have all of these objects that are 50 objects per 1% geometric complexity. So anything in this green section is pretty safe to use. So if you've started making high player count worlds, like a world with 20 to 30 players, you're going to need every ounce of geometric complexity to make up all of those avatars. And so you want to focus on using cubes and perfect spheres. A perfect sphere is one that has not been stretched. The moment you stretch it, it becomes a mesh-based object. And so all of these objects, except for the perfect cube and the perfect, or excuse me, just a regular cube, cubes can be stretched. But the perfect sphere, which has not been stretched, are calculated with meshes, and they can start to cause lag and frame dropping. Welcome, Crow. And so using these green ones is definitely what you want to do. And then for collision meshes, recommending using the cubes or a perfect sphere, and then making everything else non-collidable when possible. The more of these that are non-collidable, the better frame rate you're going to get in your worlds. And so what you'll really notice here that's crazy is that if you use the soft cube on the end there, the soft cube is a, you get only 22 versus 50, which means it's 2 times better. You get 2 more cubes, 2 more regular cubes than soft cubes. And so, yeah, Galaxy, what's your question?
Is there a difference between a soft cube and the spiky?
It's the soft edges on it. Each one of those has to be calculated with a lot of triangles, whereas this cube is calculated with math. And so I'm actually going to switch back to the stream for a second. So let's see, on stream, there you go. You can see kind of what we're looking at. So there's a very cool diagram here in VR that I recommend you come check out. It is pretty neat. And I'm going to go bring back that diagram we were looking at just a second ago. Sorry, my mouse is reversed, so it's kind of hard to use. Okay, so then we're going to go up to this diagram. So now if you guys have the stream open and you take a look, there is a diagram up there right now which shows what this is like if you have 3,000 of each object. And so what's crazy about this is you don't realize that if you had 3,000 of those soft cubes, you are over geometric complexity, even without adding players to it. Like, players take up a lot of geometric complexity, but if you just use soft cubes, they're so bad that you couldn't even get 3,000 objects in your world, which is the object cap. So like really, really bad. Orange ones are also pretty bad, but they're not nearly as bad. It's just like anything that's not green, use limitedly. Use that on a limited basis. This stuff you should feel pretty open to using. And the last diagram I have here to show you, is the players. So I know you can't see this in VR. I'm thinking about bringing these into this world, but they're kind of hard to recreate. So this player one shows how much player capacity is eaten up as you add additional players. And so you can see that the first 12 players are much steeper than the last 32 or 34, or excuse me, 24. Anyway, so as you get to the 12th player point, it becomes easier and easier to add more and more players to your world. And eventually it does reach 75% though, or pretty close to. So that means 75% of your world's geometric and animation complexity is going to players if you want a 32 player world, which means you only get so many of these. You don't even get a full 3,000. You're only getting, just a few really. So definitely thinking about that. And I'm gonna go ahead and full screen you guys on the stream now. So thanks for, yeah, that could very well be the case. Oh yeah, I was thinking that would be like a really fun like challenge, right? Yeah, I don't even disagree with that. I think that would be fun. One of the thoughts if you didn't hear that earlier, is we were talking about potentially, I mean, this would be a crazy thing to set up, but doing like a full 24-hour live stream for like over the weekend. We just go crazy, Mr. Beast level insane, where we're just in VR nonstop for 24 hours. And then like one of us would, one of us would take that's so funny. One of us would take tours and like show off worlds. So they'd be on the Vidyuu Nights channel, and I would be here on the tutorials channel doing basically what we're doing now. So hop on board. Yes. Yes. And keep staying here. I gotta get toys. Yes, grab one. I'll grab the other two. I want in. So you can take these pins on here, and this is so much fun because you can create these really unique designs. Yeah. I'd give it to you, but it's instant return. Okay, go over there. I'll give you the green one. The green just returned. And then if you hold yourself steady, it'll actually draw a perfect circle. It's just a lot of fun. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to more carnival rides and more Horizon Worlds. So like, please build more carnival rides. We did this in the very beginning of the video, so definitely go back and check that out. And I mean, there's so much you can do with this. Hi, Garcia, welcome. All right, so that's this thing. Okay, we had too much fun there. Let's continue moving on. Look at that, it's so crazy. Yeah, so anyway, just have fun. I can't wait to be in more, more arcade-like worlds and stuff like that. I guess I should grab this and put myself on the extended voice so you can hear me from wherever I go. Cool beans. Clubs are us. This section is super lit. Oh, I hit my desk. Ow. Delayed. Super delayed. Oh, man. Let's see. We've also got the elevator. We went over elevators. Went over everything. I mean, I'm here to answer your questions. If you guys want to talk, answer questions, ask about assets, please do. Yeah, let's see. Oh, yeah, the Dalton. We'll walk this way, it's fine. So you got a world spawn point when, yep. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, so when you're loading into a world, the spawn point, it's snapping you to it. I have a couple ideas just off the top of my head just to take a look at. If you spawn in through a spawn point, this used to be a bigger bug than it is now, but there was a point where you'd load into a world and your avatar started at like 0, -100, 0, and it would get moved upward to 0, 0, 0, or wherever the spawn point was. It would go through the spawn point. This was a bug from a year ago. I haven't had this bug ever since, so I don't think it exists anymore. But you'd travel through that spawn point and it would cause you to get respawned, like on world start. It was a weird one. That's still true if you go to Club 1, though, and you click the exit button, the spawn point to leave, you'll travel through the VIP like trigger, and sometimes it'll cause you to get respawned. So that's my first thought is there a spawn trigger that you might accidentally be going through? The other thing is make sure the spawn points. Bless you. No, that is the world queue, but I don't think it's being used for that. So like if you look at a trigger, well, so I was going to say is open up the properties panel of a spawn point, and on the spawn point there's an option for spawn on start. Make sure that's turned off, but usually you would just spawn in. You wouldn't get like immediately respawned, which is what you're describing. That sounds like there's a script that says respawn on self. That sounds like a script that says when player enters world, respawn player on self. That's what the script sounds like it's doing, or respawn player on a separate spawn point. But I don't know other than that. No, you shouldn't have to. It should be just spawn on start. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. That is so strange. Yeah, I don't know how to explain that. I maybe try to like. Maybe there's like a really small, nearly invisible spawn point there that you're spawning in at. I'm really not sure. Spawn point, like the little player pill, player icon. Oops. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. I would check your script. Check your script and make sure it says when trigger is entered by player, because right next to the when trigger is entered by player code block is when player enters world. So maybe you drag when player enters world rather than when trigger is entered by player. They're right next to each other. Yeah. Chat. Lots of talking. I can't hear it this time. How funny is that? I know one of us doesn't get it. It's crazy. I'm, like, not even gonna try. Mm-hmm. No, we can go. Let's ask. A lot of people have complex gaming questions, so that's good. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. 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 That's a great question. So what you want to do is, it's pretty simple. So say when player enters world, you add them to a list of players, right? So you have a long list of all the players that are in the world. Then the first person to get assigned needs to be the killer. So you say, choose item at random between 0 and length of list. And then that player is then assigned the killer. You save that as a variable so that way you can use it later. You remove them from the list. You spawn them into the killer spawn point, and then everybody else gets spawned to the other spawn points. That's what we did in Murder Village. Yeah, I'm not sure if you're aware, but I did help build Murder Village. So like happy to answer any Murder Village questions too. Yeah. It's cool. It's cool. Hey, here's those apples. And I'm gonna go up in the treehouse. This is one of my favorite places to hide. I actually built a special hiding spot up here, right here, so I can kind of watch what people do. I'm like, oh, look at everybody's talking to Crow Black right now. Yeah, I know, right? It is creepy. Oh no! Yeah, man. It's okay. It's okay. I didn't use the right wood glue. It wasn't Gorilla. Really like that. I know. Now we're going to build a breathalyzer. Watch out. Yeah. Oh yeah, getting close. Got to really get in there. Oh. Yeah, I can't flex this. See you. So, any questions? I am taking them. It's kind of funny. They're all asking questions over there, so I don't even have to answer them. This is great. And if you guys are in the stream, feel free to join us. I see there's quite a few still hanging out, so thank you guys. And look at the palm tree, new palm tree asset. Yeah, that's so nice. Yeah. And it also has a splash in here. I think we saw that earlier. Yeah, love the splash. And the palm tree is just, it's really cute. I mean, it's the most adorable palm tree I've ever made. I don't know why it is so good, but like it's way better than the ones in the beach world tours. Yeah, so sorry, Oculus. Also made it non-collidable by default, so that way save on geometric. Well, load. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just dying because I don't think you understand why it's a cylinder and it's just killing me inside. So like, okay, good. Hey, Galactic, nice to see you. Sorry, I was just dying because I'm like imagining as a half cylinder rotating and like half the time it's nothing. Oh, I'm sorry. We got snapping turtles. No, so what I actually would like to do, Crow, and so I've been planning to update this because I agree this isn't the most ideal setting. Honestly, like I literally agree it's not ideal. So what I've been wanting to do, and I've done this in one world already, is I delete the spinning cylinder and I leave just the water particles, but I make the water balls actually bigger. So I go increase the projectile size, and it looks 10 times better because the water is constantly flowing. Unfortunately, it's not a secret cave because you can't make one-way mirror. But well, actually, I guess you could. You could use a one-way. You could use text. You could use a block of text to make it look one way. Make it really dark blue. It wouldn't look like it's flowing though. But yeah. You don't need Perl and noise to make it look good, but there's some solutions there, yeah. So I love this. I don't know how many people have already seen this, Crow. I don't know if you've seen this, but we have 2 pots here. I'm looking to make more pots. Vidyuu is going to be home of pots. Get your variety of pots here. Pots with an S. But what's nice is you select your plant, you combine it with your pot, and all of a sudden you've got the perfect potted plant. And it's neat. It's really neat. Yeah. But yeah, still taking questions. So feel free to ask questions at this time. This is a good time to ask. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty complex. I'd like to see something, I don't know. It's not super complex, but it is kind of complex. Yeah, that's good. There's like, it's trying to make assets that are easy to use. Oh, look at that really lightly blue sky. Oh, that's nice. See, an hour later. Ta-da! Oh, you haven't played with this, Crow? This thing is amazing. Yeah, watch. Let's see, I have to like really spaz my hand out. Sorry, stream. I'm literally about to hit my desk. What is he freaking out about? Oh, the bees, you just gotta go far enough away. Don't get us demonetized. Oh, it's too funny. Thank you. I need to watch myself, honestly. I got the worst mouth. Oh my gosh. This little cute little guy. Yeah. Oh yeah, Pokemon. You're not gonna get, you don't get demonetized for saying the word Pokemon. We're good. Sorry. Yeah, we're good. Ah! How funny would that be? We're still live? No, there's 10 people here. We're good. Pokemon does not demonetize us, but we have to criticize them because you're supposed to be criticizing whenever you talk about something. I'm being critical. Pikachu's face is not cute enough. He needs more plastic rendering or plastic surgery. I don't know. Oh no! Now darn it. Well, I did mark down it's not for kids, so we're in the clear. That's true. Pokemon's pretty awesome. Actually, definitely. I love that you're making pets that are Pokemon. I think that's actually really cool use of the pet script. Like honestly, I tell everybody I talk to about that. Welcome. Yeah. Don't know how much you want this one, but this one's nice. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I'm here to answer questions, but since there's not a whole lot, and we literally went through everything in the last 5 hours, there's not a whole lot to say. But if you have questions, I'm still taking them. Cool beans. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure this thing is just broken in play mode, which is really sad. I'm gonna have to figure that out. I really just don't know. I really wish we could. I really, really wish we could. Yeah. So I think what happened so I don't think this is broken as an asset. I think it works fine if you import it. What I think happened is I backdated the essentials bundle back to empty world state, and it said the variables were still there. So I didn't delete them because it said they were there. And then I published and it didn't work. So then I went back into build mode. I deleted them, recreated them. Still didn't work. I don't know. So I'm really unsure. Yeah. No. So this script, for some reason, is now over 100%. When I originally created it, it was not over 100%, and now is. Don't know why. What's interesting about it is that the what am I saying? Oh, so what I was going to say is scripting capacity is not real. It's like it's there as a theoretical maximum, and honestly, it's kind of BS. And I've been begging them to increase it to 2 or 3x because I hit that all the time. And so what you have to end up doing is breaking into multiple scripts. So if we come back over to the script basics section, you'll remember there was the other object return. And so what we talked about in today's video was about how you can use the other object return when you forget to attach a script. Well, if you want to save 15%, you just have to use other object return and put it on another object, right? So you can combine multiple scripts that way. It's a pain though, so it's not ideal, which is why I've been arguing that we should get that percentage doubled. Yeah. But I wouldn't worry. As long as it's not breaking, you're probably fine. You probably can't add anything else to your script, I imagine. Like it's probably at the limit, so it won't let you do any more. But you're probably fine. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure. No, yeah, it'll keep working. It should keep working. Yeah, the one over there is. Wouldn't that be funny if that's the reason it's not working? That script's over capacity. It's like just shutting down my whole thing. But the thing that the reason I know that that's not the problem is because that's one of the scripts. This script here is its own entire separate script, and so this looks like a bug with the player variables, because this is displaying what it would display if the player variables weren't set up correctly. So I'm guessing that's what's going on, because this, if it was functioning correctly, would have the health bar here. Because this doesn't use, this was how I originally designed it. I originally designed it as health equals 10, and then you'd see it counting down, but then I replaced it with the health bar eventually. So. We don't know. We're trying to find out. But the other reason I know that the asset's not broken is because the laser tag house party is functioning just fine, and it's nothing like, if it was some update to their scripting system, then that app would have broke. So just for anybody on the stream right now, if you guys want to join us in VR, we're in the Vidyuu Essentials bundle. You're welcome to come and join us. So for those of you in this stream, can you guys hear everybody else who's talking? Or is it like silent? You can't? Interesting. So I guess I don't have to worry about you guys messing up the stream. I gotta worry about myself. I'll be sure to reiterate questions. Oh my gosh. I'm like, wait. Wow, someone's gonna be like, I heard that. This guy's like, I can see myself. Yeah, we'll just keep throwing the ball. We'll just keep throwing the ball for him. Welcome, Iggy Flow. Hey, welcome. Nice to see you, man. We're just taking questions, showing off new assets. Lots of great stuff in here, so feel free to ask anything. So I'm going to actually end the stream right here and just welcome anybody to come join us in VR. I'm going to go to the restroom, grab some food, and then when I get back, I'll keep asking questions. So you guys feel free to stay here. I'll just be like 3 minutes, maybe 5, maybe 5. But I'll be right back. So someone take the mic drop. I'll be right back. You guys on the stream, please come join us. We're having a blast in here, and we'll be taking your questions. So Iggy, if you didn't hear, I'm going to be right back, but I'm just grabbing some food. Oh yeah, you got a copy of this. You're good. Give it to an adult. Sorry. How do I end this? End stream.